All right, we are live. Wait, not yet, but we're going live. It's loading up.
What's the topic of today's show?
Uh, miscellaneous things, but we're live right now. But I had a, oh my god, I had a conversation with ex architect and Unc
Hmm.
about how the hell I read. I didn't this. Okay, so I had a the debate was the Egypt thing, right? So and now Unc was supposed to be on a channel for an interview, but I don't know what happened to that. But I ended up being on a private three-way call with Unc, myself, and an ex-architect. So we were talking about who are the Egyptians and things like that. So X was saying non-African, like Chief X, and Unc was saying sub-Saharan African, black people like today. And when we say Egypt, we mean like the main population who got the pyramid started. You dig? That type of stuff. So and like they are, I was like moderator sort of, and I was like listening, and it's like a 3-4 hour discussion they had. And when they got done, all I'm gonna say is when all the links were shared and explanations was being explained, when they got done, I'm not convinced on Unc's argument, but I think X argument, not I know his argument is strong. Being the
Okay,
North
all right,
African
all
guy.
right. So let's introduce the show. Okay, tonight. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the room, unbiased. Unbiased decided to put himself in the hot seat in a very
Yeah,
controversial topic. The topic is the Nubians. And when we talk about the Nubians, we're talking about Black people who look like the West Africans. Was it the original builders of the pyramid? Or was it the Mediterranean people? The people who are around the Mediterranean. We're talking about the Libyans, the Tunisians, the Egyptians. Did those people build the pyramid? That's an
yeah,
argument that is a strong argument. Many people on the side saying that who existed in Egypt is the same people existing there. That it was a
yeah,
unique population that has always been around the Mediterranean. That's one argument. The second
yeah,
argument is that Africans built the pyramid, that it was the Nubians, that Egypt was a cosmopolitan society where Africans, such as the Nubians, who look like us, were actually in Egypt. And a third argument that you might have not heard about is that the original populations, which were Africans, were moved out due to wars and conflict, that it was a depopulation, that the population was removed through conquest, slavery, wars, and conquer. That's one of the belief held by the most honorable Dr. Reggie. So we have three arguments, and based on the strength of the argument, if we use, do you understand what the skin map is? Have you ever seen the global skin map?
yeah. But I'm not interested in looking at things. I'm more interested in articles and what the articles are actually saying.
No,
I'm not
but
interested. Look, just hear my position out. Hear me out.
mm,
Hear my position. I'm not interested in black folks connecting dots. Okay, I'm only interested in what the experts are saying about their own data. Okay, so that's what Unc had to understand on the live. I don't want Unc's breakdown, Dr. Reggie breakdown. I don't want to hear nobody break down because X wasn't breaking much down. He was bringing articles, and we just read the articles verbatim, and the article spoke for itself. Unc had an article, and he's explaining the article. I don't want that.
but you have to take into consideration this also, that history is written based on the viewpoint of the individual writing history.
yeah,
and many
yeah,
things that we have have have,
sure.
have
But this particular subject, DNA, genetics, is on the scene. We got science here, so we're not just looking at things like that. Now, when you say Nubian, right? So now this is the problem Unc had. So I'm gonna ask you. When you say Nubian, where are these people living at?
All right. If we bring up a map of the world and we look at Egypt, right below Egypt, you'll find somewhere we now called um what what we call it? Sudan.
Gotcha.
Now, Nubia is located more likely in northern Sudan. That's where Nubia
Okay.
was located,
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
right? But we must understand that the distance between the Mediterranean and northern Sudan is several hundred miles.
All right. Now, before you go further, did you know the northern Sudanese and the southern Sudanese were different in genetics? Did you know the northern Sudanese shared the same genetic makeup as the North Africans, but not the southern Sudanese? The southern Sudanese shared the same makeup as sub-Saharan Africans. Did you know that?
Yeah, because people, what people not realizing is that if we look at, let's look at Egypt, let's look at Cairo,
Yeah.
let's look at where the pyramids are built. And if you go on Google Maps, you look at where the pyramids are built. And then we'll go down to Sudan, we'll go down to South Sudan, and we'll go into a city in South Sudan. It's several hundred miles, right? We need to take into consideration that this is 2000. Let's go back to the pyramid. The pyramids are almost 4,000 years old. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
All right. So 4,000 years ago, it would have taken the average person would travel approximately 25 miles per day. That's on horse and buggy. If you're walking, you travel about 20 miles per day. That's about an hour walking, 10 hours walking. Nobody walks at night because of the treacherous of see from sun up to sundown, you'd cover 20 miles carrying if you're walking on foot, carrying loads, luggage, and it depends on how much baggage you're carrying also. So if it, to go from Sudan to Egypt, we're looking at about 20 days travel. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So people wasn't making that journey because you'd have to carry food to last 20 days. So no one individual can make that journey. When you're making that journey, it takes dozens of people to make that journey. People who carry the food, people who carry the goods to trade. It's almost like a caravan to make that journey. Right? So population, although they were moving up and down, and they were using the Nile. Some people use the Nile, some people use something. And it's not like so the Nile was one straight continuous rivers. You have waterfalls, you have rocks, you have rapids. So there's no boat because if it was that way, you'd have ferry now from Sudan to Egypt. And I hear that there's no such ferry because the Nile is not an easy river. The Nile is a treacherous river. Right? So although people was using it, it wasn't like a water taxi. But there were different populations because even the people in northern Sudan are mostly closely related to the Ethiopians. And if
No,
you're
no,
phenotype,
no, 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 no.
they have
Now
similar
there.
genetics.
No, 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 no. Okay. Now, what I'm going to pull up, this is Unc's article, by the way.
Mhm.
I can pull up Unc's article. He sent the northern Sudanese. They're going to share similar genetics with the people of North Africa, the North African region.
Right, right.
Nah, but so you said Ethiopian.
Yeah, I said Ethiopia. Ethiopia shows
Okay.
similar.
Now I'm gonna need you to read that though. Yeah, but I'm gonna need you to. So the genetic article we read, it didn't say anything about Ethiopia. It definitely said about the North Africans. I believe Mediterranean people. I'm not sure, but I
Okay.
know for a fact it said North Africa.
Go ahead. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, because we was 3-4 hours on a phone call.
Screen share. I'm not
So like
seeing it.
they kind of like just imprinted. Yeah, so they kind of imprinted some information in my head, both of them. So okay, so back to Sudan. Like when people think of Sudan, I'm not even sure if you know. I learned from those two. The people of Sudan are broken in halves. Northern are different than Southernese. When we say Sudan, it's never the whole Sudan. You got to be very specific. Northern or Southern, because Northern are different genetically than the Sub-Saharan who are Southern.
No, but we need to take into consideration that half of Sudan, as half of modern day Sudan, is in the Saharan desert. So most of northern Sudan is in the Saharan desert, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm
That's
new to
like,
this whole thing.
if you look at Google's map, right, more than 90% of northern Sudan is in the Saharan desert, right? Southern Sudan is actually the green part of Sudan. No, 4,500 years ago, that place didn't look like what it looked like today. So although the genetics of the population today might be different, might be southern and northern, so that might have different genetic outlooks. 4,500 years ago, the desert didn't extend that south.
You're breaking up. It might be me.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
I'm not sure. Okay.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you got robotic on my end. Everybody probably heard you clear, but I didn't. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. All right. When we look at Sudan now, both South and North Sudan, if everybody have Google Maps, go on Google Maps. 90% of northern Sudan is actually in the Saharan desert. But 4,500 years ago, the desert didn't extend that south. Right? Because the population in the south might have a distinct genetic difference from population in the north. Because people migrated as the desert encroached on the land. So they went further south. But 4,500 years ago, those people might have been further north. But we have not found those bodies as yet to genetically test those people. That's a problem. The problem is that your genetics.
That don't seem to be a problem to the people who are doing these tests, the experts that's that's running these tests. I don't hear them saying that that's a problem. Now, this is a question. Do you know of anybody outside of African Americans, any black people in this world outside of African Americans who are making the case that we're hearing from Brother Reggie, all these people?
What you have to understand, and Jabari said this once.
Okay, go ahead.
What you have to understand is that the Africans in the Caribbean and the Americans, so the Africans in the West, black people in the West, have more access to information.
See, like the stories. It seems like when we, and that's the thing. I gotta say this, two piece. It's all like this is no different than a Hebrew explaining like their origins or the Moors or the Aboriginals. Everybody got the story. See, what happened was like it is never just straight up. Yeah, no, the Africans don't. Nobody else black does it. except
All
for
right.
African Americans, and the African Americans, they had grouped them in a label that they call Afrocentrists, and they only talking about African Americans. And the reason why I believe is because we are the only people who are lost as far as identity. We don't know who the hell we are. So we're
All right.
searching. We're Hebrew. Let me finish the last bit, but this is for the audience. We're Moors, and everybody and every identity we claim, they're special people. They're something great going with them. Like we won't claim an ordinary sharecropping or tilting the land type African. We're gonna claim people who did great things. So the Moors, who are whoop Spain ass, I keep hearing, and they control the seas. We're Moors, yeah. And we come to America and we don't have to be slaves because we made a treaty. And we're not that, then we're Hebrews, God chosen people. God blessed us and he's gonna protect us. We ain't that, we're Egyptians. We're the people who started civilization, writing, and we built the pyramids, they're one of the world. And we ain't that, we're the Native Americans. Native Americans got all this holistic shit. Like the identities that we select are just great people. It's never appear to be great people. It's never just regular people that
All
just
right.
yeah.
But let me agree with you on this. This is what I'm agreeing with. Because during my research, I said, okay, one of the most important things that people have is the oral history. Let me try and find folk tale from people explaining that they were the pyramid builders.
Oh,
Because honestly, from sub-Saharan Africans, are there the folk tales in sub-Saharan Africans explaining that these people telling stories that they were the builders of pyramids? They were the builders of the Meroket or whatever the name is. Because growing up, I know story. You might not know this story, but growing up, I know stories about Brother Anansi. Brother Anansi, Brother Tiger, Brother Dog, Brother Elephant, Brother Anansi wife. Growing up, we heard Anansi stories. It was part of the.
I'm not familiar with these people. Are these people African? Are they Jamaican? What are they?
No. Jamaican fake folktale stories. African, but Brother Anansi. Anansi is a, Ashanti trickster god. We learned stories about them growing up that was passed down over the last 400 years of slavery. And these stories become a part of your culture. In America, Brother Anansi turned to Burr Rabbit. He's the same character. He's a trickster. When you heard about Burr Rabbit, it's actually Brother Anansi they're talking about. The same trickster god. But you're growing up hearing those stories. So if these people were the pyramid builders, where are the pyramid building stories?
Oh, who are you talking about? If who were?
If the Nubians were the pyramid builders, do they have stories to say that they are the pyramid builders? Or the West Africans were the pyramid builders? So who you think are the pyramid builders?
What I've been reading, like X been more convincing with his sources. And it's just the North Africans. And look, Unc admitted he didn't. Then he took back and he admitted again. All right, that the North Africans are part of the outer African group. Okay, and outer African, that's what Unc admitted. Halfway said, halfway accepted, then went back and accepted. Unc was all over the place.
So wait a minute. Hold on, stop because we can't pass it. By the Outer Africa group, you're saying that the North Africans were those people who originally migrated from Africa, went into Europe, went into Asia, and came back to North Africa?
I don't know where they went, but I know they left and they got a mutation when they left. They got the mutation was outside of Africa. And then when they came back, they were that mutation made them distinctive. They were different people when they came back. And that's the outer African. And because of that, they're grouped in the outer African people. So that they're not considered African, like as sub-Saharan African. They considered African by where they, resided at when they came back. But just off that.
All right. But the question is, when did this migration take place? Because that was what,
Okay,
60,000 years ago?
so yeah, I don't know exactly when, but it was definitely before. It was definitely like 12,000 years or later.
Or because the color changed? Because the mutation for color took place 15,000 years ago.
Well, I don't know about color. Like that's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
my
yeah.
concern. Yeah,
No,
I don't
because
have a color issue.
yeah, no, because these people are of different pigmentation than the sub-Saharan Africans. So when the
Well,
color mutation took place
yeah,
was
yeah. Now
15,000 years ago.
look.
So
I'm
it's
just saying.
after that mutation.
Look, look what I'm saying. The color thing, I don't know about that. You dig? I don't get into color because you got dark Indians right now that that's darker than me, right? I'm lighter than them. I'm black, and they're not considered black. So the color part, I don't know about that. Because but if they did a test as dark as they are, although they darker than me, they're not probably they probably gonna go somewhere different than me. I don't know how that works. So I'm not caught on color. I'm caught on the mutation, like what makes them separate from everybody else in Africa. That's what
No,
I'm
but
caught on.
no,
Caught on.
but the mutation, you have to take into consideration that the
Gotcha.
mutation occurred. A mutation occurred that resulted in these people. If everybody was in Africa at the same time, might have been different spectrum of the same hue, but there wasn't. It was not dramatic, significant difference. It's after they migrated outside of Africa that genetic mutation occurred, which resulted in them having a different pigmentation.
Well,
And
again, I don't know about pigmentation, but I do know that they came back with different genetics. Yeah, because I'm only going by what I heard Unc and X argue, and I don't recall anybody like focus on pigmentation. That
what happened?
okay. It said I was muted. It said I was muted, but now I'm not.
Mm,
Whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. So let me say I've not been following anything on this subject. No live. I haven't followed no live to watch none of them because when I tuned in, there's a lot of arguing, a lot of chaos. You dig? I couldn't even know. I couldn't even follow. When they got done, I told Uncle a few times. When they got done, I didn't know anybody's position because it's so chaotic, so many rabbit holes and people talking over each other. So I said, okay, when I get involved, I'm gonna make sure I get a full understanding.
All right, question.
Yeah.
Are the Egyptians Africans?
Huh?
Are the Egyptians Africans?
They're North African.
So
But
you're
they're
saying that
not.
they're not Africans. So all
Yeah.
right. So all right, let's look at Africa as you just did. So you have
Yeah.
North Africans, and North Africans would include the Egyptians, the
Morocco,
Morocco,
Libya.
Libya.
Yeah.
So North Africa would be Morocco, Tunisia,
I think it's about 7 states.
Libya,
Yeah.
Egypt, Mauritania, Western Sahara.
Morocco.
So in Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan, that would be North Africa to you.
But now I don't know about I don't know about those last ones you threw in there. I don't know about that.
Oh, you don't know about Mali. So all right. So
Because wait. Because remember, when you say Sudan, is never talking about when we're in this discussion is never talking about the whole Sudan. They understand that the northern Sudanese people share the same genetics as the North Africans, but not the southern. The southern and northern Sudanese people are different in genetics from each other.
All right, let me see. According to Google Maps, you have Sudan and South Sudan. So when we say Sudan, we're talking actually about Northern Sudan. And then you have South Sudan.
Yeah.
Right? So, but primarily when we talk about Northern Africans, we're talking about those states that has attachment to the Mediterranean Sea. So Morocco, Algiers, Tunisia, Libya, and Egypt. At least those 5 states, we can say without a doubt, are North Africa. When we say West Africa, we're talking about Guinea, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Gabon, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo. When we talk about East Africa, we're talking about Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania. And we're talking about South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zambia, and Angola. Right? So Africa, because people don't understand, United States, 2 United States can fit into Africa easily. So you look at United States, and you can fit 2.5 United States into Africa. Not because it looked like it looked on the Mercante Almanac. Its actual size is far vaster than what it looks like on the Almanac. Right? So people wasn't traversing from north to south that easy, or from east to west, based upon the vastness of the land. Right? So some people could live in one area and didn't even know that another area exists. Right? Whole tribes could exist in Botswana and don't know that Egypt exists. Going to Egypt 4,000 years ago would be similar like going to the moon. It would take an expedition. So you holding on to the people who built the pyramids were not black people then, right?
When you say black, Unc will disagree with the term black. Because what he's gonna say is black is a modern construct that they didn't use or observe or consider way back in those days.
When we're using black, we're not using it in the historical context.
No, I'm saying, but that's what's gonna happen. Like those word games are gonna happen. So you got to say sub-Saharan African and non-sub-Saharan African.
But then they can't use that argument either, because the Saharan desert was not where it is now. It was further north. It was wasn't as vast as it is now 4,500 years ago.
Right, but as far as genetics come into play, like the people, you and I, they're going to tag us to the name Sub-Saharan Africa. And other people, right? The people who are not from the area, I guess, white folks, Asians, they're going to be tagged somewhere else that's non-Sub-Saharan African.
If people want to see how big Africa is, you need to go on Google Chrome and type in truesize.com, the truesize.com, and you'll be able to see that in Africa, I can fit India, China, United States of America, France. I can fit so many countries comfortably. It's that vast. It's that vast. Right? So when we look at it, people wasn't traversing like they're going on holidays. If you and I, if you live in Florida now, you was going to California, that in 2020, that trip requires planning. Imagine what it looked like 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. Where you was carrying water in, clay vase, how you was storing food. What's the logistic?
What's the largest what?
The logistic, right?
I can't even hear you.
The logistic of no, the logistic to carry stuff around,
Okay.
or the logistic of planning a trip like that. All right, let me explain to people what it is. Let's the distance between Cairo and South Sudan is similar to New York to Miami. If I'm driving today and I leave my house to go to Georgia, it take me a 10-hour drive to Georgia. Right?
Say that again?
To New York. If I'm supposed to drive from what no, I'm lying. What's the closest? Where's Niagara Falls located?
Oh shit, I don't know.
You know, live in New Jersey.
Yeah, I live in Jersey. I think was that Canada? I don't know.
Niagara Falls, the border of Niagara Falls is in between Canada and United States. Yeah? Just think about it that way. That's how far it is from Miami to all the way up north to the northernest tip of United States and Canada. That's the difference um, from Cairo to Sudan. Right? That's what we need to look at. So those people don't necessarily have to be the same people.
Hello?
Yeah?
No, I can't. You stopped.
Yeah, no, I give you a chance to talk. I
No, no,
check in Google.
I'm just listening. Okay. All right. So let me just add this right here. Okay. So in my opinion, the reason why it's so important for African Americans, nobody else, primarily African Americans, the reason why it's so important for African Americans to claim Hebrew, all these things, Egypt, because this is their way to counter or compete against Europeans and their achievements, right? So instead of just focus on what they can do right now and how they can make history now, they want to dig the past and become somebody who they believe was great at one time, or at least greater than Europeans at that time at one point, where they could hold on to something. Okay, so when people get into STEM and they look into science, they realize, well, if somebody had any stereotype against white people, any misinformation, any lie about white people, about what they achieved, you know, if you follow these Elijah Muhammad doctrine, white folks didn't do nothing, black folks did it all. When you study science, specific fields, you start to realize, wow, white people really contribute a lot more anybody in the field of science. So then that whole notion, that stereotype that white folks ain't do nothing, black folks did it all, that starts to go away. So now you're like, damn, I'm forced to respect some of their works and their achievements and their accomplishments. Damn. Okay. So now a racist white person is going to use that against a black person. right? So we got to find a way to counter and, go back and forth with racist white prism. So, and that's when we start going back in history to become Hebrews, Moors, those type of things, to compete with some of the achievements and accomplishments white folks did in science.
Okay, I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. The distance from Cairo to Jabu in Sudan, in South Sudan, is almost 2,000 miles. So the expedition of 20 miles per day, walking and carrying load on foot, would almost take 3 months for expedition to move from South Sudan to Egypt. That's a whole heap of distance. That's 2,000 miles. Think about that.
Just a side note, Saru Diceman said we should have a discussion about all the policies Obama signed into law. Now, let me be fair, because at one point we say he's a puppet. He's only doing what his puppeteers tell him to do. So if that's the case, okay, people say that to not give him credit, right? The credit goes to the puppeteers. So if that's the case, same applies. If he signed controversial laws into policy, then we could say he ain't do it. His puppeteers did it. So the logic got to be, consistent. If Obama is nothing but a puppet, then he's not really doing anything. It's the people who are controlling him doing everything.
Ask him which law have a problem with that Obama signed. Which bill is a controversial bill?
Yeah. Saru Diceman, post some things that you believe that Obama has done that's controversial.
Let's look at the bills, because okay, but let me segue. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I never discussed this the last time. There is a swimmer. There's a transgender swimmer.
Yeah, that white woman, white whatever it is, and there's a transgender or hermaphrodite runner, right? Track runner.
No, well, we're talking about the swimmer, right?
Okay.
But then on top of that, now we have some African ladies who have high testosterone levels.
I just said that, and you said we talk about the swimmer.
Yeah, you didn't mention which one. We have a couple of them.
Yeah.
We had one from South Africa originally.
No, the same one, because I know where you're going, right? I'm on top of that story, by the way.
There's two more, right? Because there's two more.
But I know the original one who got the high testosterone. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, but these people are what they said they do, what they call them, because today I was searching for it on Google. They have a way to call these. Let's say they're underdeveloped boys, underdeveloped males.
Okay.
That when they were given birth, there was misdiagnosis that occur. Because sometimes in the womb things happen, there's a hormonal imbalance. So there's a gender misassignment. And these boys, the penis never actually go to full side or actually come out. As a result of them, like there's a Christine Mboma, right? And Christine Mboma is an African dude, but they want to participate in sports.
Right.
Right? It's like gender DSD or DSD. I'm trying to find it. Right? But they're calling them women, although they have. All right, that's a DSD. DSD stands for DSD athletes. DSD stands for differences of sexual development. Right? those are different than transgender. Transgender is actually a male person was born a male but identified as a female who decides to turn himself in a female. He might not remove his penis, but he goes through hormonal treatment. So the hormones now,
Right.
right? He take estrogen and take suppressant for testosterone. And the testosterone has now dropped to a level. Still higher than any female out there. But no, they want to participate in female sports. Because since they are now female, they deserve all the rights and liberties that are afforded to female.
Yeah.
Because you can't call something a cow and don't try to milk it.
Right.
Right? So if your dog come to you one day and say, I am a dairy cow, you need to carry him to a dairy farm and attempt to milk him. True or
Yeah.
false? Because you have to treat him with all the rights of a dairy cow. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So so these transgender women are now saying that you cannot call me a woman on one hand and not afford me the same right as all women. Right? So if you identify as a dairy cow, you need to go to a farm and be attached to a milking machine. That's what I say. And when I'm attached to a milking machine, if you can't produce milk, then we have a problem. Yeah, but you have two set of athletes. You have athletes where what was DSD and transgender athlete. Now these athletes have superior level of testosterone. What do you believe? You believe that these athletes should be able to perform with women? That although they were born and when they're born they look like a woman, but no, they're saying that they have 46 XY chromosomes.
No. I'm actually against the whole transgender and the hermaphrodites. With the people born with both sexes. I'm against both of them. This is my personal opinion. I'm against both of them competing against, I guess you would say women that's born with all the right private parts.
All right.
Lack of better words. Because I know that they're using medication to lower the testosterone. But I just don't believe that's good enough because there's still both of them, the black one who's a hermaphrodite and the transgender person, both of them still dominated against women. So that, to me, that's just evidence that is not enough to make them, more like a woman naturally. Because they are the person who born with both organs is like a cheating Venus Williams and her sister Serena Williams, and the one who is a man, born a man that want to go back to women who are using these medications to me, they're a cheating Serena Williams. It's still not a natural woman. They are taking this medication or born a certain way where they're already Serena Williams, if not better and stronger.
All right, question. So now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the Supreme Court Justice. What is a woman?
Yeah, so for me, a woman is an individual a human who has a vagina, nothing else, and breasts, and nothing else, and I guess ovaries, and the ovary thing is controversial, but a vagina and a breast.
All right. So what about those women
And
who are flat-chested? What about those women who are flat-chested? Are they still women?
Yeah, but I lastly said with the X chromosome. So if they just got one there, yeah, they're women. They're women.
So there's no necessary. Is there a necessary condition for somebody to be a woman, or is there a sufficient condition? Is there any one condition that we can say that is a cow, because a cow have um uh, that is a star, because a star is in the center of a solar system. So when we see something in the center of a solar system, we can say without doubt that that is a star. Because the only thing at the center of a solar system is a star. Is there any condition like that exists to define a woman?
I'm not sure.
All right. So are there, so we have some necessary conditions then. So
Well,
several.
because like the only thing I could think of was the fetus. You know, when a baby's born, the humans don't know what sex it is until a certain month, until it starts to show certain features like vagina or penis, and that's what humans, at least Americans, decide if it's a woman. Like that's their standard or condition of a female or male.
So what about people who born without vaginas?
Yeah, I don't know what
Because,
that is.
because that condition exists. That condition exists. That people born without vaginas. Are they not? Are they not
Like,
women?
okay. I mean, but there's. I'm sure there's people born with other crazy shit too. But
Right.
I don't know what you call that person.
So if somebody don't have a vagina that identifies as a woman, you put them in that category of others. That's what you're saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, you know.
Yeah, no problem. I just don't know what the hell it is. You know, it look like a woman.
Right. So it look like a woman, but born without a vagina.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
All right.
Or it could be a woman born out of a vagina.
No, but you say all women should have vagina. So if a person born without a vagina,
breast, X chromosome, you know.
it's called vaginal agenesis, Agenesis.
What happened?
Right? Due to this syndrome, the growth of the female reproductive organs, uterus, cervix, and vagina is not proper. Sometimes the uterus and vagina may be undeveloped or absent entirely.
All right, so look, so let me ask you this. When
Yeah.
doctors are trying to, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to switch the audio because hold on, let me try to switch the audio. Let me try this. Let me see. How do I switch to audio? Oh man, I just sent him the thing. All right, you know what? Let me send this to my damn. I gotta fucking write this stuff down. Okay, so what? So when doctors are trying to determine the sex of a fetus, right? What do they look at to determine that?
They look at the appearance of genitalia.
Right. Now, at what month, if you know that they think it should be there, so they can determine?
By 24 weeks.
Okay. So let's say
by 24 weeks. Bet 24 weeks is like 6 months. They can see clearly. That's back in the day with the old system. In the newer system, you can find the sex by 16 weeks.
Okay, so let's do 4 weeks. Are they able to tell?
4 weeks, no.
Right. So at that point, are they calling a woman or a man?
No, at that time they call it a fetus.
Right. So that's where I'm at when you ask me the question with somebody born out of vagina. Like I look at it as a human, but I can't really. You dig? I can't call it. Like the doctors can't call it. I can't call it. They're
But
experts.
shouldn't the person who is living in that skin be entitled to define themselves then?
Uh, they could define as a human.
So a woman that is born without the reproductive organs, no vagina opening, and it's a rare condition, but it exists, but has breasts. Or sometimes they don't have breasts because
Wait. So they ain't got
testosterone.
vagina or breast?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. If I'm governing a state, country, city, or town, yeah, that right there, yeah, it's gonna be a separate bathroom for you.
uh, when I separate, the person don't have a penis, so why they couldn't use it? Because remember, how was first established? How gender was first established is that a male child was looked upon as the blessing of the family. Even in many cultures now, a male child is looked upon as the blessing of the family. So if it's either male or female, so if it's not male, it fall in the category of females. So when the doctor hold up the baby and him don't say a penis, it must be a female, regardless of the situation that exists. If him hold up the baby and it have an undeveloped penis that appear to be a clitoris, and the testes weren't descended, he's going to say that child is a female based on how we categorize gender. We look for the appearance of a penis.
Yeah.
So if you have an underdeveloped penis and your testes weren't is on the inside, so the penis look like an enlarged clitoris, the doctor going to say, "Oh, that's a girl,"
Yep.
right? But and then years later, when the testes start to descend, that girl and puberty comes in, and that girl now turn into a boy because you can go online and look for girls that turning into boys. But these were actually misdiagnosed boys at birth. They were never girls. Right? So, what is a woman? Right? What is a woman? That is something we need to take into consideration. I'm not arguing pros or cons, but it's something that we have to deal with. And the other question is, if a person decide if if a male decide to turn himself into a female and he do the hormone and he does the surgery, do he have to does she not have to disclose her history to partners?
Wait. Say that one more time.
If a male decide that he's a female and he did
Yeah.
the surgery, the gender reassignment surgery, and he took the hormone, right? So from all appearances, he looks like a woman. Should that person still disclose their gender history to the partner?
Well, I, I can only give you my opinion. Is yes, but like legally or lawfully, I don't think they need to. I don't think they have to. But my opinion, yes.
Why yes? Why yes? Why you say yes?
Because like that's something that your significant other would, that would determine whether they want to be with you or not.
No, but she's a woman.
Well, in her mind, you know, in that person's mind, they're a woman, but to the person who they're going to potentially date, once they disclose that information, they're not going to believe they're a woman, most likely.
So if a woman come to you and tell you that you ask her her age, and she say, "Did you know that you don't ask a woman her age?" And she didn't disclose her age to you. And then later down the line, you find out that she's 50 when you thought she was 20. Society
Wait,
don't
wait,
frown on that.
wait. How old is she? Really? How old?
50, black don't crack. We're using that
Yeah,
analogy.
yeah, I got you. Nah, you know, if okay, if you trick me, if you trick me some shit like that, but you're actually legal, I'm gonna be like, ah, shit, you got me. I'm not gonna. If she's 50, but she look 20, I'm not gonna continue the relationship. But I'm like, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, but same thing. She legal as a female. He's legal as a female now. So all you should say, and him trick you, you go to bed with him and you have sex. You're supposed to just get up and say, ah, you got me. Because it's not a man you sleep with legally, you slept with a woman.
And not. But the difference is, the difference is, I never like if I'm 20, I never said I'll never sleep with a 50-year-old. You know, that's not a pledge I made to myself. The pledge I made to
Well, but,
myself is
all right,
that
all right.
I'm not
But you make
interested
a,
in men or any men, sex change, none of that shit.
but you said that, all right, you said, you like me, say, I would never sleep with a man. Right? But under the law, that is not a man. Under the law,
That,
pertaining to what they want, that
yeah,
all.
and this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If they got it off, they should never tell the person. They should continue relationship as a woman, and then lie and say they infertile or whatever. But you know, but they should never be honest, because once they be honest, if that dude
Why
made a
this thing
pledge to
continues
himself,
to cut him off?
huh? Yo, now indigenous black man been harassed me all week about going live. I give him the link, and this is why I ignore him in my Facebook instant message, because he always does this. He'll yo, you going live, you going live, you going live, you going live. Then I go live every time I put the link in there. He never calls in. Every time.
Yeah.
You keep going. You keep going out. I think it's your internet, not
No, no,
mine.
no, no, no. I had too much things open a while ago. I closed all of them now. I'm good. Yeah, but all right. This is it. According to the law, if the law assigns certain persons certain liberties, it cannot be. It's like when I become a citizen of this country, I must be afforded all the liberties as a citizen
So
was born in.
that law, is that an American law?
No, if the person is assigned as a woman, you have to treat them as a woman.
No, I'm saying, is that an American law? Is that the law of America, or where?
Just as an American law, if the person is now a woman, is now a woman. You have to treat them like a
Who puts
woman.
that law? Who puts that law? Democrats or Republicans or both?
Let me see.
I think Obama did, right?
I wanted to go and Google and look it up, but I'm afraid because I don't want to get cut off.
Yeah, but let me repeat the question or statement. So, man, he
Your button, you get cut off. I don't know if you're driving under a tunnel or anything. Mm. Yeah, you're coming back now.
Yeah, I guess it was my internet.
Yeah.
So Saru Dice, man, he said this. He made a statement. He said, I believe people are now able to smoke in New York and not get arrested for petty possession is a reason for a bill he signed. If I'm wrong, yeah. So Obama started that, and Donald Trump finished that off. Yeah, so Obama was the first. I think it's called the Fair Sentencing Act, and that was really reversing the ratio of crack cocaine. You know, the 100-to-1 ratio. He amended it to like 33 to like, I forgot it was. My memory's fading me, but it was like he had closed the gap significantly, and people got home. Yeah, but he also separately from that, he also had started the process of legalizing marijuana, and Donald Trump had finished it and got all the credit for it.
And it's not legal; it's decriminalized.
Yeah. I'm very aware of that, of the differences in the state allegedly, because the language you're going to read is decriminalized and legal. But the federal government makes the law, not the state, not the city, not your group. It's the federal law reigns supreme over everything. Okay, so if they say no, it's no.
Mm.
Right? So let's get that real clear. So nothing is legal if the federal government says it's illegal. I mean, it's illegal. So, but you said something specific. You said petty possession, which is true. A lot of people ain't gonna say that. So, according to these state laws, petty possession is right. It will be looked. You won't get harassed for that. But people that misrepresent this quote unquote legalization think they can have large amounts. No, you will be charged federally with those large amounts if you're not processing it the right way. That the state requirement, you'll be doing Fed time if you got large amounts of this marijuana.
Yeah, if you have large amount, they're overlooking like an ounce or two. But if you have large amount, you're going to be in problem.
Yeah, you're going to do Fed time.
Doing the Fed time. But the thing about it, they're not going after the dispensaries. No, because they understand about the dispensaries. But the problem with the dispensaries is that the profit that they accumulate is having an issue. They're having an issue to bank most of these monies because the banks don't really want to take these monies.
Yeah, and let me speak on that. So no, dispensaries and these manufacturing facilities, they're not gonna go after, because I'll tell you why. Because their claim is that, well, not really dispensaries. I'm speaking of manufacturing companies. Mm-hmm. Well, the dispensaries are supposed to be okay. So you have a state marijuana requirement or standard, and you have your illegal marijuana that the state does not back. So one of my I think the last live I talked about this. So the state argument to the federal government is, hey, legalize our marijuana because its THC levels is 0.3%. It's below what you guys consider a Schedule 1 drug, which is highly addictive and serve no real purpose. It's just addictive. So that's one of the main reasons why the federal government is like, leave them alone. Also, the federal government, for what I know, signed an annual bill or something they signed where they're going to leave the states alone, even the citizens, the residents within the state, as long as they fit those requirements and those standards that I just said about the possession, the amount you have, and also if you're found in a gunfight, some illegal activity with possession, you will be charged. Okay, so there are like little nuances you guys might want to read,
Yeah. If
but
they want to add more charges up on top of your charges, you're going to be
yeah,
charged.
yeah. So law officials, you know, and people like that had state officials have negotiated with the federal government to say leave, although you consider it illegal still, leave these people alone, and the federal government has agreed to certain conditions. But you want to make sure that you fall within those conditions, or you be doing some fed time.
Yeah, but some of the laws that Obama signed was rolled back by Trump, like the banking, the laws of the banking, the predatory banking laws. A lot of those laws were rolled back by Trump.
Okay.
But that you have to take into consideration that some of these laws were rolled back. So,
Right.
but what beneficial laws did Trump put in place in his 4 years?
Say that again.
Right. Yeah, what beneficial laws did Trump put in place in his 4 years?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not sure, but I would love to. I would love anybody who believes Obama did something wrong to hop on. Now, I'm not gonna say I've read everything about Obama in books, but I've come across some things, you know, and I was surprised. The good thing, I came across some good things, and I was surprised to see Obama name associated with it because I heard all these bad things about him.
No, because what happened is that people listen to Fox News and YouTube, but they didn't take into consideration that these channels were flooded with anti-Obama propaganda. So they wanted him to come off as a bad person. They wanted him to come off as he never do anything.
Right.
He never did anything positive.
Yeah, yes. So let me speak on that too. So black folks got to stop saying this, right? And it's like it's not the majority of black folks. It's like the Afrocentrics. We got to stop saying he ain't gonna do nothing for black folks, right? No politician can do anything for any race specifically, right? They can't say. So what they do is they get slick and they look at area codes. They look at area codes and they they determine your demographics. So for example, in my city, we have there's many black. So they got a senior citizen project where they're funding $1,000 to any senior citizen project. Now, if you push it like that in a majority black community, that means you're helping out black seniors without saying you're helping out black seniors. Same thing goes with Hispanic, white, Jewish, whatever. Like, so that's the game people do. So Obama played that same game. Obama passed laws where he knew minorities, specifically black folks, would benefit from it the most. So that's what's happening. Like they pass laws in certain states, certain cities, push things in certain areas where they know like their targeted demographic would benefit the most, and that's a slick way of doing something for a particular race.
And by asking me to take 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing, man. Just chilling. Come on here and see what you crazy cats was talking about.
Yeah,
Talking about chicks with.
Yeah,
Talking about
that was 2 pieces. So what's your take on that? Then we can go to the Obama stuff.
Oh, I was calling to talk about the guys taking over sports.
Oh. the hermaphrodites and the transgender people.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not right, man. That's not right. That's foul. I mean, you out here boxing people out and dunking on motherfuckers and breaking high jump records and all that shit. That's terrible, man. You can't be out here doing all that. That's just too much. They're taking it way too far. It's way out of line.
Yeah, but they supposedly are taking like medication to lower their testosterone, so they won't have those physical advantages.
It don't matter. You started off as a man. I mean, what's up with all the trickery? This magic.
But Stu Pizza asked the question, like, what makes a man a man?
It is what you are born with, your kibbles and bits that you're born with when you're born. That's what it is.
Okay.
Now, man can change. Man can change that.
No.
Well,
we're talking about born, right? We're talking about born, right?
Right.
Now what is it?
Well, no. I mean, as far as them having both genders, both private parts. Well, that's a little different. I mean,
what would you call that person?
If they had an anomaly.
Yeah, no. But the person got to live life.
Happen a lot.
Right? No, I got you. But the person, it happens enough. The person got to live life though. So now, how should he live life as a man or a woman?
Oh, well, that is how they see themselves. I guess you'd say with that,
Okay, so
singular out case, but right. I mean, I don't.
So now there's a track runner, an South African track runner who's a hermaphrodite. Because she has both, her testosterone levels are similar to a man, higher than a woman. Huh?
Does she have balls?
She has. I don't know what the hell it is, but I do know.
If she got nuts, then she's a man.
Wait, dude. So if that person got a penis, is not a man?
No. Well, I'm saying I was making a joke, really, but I mean, that's the wild case to, that's one of them that we would talk about, not when it's, just happening because you want it to.
See, now this was the contradiction in logic, because like you said about the transgender woman that's dunking, doing amazing things. Well, that hermaphrodite who's South African is doing the same shit, dunking on everybody, but it has the testosterone levels of a man.
Yeah. That would have to come into question as far as the Olympics in sports. That definitely would have to come into question.
Yeah, but not for me, because I'm against both of them. See how simple that is? I'm against both of them. I'm sort of against that too. Now that I know that, you know what I'm saying. I didn't know that, but now that I know it, I would say that would definitely need to be, somebody needs to have a meeting on that. You know what I'm saying? Talk about that, because if that's the case, then, she does have that extra testosterone. She has both. So she is basically a man. She's got the man's testosterone and stuff like that to drive her. And then she also has the woman parts. But, when you got the male anatomy, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have to go over here and play with the guys. Big pussy. No, I'm saying, but look, you play with the guys, but here's the confusion though. You play with the guys, but you like a damn woman. You got long hair, you got feminine hips, you got feminine everything.
Yeah, hey, that ain't my fault. That ain't nobody else's fault. Not everybody can be Michael Jordan.
No, but I'm not saying that that you got to feel pity for them when they're doing sports. I'm saying you have a woman on the outside playing with boys, or you have a girl on the outside playing with boys on the outside. That's going to cause confusion amongst the boys. Everybody, no,
yeah.
you got to join the girls, because they know boys ain't gonna want to play with her, like in basketball.
Right.
You got to join the girls, right? So their response is gonna be like, nah, you got to join the girls basketball team.
Yeah, we don't want that scrub on our team. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know.
Right.
You try to pick the best five on the sideline.
Right. So now the transgender like, yeah, okay, I'll play with the girls then.
Yeah. But see, that's transgender. That's a dude. Yeah, that's a dude. That's Juwanna Man. And then see that ain't right. That's Juwanna Man. We ain't having that shit. No. Just because you didn't make it over here with the dudes, now you want to go over there and take advantage of the ladies and stuff. Nah, man. Nah, that ain't even right, man. You done lost it, man. You know what I'm saying? For you to even want to do some shit like that, that shit's suspect. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to play around like that. You know, that's crazy, man. That shit is crazy. You know, that ain't even right. But they allowing it to happen because they passing these things through the government and all this. Just like with anything else, it has to be passed through the government before it can be made national. You know what I'm saying? So they're on board with it. It fits their narrative, so they're pushing this bullshit. That's what's happening. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing new. Look, we should say they can't tell us nothing new, nothing slick to a can of oil. These motherfuckers been doing the same shit, and they push their narrative. You know what I'm saying? And whatever fits their narrative, they'll push it to the hilt and fund it and everything.
Cool.
You know, run it through Congress, the government and the people in charge. They'll run it if it fits their narrative. They'll run it through government and make sure the laws pass for it quickly. You know, throw out reparations to them and all this other shit.
We say government, which branch?
I'm not exactly sure who would deal with the.
No, because you got black, white people, Hispanics all in government, so it's like.
Well, I mean, you know, it's not the color. It's the. I'm thinking you're talking about Senate, Congress, or House Representatives.
What I mean is,
color don't play shit in this.
Now, what I mean is different. Well, color matters because certain colors don't disagree with that. You dig? So not my point is not everybody on board. Yeah. I see where you're coming from. I definitely see where you're coming from. That's what I said. It's being pushed and passed. So they have the weight behind them, the ones who are pro, rather than the ones who are anti, because you also have the government and the schools and everything else promoting this. So you don't see the dilemma, but you don't see the dilemma they're faced with, because now they're asked for the first time, what makes a woman, and a man, and they can't really answer that question scientifically. And you know, and a lot of answers are based on science. So now when science bows out, like, hey man, we can't help you here, you know, it becomes a huge dilemma.
Well, wouldn't you say what God gave you decides that?
Nah, that whole God thing.
Or, well, not God, what you were born with. Let's just say that. Let's take God out of it, okay?
So
let's say what you're born with.
Okay, but people are born with things that, like Supi said, people are born without things. People are born without private parts. So what are they?
Well, I knew a girl. That's another thing I want to talk. I knew a girl who had a problem like that. Now, she could still have her menstrual cycle and pee and stuff, but there was a bone that grew in front of her, and you know, right where her vagina is, to where she couldn't be penetrated.
Wow.
You know, that way. Yeah. I knew a girl like that. It's, you know, if you're born without, that's one thing. You know what I'm saying? You still got the female anatomy, you know, you see where it's supposed to be, but, you know, it just didn't form correctly. That's one thing. But, you know, if you were born with a frank and some beans, and then you walk out here and want to get them franks and beans taken off and get the coochie, then that's hell no. And you ain't participating in no sports. You ain't jumping no high jump. You ain't dunking on people.
See,
and
you said something key. You said born what God gave you. See, and that's why like these lawmakers, these policymakers, they separate state from religion, because they know people with religion are going to think with their religious. They're going to think religiously. Like their religion is going to blind them on like serious issues. To them, it's like a no-brainer. God said this and that's that. You know, and life is a little more complex than that.
Well, they say that they separate church from state, but that's not exactly true. I think the Catholic, the whole Catholic Church is its own state, and then you have the licit and illicit religions. Now, an illicit religion is one who doesn't.
No, but that's true though, because the Catholics don't believe in condoms. They don't believe in sex before marriage. So, but the state. So whatever the Catholics are in this country, they don't hold no weight. The state is separate from their ideology, and the state run their own shit. And the state says, "Look, y'all can do what y'all can do what y'all want to do. Y'all private group, but we represent the American public, and this is gonna be law, not y'all bullshit.
Well,
this is law."
I was talking about the church. You said separating church and state, so I was talking about the church at the time. And the ruler of all churches. Hold on, the ruler of all churches. The head of all churches in the world is the Catholic Church, brother. Okay. So that's why I went there. That's why I went there.
Yeah, but I'm talking about. I ain't talking about over there in Rome somewhere. I'm talking about America.
No, here too. Here too. Your religion's here too. Look, if just like I said, you can look up licit religions. Licit religions are under the authorization of the Catholic Church. Illicit religions are not under the authorization of the Catholic Church. So you can look that up. Illicit versus licit religions, and it'll show you that the Catholic Church, most of these. That's why I ask the preachers here straight to their face. When I walk in the church, I'll say, "Look, are you licit or illicit?" And they'll look at me. Some of them don't know what I'm talking about, but the ones who do know that I know what I'm talking about. And I know that if you're licit, then that means that you're under the authorization of the Catholic Church over there. And you got to stick to the code and, and all this other stuff. Or you'll become an illicit religion and the state doesn't back you. So how church and state work together like that, the Catholic Church and your state work together like that, brother, they still working together, yeah. I just proved it to you right there. See? So they say that there's no church and state, but as they're promoting it. In the background. Tell me?
I hear you.
Oh, yeah. See, it's that easy, unbiased. They'll tell you anything. They'll tell you what you want to hear. What they're actually doing. The people in charge who control the narrative.
And who are they?
We know who they are, unbiased. We've already talked about these people.
You know who they are. I don't. I'm trying to ask you, who are they?
The bankers.
Oh shit. The Bilderberg.
The bankers. The bankers who control the world's money.
The DuPont family.
I'm not saying any names. I said the bankers who control the world's money.
The oligopoly.
Listen, I'm not even going to name names. I'm just going to say the oligopoly.
I would like to name names because what happens is
that runs the world.
Okay, you got black bankers out there too, and that's what got Nick Cannon in trouble because Jews, just name the Jews. Don't condemn a whole damn group. Name the people who are in charge. You dig? So if they don't condemn all bankers, you got black folks who are in banking. You got black folks who own banks, Hispanics, Indians.
I said the bankers who control the world. I didn't say. I said the bankers who control the narrative.
But I don't know if that's Chase from this Indian bank. Like I don't know which one controls the world.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not talking. Yeah, I understand. I'm not talking about those people, though, brother. Yeah, I understand completely what you're saying, and I'm making it like a 360-degree thing when you have only a minor few who's actually doing it. In their banks, and but what they do is they run the little man out of business. So, and then they add their business that they took from them to their already established giant and make it to where there's only a few people who's controlling the narrative. The oligopoly, brother.
Yeah, all right. Let's just move on for that. Let's move on from the.
You know? Yeah.
Let's move on from the boogeyman. So, what about this marijuana?
I mean, I want to say one more thing before we move on. Let me say one more thing.
Yeah.
You can pretend and play all you want, but every country has its own Federal Reserve. Okay, regardless of what the name of it is. Over in England, the first one that they created was the Bank of England. They started with their own, and every country in the world has a Federal Reserve. So you can believe what you want. But just like the man said, now I'm going to say, Rothschild said, let me control a nation's money, and it matters not who sits on the throne. Period. Now, do you understand that?
I mean, I understand what you said. Sounds like spooky shit, but okay.
I mean, that's what he said. I didn't say it. I'm just quoting. Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh, no. In this case, I'm going to shoot them. When it comes to Afrocentrics, I'm going to shoot the messenger.
He said he's going to shoot the messenger and the person who told the story.
When it comes to Afrocentrics, I got to shoot the messenger because most times they are the author as well. They're both.
Yeah, depends on what society we're talking about, what type of system they have set up around them. But you know, anywho, don't pollute. Now, what was it? Obama and he said his mama was
wait, what did he do wrong? Well, what did Obama do wrong? I keep hearing Obama's a devil. What
Obama didn't do any. I don't think he did anything more wrong as president, as being, you know, what you call wrong compared to any of the other ones. So, I mean, if you want to go with Obama, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of it, I think the only, hold on, wait a minute, let me finish. The only thing that I think they're saying he's wrong for was being that bold and black to stand up and try to do what he did and make it. And they couldn't stop it. I think that's what the problem was. You have a black man who finally made it to the office.
Did you vote for Obama?
Nah.
Okay. Did you vote for Trump?
Nah, I ain't voted.
For Biden?
I ain't voted for nobody.
All right. Well, who's worse in your opinion, Biden, Obama, or Trump?
Biden. Hey, you know I'm gonna go with it. You already know where I'm gonna go with it, so don't even ask the question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you unbiased. You have heard me talk about the '94 crime bill. You've heard me talk about Joe talking all crazy, just as crazy. Look, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Just
but
as
you don't
crazy.
Understand the crime bill.
If not, well, hold on, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. Just as crazy, if not worse, than what Trump said when he told us that he got the Mexicans and they outnumber, so he don't need us no more. I was like, God damn. I mean, does he need to say anything else?
Okay, I mean that was wrong, but let's do the '94 crime bill. Like 99. You know what? Let's use the word 94. 94% of people who mention the '94 crime bill never read it, don't know anything about it. They go off what people say about it. They don't know.
Listen,
so now let me ask you this.
I was here then. I lived through it.
Cool.
I seen this result.
Hey, and this is. Listen, bro. We're having a conversation. I had one with Stu Pease. We disagree on some things, but we had a cordial conversation. Dude, and Stu Pease asked questions. I answer. I back and forth. And some things he asked me, I just said I ain't know. Real simple, and vice versa. Okay. We're not going to do I live in through the '94 crime bill thing. Okay. I'm asking a specific question.
Right.
I don't even got to ask it. I can presuppose. Like, I know you don't know much about it. What it entails, how successful it was. I know you, and also I know you don't know what it entails. I know you don't know. And like I said, 94% people who mention it don't know shit about it. Now, so I'm gonna skip past that one and do you an easier one. Stop and frisk. Do you like that? Do you like that one? The stop and frisk law?
No,
Why not?
because now look, like you said, and you're absolutely correct on that point that you just made there. That I have not studied the bills, but I have seen the effect of the bills. That's all I was saying. But the stop and frisk to me is like, let me see, 3 strikes you out. What's some more?
You talking about the three
You gotta
strike
do.
thing? Wait, okay.
Yeah, you got to do most of your time. Hold on, I'm just naming a couple of them that it reminds me of.
Okay, you're mentioning things. Okay, now the 3 strike thing. What you know about that? So now you're saying these things, and I don't believe you read anything.
Yeah, I am. I'm saying them because they, to me, are all similar. These are ways for them to put us in jail. This is just what. Yeah.
They're not similar. They're all different. But this is why it's. I don't like to have you on the show because you're not like. Listen, I'm not trying to entertain people, man. I like everybody else with their shows. I'm trying to, and the best I can, educate. At the very least, edutain. At the very least. But bro, listen, man. If you don't know something, which I know you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know it. But to sit here and act
and
like,
I did, and I've said it twice.
Okay, so why are you saying that the 3 strikes and other things are similar? They're not similar. They're different laws. They're different things altogether. What do you mean they're similar?
Yeah, but they all, to me, are set up to entrap and make sure that they keep us in the system. Keep us in the system, running in and out the system.
My man. You're just saying just absolute stupid shit. Like you're not educating anybody. Keep us in the system. These laws are for people who break the law. Okay?
Okay.
So if you break the law is on your ass. Okay? All right.
And we're only 50. Hold on. And we're only 15.
I'm not, bruh. Listen, I'm not doing this because I'm gonna direct the show a certain way. I'm not gonna let you just talk in circles and just say what the fuck you want to say. I'm gonna direct the show a certain way. All right. So now, what city do you live in? Is your city black primarily? Is it like half? Is it white or non-black? What is it?
I'd say mainly white.
Okay, see, you don't even live in a black. That'd be killing me because you're the 3rd person on the show who don't even live around black folks. Y'all be talking about shit. I
grew up in the black community. And every time I went to New York, every time I went to Cleveland, every time I went to North Carolina, I went to my family's places in
fine.
the hood.
Yeah, but you're visiting. You don't learn. You can't go to another place.
No, I lived in the hood. In '84, we was the
I'm talking
on Spin Magazine.
About 1,000 years ago.
For the crack.
I'm talking about right now. You're the 3rd person to hop on a panel to say some shit. My man, my boy, Comrade Lamont was another person. Came on here, don't live around white folks. I mean, live around white folks, not black folks. Yeah, y'all be talking the most shit why would you?
Hello, Unbass?
Sound like you dropped off 2P.
Yeah, he got. All right. The 3 strike law is a California-based law originally. It wasn't Obama who brought that law on the books.
I never said that.
Okay. It was a response to a guy who was a lifetime criminal, in and out of jail, murdering a young lady. And her father went on the biggest petition to get this thing in law that people who are offenders, who are habitual offenders, need to be locked away.
Yeah.
But then it affected us in the black community who
That's where I
were,
was going with the stew peas right there.
but the thing about it is that this law is on the books. We are aware of the law, right?
Right.
We're aware of the law. In our communities, let's be honest. In our communities, a lot of the young men go to jail, not because of undue pressuring and sufferation. Because when they said they're broke, right? When these young men said broke and poor to the rest of the world, when a young man in California saying poor, the rest of the world who sees that same young man cannot understand how he define himself as poor.
Yeah. That's true.
What? Silly stupidness. Like, see, I'm looking on YouTube now. When I type in origin of three-strike rule, there is this white guy who was sentenced for life for stealing a donut, right? Because he was a habitual criminal.
Yeah, now I don't.
But he went to jail for stealing a 50-cent donut. Why would you go into a gas station and steal a donut?
Now look, it's still, I don't really believe that story. I gotta see if myself. I heard it. I don't believe it because I was gonna get it, and this is with this. When they passed these laws, these are federal laws, my man. They're not state laws. So you have to break a federal crime, to get the strikes. So that's why selling crack, all these things, those federal crimes. So stealing a donut, I don't really believe that unless I could read this stuff, not just hear a story. I got to read the story.
It's on 60 Minutes.
Right.
Did you see? Not on 60 Minutes. Are you right, It's on Rockstone 111.
Yeah. I don't believe these stories because I believe you read it. If you see that's why I got to read these things. When you read it, it's gonna tell you what else they did that was against federal law.
Right.
Right. So
right.
I don't really believe those stories because stealing a donut, that's not a federal crime. So, but the strikes, because there are also two strikes. Do you know about the two strikes, Indigenous? Okay, so the two strikes involve that's public housing.
Here it is. I'm watching it. It was published March 8, 2008 on NBC.
Be careful you don't get the channel shut down.
No, it's in the background. But it's a California tree strike from 2008 news. But it's possible. It's possible. But the thing about it is that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I mean, like, if it's true, I will accept it. But I don't believe it because I know the three strike, all those things are, you gotta be a federal crime. But Sue Peas. So yeah, you got the one strike and two. You got a one strike and two strikes. So it's big. So now, Indigenous. So when you did, so you don't live in a black neighborhood, no problem. But all right, but you do agree that there's some black.
I live in a black neighborhood, man.
I'm skipping past that, bro. I'm not asking for your black card. I'm skipping past that. I'm just making a bigger point. There are black neighborhoods, right? And some of them are filled with crime, correct?
Yeah.
And black on black crime, right? Because that's who's there. So the crime is against each other, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's going on right now today, or this year at least, right? This year.
It's been going on, yeah, you're right. Though.
Right.
It's going on now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want some feedback. Okay, so what would be a plausible solution that can be implicated this year that could lower these crime rates in these populated black communities? Give me something.
Well, maybe education for one.
Okay, explain.
That's a start.
No.
Educate.
Wait, explain how education can lower the crime rate in impoverished black communities.
Well, I mean, just educating them to the traps and snares that are out here and set for you if you do choose to take that life, is what I'm saying. If you choose to go down that road.
Got you. Now, how do you expect to get their attention by educating these people? Because these are real people living in real time. How do you expect? Okay, so this person, Ray Ray's walking down the street. How do you expect to get him to listen to you about the traps and snares in the hood? Because his reality, traps and snares, is the other gang niggas. So how are you gonna convince Ray Ray to listen to you about traps and snares? Like realistically.
Well, the way that I did it was, make sure that I stayed relevant with the children and also help them to grow, was through coaching for like 10 years and helping them.
Was that enough to lower the crime in that city? The effort you put in, was it enough to lower the crime in the city?
I would say yes, but
oh my God!
Listen,
by yourself
because
lowered your crime rate.
No, I didn't say that. I said it helped. You asked me, did it help?
No,
you didn't ask me, did I do it singularly?
Lowering, brother. I asked you.
You said,
lowering,
did it help, Anmaya? Did it help?
Significantly, you do. You know what I'm talking about significantly, right? I'm not talking about two, 3 people doing good. Yay! I'm talking about significantly. I'm talking about it made a huge impact. Right.
No.
Right.
I understand what you're saying now. I just misunderstood the question. Because when you said, did that help? You didn't say, did I really change the narrative in my community, change the whole situation around? No, I didn't. And you said, did it help lower the crime rate? And I said yes. So I think I did by being there and them being with me. It kept them away from the streets. That's what I was saying. That's all I was saying.
So how many people you actually reach? So how many you actually reached to lower the crime rate? How many people you actually reached and change their lives?
Thousands.
You?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
You got to figure all the hundreds of. You got to figure all the hundreds of. No, listen, hold on. You got to figure all the hundreds of people that I dealt with, and their family members, which had to bring them to where they had to be, and stayed and watched, and their brothers and sisters who were too young or too old to be there, who also came. I mean, it's not like, I changed their whole existence, but when you touch somebody or you deal with people, how people want to be dealt with, then yeah, you do change their life. You show that child that, look, one of the things that I used to say to him is, look, are you going to take your shot, or are you going to allow somebody else to take it? No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I'm talking about lowering the crime rate, and you're talking about somebody having a different
Okay, you're talking about on a grand scale.
No, I'm talking about in the community. I'm talking about in the community. Right, of course you did. I'm talking about, but you reached 1,000 people, you said. I'm talking about if you reached 1,000 people, you probably could. I'm saying in the community, in the city. I said city. I didn't say the whole damn no grand scheme. I'm saying in a city, there's crime going on, black on black crime. Okay, and then I said, what could be done? You said education. You said teach about traps and snares. And then I said, Ray walking down the street, Ray up to no good. Or Ray just, just a high school dropout or high school graduate, but he ain't really got no plan. So you want to teach him about snares and traps. Now he trying to make a living. He trying to, and you want to talk about a snare and a trap. You're Ray. I ain't got no job for you, no work or no money for you, but there's some snares and traps out here out waiting for you. Like, Like, yo,
I
that
thought Ray Ray was all the way. I thought Ray Ray was already making the money selling drugs. He don't need my money.
no.
Ray Ray might
I
want to
said,
come to my class. Hold on. Ray Ray might
it's
want to come to
stupid.
my
It's that.
class
It's stupid. I'm gonna mute.
to learn how to overstep the cops and see people like that to get around that shit. Maybe little Ray Ray wants to know. Look, where's that type of stuff.
I missed out on something earlier. How do you define a woman? How do you define a woman? I heard that answer in part of it, but I couldn't. What is a woman? If I said to you, what is a woman?
Well, a person with female anatomy, born with female anatomy, and the makeup that makes the woman, because woman is a word that man created. So, I mean, what makes woman a word?
Okay,
that's the question you need to ask.
So, if a person born without genitalia, that's not a woman, right?
With female, with female,
born without it.
Inside, outside, you know what I mean? Yeah, and got everything that the female has when she's born.
No, but not all females have everything. You have some females who don't have. No. You have females who didn't
I feel you. Then there's some that have extra. We talked about that too. And the one that has extra, she might have to sit down when it comes to the sports and stuff, because she's got that extra testosterone. She's got nothing shit, so she can't be out here just carrying on and doing all that. She might have to sit down or go over and play with the men, because she's got the same as
no. All right. Let's take it out of sports. Right. Somebody walking down the street and living a normal life, but they want to identify as a woman, but they didn't have a vagina. Is he still a woman?
Hell no.
Are they a man?
You can believe what you want.
No, I'm asking
you. But you can't tell me what I'm going to believe. If you
no,
you come around me talking about, oh, I'm a woman. Okay. I can call you that. But that don't make. I'm not going to believe that you're a woman. I can call you a woman, but that don't mean that in my mind I believe that you're a woman. I still think you're a man because you still got Franks and beans.
No,
so
let's say the person didn't have Franks and beans. The person did not have Franks and beans. No Franks and beans, but no vagina.
Well, then they're gonna build up with waste and die, because the piss got to come from somewhere. It ain't coming out your butthole.
You're
gonna have to have something. You're gonna have to have something. You're gonna have to have something there.
Hold on. You pee through your pee. Your pee come through your urethra, right? That thing in the middle of your penis is the urethra. You can have a urethra and not have a penis. You can have a urethra and not have a vagina.
So there's going to be just the pee hole there. There's going to be something there, not just nothing.
So it can look like a knob. It can look like a large clitoris. Suppose a person have that, but they don't have testes. But they don't have a vagina. Are they a woman?
I don't know about that one. I mean, damn. You gave me all kinds of different. That's crazy.
No.
This is what I call it. It's an anomaly. And like I said, I would leave that one up to the scientists, because you'd have to do some studying.
If you use the argument, say a woman should be capable of having children, what about those women who can't have children? Are they women?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
A woman should have breasts. What about those flat-chested women? Are they women? Have you never met a flat-chested woman?
Man, I love dancers. The dancers' bodies, the ballerinas and stuff like that. Oh, yeah.
Those flat-chested who don't have any breasts at all, are they still women?
They're beautiful too. Yeah.
Right? So what is it that makes a woman a woman? Is it how she feels inside? Or is it how she defines herself? No, it's a question we need to have, because it's an important question in our community. We have Dwayne Wade's son who says he identifies as a woman. Dwayne Wayne is a hero of our community.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say it goes back to what you were born with, though? What you were born with?
But suppose you don't born with it.
I
Suppose you
said
don't
you could
born
go
with
by
the
what you
necessary
go
tool.
by what you're born with. If you need a analysis on your nipples and see if you can produce, if they're capable of producing milk, like a woman's, or are they just there like a man's? Do you have a period? The things that women have that make them. I'm not just talking about the sexual parts. I'm talking about the whole makeup of the woman. From her, what do you call it? Not midlife crisis or menopause, and all these things that make up the woman.
So would you agree with
if you have these problems, you're a woman. Now, if you don't, and none of your shit lines up scientifically, the doctor checked you out and told you that, yeah, your nipples can produce milk, and, that hole right there where your protruding clitoris is sticking out and don't have no nothing else there, that, is going to bleed, you're a woman.
No, but the reason why a woman have a period is because she have a uterus. Right? Suppose the uterus wasn't properly developed during the formation of the fetus. There is no simple answer.
In order for you to have a uterus, and even if it's deformed, and in order for you to have that makes you the woman. Do you have a uterus, two-piece?
No, but suppose you have a uterus.
Okay, then. So just talking about a uterus we're talking about a female. Okay, regardless of whether it's overdeveloped, underdeveloped, malignant, or whatever the hell you want to call it. If you got a uterus, you're a girl. Go home. Tell your mom and daddy that I said so. If I'm the doctor, that's what I would tell her. That's what I would tell her if I was the doctor.
Suppose a man don't have balls. That make him a man? Suppose you're born with only fangs but no beam.
It makes him a ballless man. That's what it makes him. Because you still got the Frank. You still got you ain't say nothing about the Frank hanging there. The Frank's still hanging there. You see what I'm saying? So you just a ballless man, brother. That's all you are.
No, but somebody could say that Frank's without being could be an extended clitoris, an elongated clitoris. Of course, there are people out there with 2-inch clitoris, 3-inch clitoris.
Okay, then when they turn 13 and their menstrual cycle don't start and they still kicking out the happy juice, yeah, brother, you a man. Take your ass on. Hey, go play basketball with the guys. Go hang out with the guys because you a man. We just wait till your menstrual cycle starts, and we find out that you just ain't no blood nothing like that. Yeah, you a guy. Take your ass on over to play with the boys.
So according to your definition, then, what your definition would be?
The things that come along with a woman, Soupies, you know how it is, man. I don't know.
If you don't have a menstrual cycle.
Yeah, when your titties are growing, just think about that. You know what I'm saying? How a woman's titties develop, the nipple and everything else. If you're not developing in that style, bro, man, come on, dog.
But then we just discussed that some women never grow tits.
Huh?
We just discussed that some women never grow tits.
They have titties. They might be small, but they have titties. And nipples and stuff like that.
You have women out there flat as an iron board.
Yeah, but they still have the nipples and all that to go along with it.
They have the nipples, but they're flat as an iron board.
And then when they hit 50, then they might have some mosquito bumps there. See, that's how that works. But if you a man, your nipples will never develop. Your nipples will never, even if a flat-chested woman could produce milk.
No, she
Can
produce
can a
milk
man
as a result.
can a man's nipples? If your nipples is that big, then something's wrong with you anyway,
No,
dude. But
she produce milk as a result of estrogen.
we ain't talking about the areola. We talking about the
No, no,
nipple. If
no,
your nipples is
no, no.
as big as a
What
woman,
I'm saying,
then something's
no.
wrong with you.
Why she produce? If a young lady never get pregnant in her life, she would never produce milk. She would never produce milk. Right?
So what?
Nobody.
If she get yeah, okay. You don't
Right.
produce milk 24/7. You produce milk when you have a child. That is the way
Right.
dogs, apes, and everybody else,
Right. So therefore,
mammals.
if somebody is incapable of producing milk or incapable of having a child, does that not make them a woman?
Yeah, but a woman is the only one that can get pregnant. Dog, a man can't get pregnant.
But
Until
not
they,
all women
until,
can get, according to your
see, you're
argument,
talking
that not
about
all
nothing but
women
women.
can get pregnant.
You're asking me questions about women, and,
Mm.
and if every question that you're asking me shows this is a woman. If you're having your period, if you're having kids, you're what was that? The other thing you said. Anyway, all these attest to being a woman. You said, what is a woman? These are the things that attest that you are a woman.
So you have to follow at least certain boxes. You have to have certain
Sorry about that.
criteria. You have to follow certain criteria for that to happen.
Huh?
You have to have you have to fulfill certain criteria.
Right, exactly. Not that hard, But I mean, we're trying to change the narrative of what a woman is today. That's the reason why we're having this conversation right now. Because see, if it's their narrative and this is what they're pushing, just like I said to Unbiased before, that they're having sex changes, they're allowing the kids in elementary school the right to vote, have sex changes, and say yes or no to the vaccine in elementary school. Now, the sex change part in elementary school. Do you hear me?
They're not giving
So,
anybody
yeah.
sex change in elementary school. They're giving people the
Do
right to
what? What did
identify
you
as
say?
what they is that giving young people the ability
Yeah, and you
to identify as what they want to
man,
identify as.
you have not even, your stuff has not even matured to the point yet to where you even know what the hell to do with it. And then all of a sudden you're going to tell me you know whether you want to be a boy or a girl? Man, you done lost your mind. Only thing they doing is taking mama out the goddamn house. They took daddy out the goddamn house already. Now they giving the kids the rights to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And now mama's getting kicked out the fucking house too. That's what's happening.
Who kicked daddy
Talking
out
that
the
stupid
house?
shit.
Who kicked daddy out the house?
Two
Who
P's.
kicked daddy? No. We
Two P's. I'm
need to be
asking you a
honest.
question. I'm not going, everybody in this chat knows that the fathers in America has been, in the lower class neighborhoods, has been not there, not around.
But who kicked him out of the
And
house?
we all say, it's because, we all say, this is because of this, that, and the other. No, there's other reasons too. But, like I said, we know that daddy's not in the house. Okay?
But
we know
why is
this.
he not in the
We
house?
don't need to
He's not
explain
in the
that
house.
to you, Stupid.
I
don't need to explain that to you.
All of us know that
Do
he's
I
not
need
in the
do
house.
I
because of the
need to
welfare
explain
system.
that to you, Stupid?
Yes, you need, because you're saying that.
I need to explain that to you so there's not a lack of fathers in the households in the lower class communities right now, Stupid.
Why?
I asked you a question. Is it yes or no? So we know daddy's not in the house. So that just solves my point right there. That proves my point. Now, just like I said, they're giving the kids these rights, and now they're taking mama out the house too, because the kids can say yes or no to whatever the fuck they want to. They'll have control of the kids. Mommy or daddy can't say shit, and that's where they're going with this. Singularity. Have you ever heard of that term? Let's talk about some shit that I do know about.
In
Have you ever heard of singularity, Net?
No,
Singularity
internet.
Net. Have you ever heard of that?
No,
Singularity Net.
what is singularity net?
It's like did you ever watch the Terminator? Two piece.
Which one? One, two, three. The
I
series.
think it was number one where they had Skynet. Remember the Skynet that was making the robots and took over the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, well that's Singularity Net here in reality today. They're looking at us, they want us to be a singularity and to build their utopia. They're trying to build this new utopia, their new world order, which is basically a dystopia to us. But they're trying to build their new utopia and their new world
Where you get
around
that?
us. As
No. You're saying utopia. Where you get that from? Where you getting utopia from? Who trying to build the utopia? Who's the they?
That's my opinion. That's my opinion on what they're trying to do.
No, but who's the they? I'm all ears. I'm listening to you.
The people who control the narrative, Stu P. No, I had to pick up something. I wasn't ignoring you. The people who control the narrative.
So those people don't have any name?
Well, we could say media, we could say music, we could say movies, we could say bankers, we could say sports, we could say all these avenues that they use to go against us, and they're puppets in the pushing the narrative of these people. Just like Jay-Z said in his, just hold on, just like Jay-Z said in his song, pushing masses' narrative that credit is so great. And credit is no more than a debt cycle after a debt cycle after a debt cycle after a debt cycle. So just like I said, there's one example for you right there. Jay-Z and his little Still Nigga song where he's trying to promote credit.
Jay-Z was trying to promote credit in that. Yes,
that's what I just said, didn't I?
Yeah. So the narrative, one of the narratives that they're pushing is that credit is good. That's what other narrative they're pushing? No, before I move to the other question I need to ask you. So, are you saying that there are secret rooms with people who come together with the intention to build a utopia, right?
Yeah. Yes, change the narrative and get everybody under one world rule. I mean, I guess y'all haven't heard shit. Ronald Reagan said it. Fucking Bush said it. Clinton said it. Obama said it. And Bill Clinton. Hold on. And Biden said it recently, talking about the New World Order. But y'all don't listen, though. Y'all hard-headed. Y'all don't listen.
Are these individual people or are they lizard people?
Man, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, lizard people. But these are people who control the narrative. Who push their bullshit like Edwin Bernays taught them to through propaganda and get you to want a Hardee's burger on television at 1 o'clock in the morning through subliminal messaging and things of that nature. All of these in the music promoting hypersexuality and death, killing. All these are avenues that they use to drive their message through. And these fucking coons and these whack-ass, weak-ass dummies who don't even know that they fallen off is promoting it for them. And that's why they in the positions that they in. That's why Chris Rock's where he's at. That's why Will Smith's where he's at. And that shit was just a humiliation ritual for Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, and Chris Rock, and to bring the Oscars back into relevance. Now the Oscars is the motherfucking white person version of the BET Awards up here smacking each other and shit. What's next? Oscar, you want a nigga to come in with a gun, talking shit? All program, nigga. And they doing this shit so you look that away while they doing the bullshit behind you. Hey, look at Will Smith. Look at Chris Rock. Look at this. Look at this. While they doing the bullshit in behind you, you can't see it because you're looking the wrong fucking way. Now, do you understand what I mean when I say they pushing their fucking narrative?
So to what ends? Because I need to understand where we're going. Because you're taking me on a journey, right?
I don't think they have an end to their fucking story. These motherfuckers, you know, once you get so much, you would think that somebody would say, I have enough. I don't need to do this bullshit no more. But to me, now, the way it seems, at 52 fucking years old, this is a never-ending story. These motherfuckers ain't gonna never stop. They got kicked out the fucking synagogue when Jesus was over there. They got kicked out the motherfucking countries all over the fucking world for their bullshit when they want to get in, and fuck with your money and steal your fucking money and do all that working in the money system so they can get into it to control it. And then like they did with the fuck, just like they did with the just like they did here on Jekyll Island.
Stop.
Hold on, wait a minute. Last thing.
No.
Stop.
Because I'm muting you. You're gonna be the first call muted in a long while.
Stop.
This is not the. Listen, if you want
We're
to
not
do
getting
your anti-Semitic stuff somewhere,
we're not getting anti-Semitic.
Don't do that.
That's what I realized. That's what I realized he was going. No, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here. We're not doing that here.
He talking about channel being shut down. There you go, right there. That's worse than damn copyright music. What's wrong with you, man?
We're not doing that.
I'm telling the honest to God's truth, and ain't said one word about nobody.
We don't have any facts for that.
So
we're not going to discuss because you don't have any facts for that. And we're not going to bring up Bilderberg and all the garbage.
DuPont families, crazy.
And the DuPont family and the other family.
That's what y'all hear.
Not the Bilderberg.
That's what y'all hear.
The $1 trillion.
That's all y'all hear is the Bilderberg and all this stuff. That's all that y'all hear. But I'm sure that we have competent people who's in the chat who understand exactly what the hell I'm saying. So you can pretend all you want. Just like I said, it seems like half the time, and this is another thing I want to say too, is that we have too many people here trying to tell us what we need to do. It ain't from here. I'm going to say it again. We have too many people here who are not from here trying to tell us how we need to do things.
I'm not from here, and I never suggested.
I ain't talking about. I'm not talking to you, Stu-Peace.
No,
I'm not talking to you. But listen, hold on. I'm not finished. There's too much of that. There's too much of that. We know we going through. We know what we went through, and I know, just like everybody else knows, that you might not want to admit it, that what we've been through over here is a bunch of bullshit. Everybody else gets the reparations. Africa gets reparations every year. Israel gets reparations every year.
That's not true.
America give it. America get.
Stop.
Whatever, Stu-Peace. Whatever. You don't have to listen. The truth does not have to be validated to ignorance. Period.
No,
so I don't have to validate shit to you.
I'm going to tell you.
Only thing you need to do is look it up. But you would say that. You're going to tell me that it's not true.
Please. Let me tell you a situation. Let me give you a history lesson about divisiveness. Many persons not going to know this, but let me tell you this story. I'm going to try to speak slow that a lot of people can understand. In 1958, all the countries that were going to get independence from the United Kingdom decided to come together in a program that they call Federation. There was going to have a federation of Caribbean countries. We're talking about Trinidad, the Lesser Antilles, the Greater Antilles. All of these countries were going to come together under one umbrella in order to make themselves stronger. 1961, Jamaica decided that fuck federation. We are big enough and we are strong enough and we can do this on our own. I'm not joining with any other Caribbean country. They could be black like me, but I'm not joining with them. And they decided to, and federation was dismantled as a result of that. What happened 50 years later is that it saw the decline of many economies which would have been stronger together. Because the strongest at the time, which was Jamaica, said, fuck everybody else. When I hear ADOS talking, this reminds me of what Jamaica did 60 years ago. When they said, I am stronger than everybody else. I'm the strongest black people in this region. Fuck everybody else. We can do this on our own. It is very important that we learn from the mistake of others and we learn from the mistake of history. Individually, we are not strong enough. And this result, what caused this is that somebody whispered in the ears of one of our black leaders and says, no, these people is coming to take, if you're strong now and you have to share your strongness with these weaker people, they're going to take your strength from you. So you need to understand what global politics is or what macro politics is. And when people tell you that we're strong as a group, it's because people walked that path already and saw that when the opportunity came for us to come together, one group of assholes said, fuck it. And it placed many assholes back many, many years. You can read up on it, Federation, 1961, Caribbean Federation, if you don't believe me.
I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. But what I'm getting at, Stu Peace, is it's not the point that we don't need to work together, because we do. Like I said, the rest of the world's got their reparations from different people and at different times, and is also getting funding right now to this day. We have not got anything. So if you want to help,
who got funding? Who got funding?
What?
Tell me who got funding. You're talking about who got funding? One company, English.
No, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah. When China when didn't Japan help build China back up after the war? And then when it warred with over in England, in those English countries, it gave them money. It gives Africa money. It gives Israel money. You cannot tell me they don't. I don't care what you say. I know they do. So I don't want to hear. I mean, you can say what you want to say. I really don't care. It doesn't bother me, because I know what the truth is. So you can pass on whatever narrative you want. But at the same time,
because you're wrong.
Listen, you're cutting me off.
Huh?
People come here from other countries. You come here, you save up money, and then you send it back home, taking it out of the United States pocket, taking it out of our fucking communities. All right? Do the same shit, and then you go on back home without mentioning the atrocities that happen here in America. You don't say a fucking thing about it. You made your wealth off of our community and off of our culture and every fucking thing else. And the reason why you got to come here was because of the work that we put in.
Give me a chance to read.
It ain't had shit to do with what you did. And then you gonna come over here and try to change the narrative.
All right. Let me give me a chance to respond. You ready now? My turn to respond.
And Americans do the same shit. They go to Africa. They'll go visit Africa or Jamaica. They go over there, send money back home. They ain't helping nobody. And then go back to America and make a whole bunch of money off of those poor people and don't say shit about what happened to them.
Give me a chance to rebut, please. Can I rebut now? Because I just said a lot. Can I rebut now? Let me rebut, please. Let me rebut you. Because everybody here talking and them don't read history. Let me explain history to everybody who want to disagree with me. When the white zaddy who run this country decided that he was tired of Black Americans, he opened the gates to immigration to Caribbean people to come to this country. Nobody from the Caribbean crossed the border or swim on boat to come here. 90% of Caribbean people came here. 99% of Caribbean people came here on jets with visas that were granted by Congress to Caribbean countries. It was a result of, and it happened after the civil rights, when they decided that, listen, I am tired of dealing with Black Americans. They opened up the border to other Black people.
Well, you should have never brought us over this motherfucker in.
Stop talking. I get a chance. You talk. So let me teach you how it goes. When
fucking slavery. You don't need to teach me.
no
I
no
know what
stop,
slavery.
no no no
I
because you
know
don't
way more
understand
about
because
slavery in
you
America than what the fuck you talking about.
don't but you didn't know what I'm
My
talking about.
ancestors went through that. All right, mine. Now, what you need to be
I'm
worried
going to
about
mute you
is
now. I'm
Haiti
going
over
to
there.
mute you
No,
now.
Haiti
I'm
over
going
there
to
going
mute
through
him
their
now.
bullshit. What about
Yeah, I'm going to mute him now because he talked and I allowed him to talk, and then I can't talk. So I mute you. I'm going to unmute you when I finish for 2 minutes, please. Because what happened after 1960 to the year 2000, when the Americans were tired, and when I call the word Americans, I'm talking about white Americans who run the immigration system, were tired of the Caribbean people. They opened up the immigration to the Africans. It's a part of a system that you need to understand. That is why when I say people need to come together, because the system that is in place, no small black community can go against the system that is in place. Look at the immigration policies over the last 80 years, and you will see the trend. You can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself, indigenous black man. Sorry to mute. Unmute yourself. Yes, that is what they do. Zane, they were shipped here in the 60s, early 70s. They were shipped here as a response to what was taking place. Visas were
right?
given on a mass.
Right.
Don't act like if it's all the visas was given here on a mass and propaganda was spread that here you can make a life. And when they're tired
Okay,
of one
stupid.
set, so 50 years from now, they're going to move on to another set. Look at the immigration policies. Look at the system in place. White supremacy is a system.
All right. Well,
You're blaming,
I
you're
don't know.
blaming
I don't.
ants.
Hold on. Can I talk? You stop. Can I talk?
Talk. Yes, your turn.
Look, I'm not here to argue with you about whether we all need to come together. I'm talking about on our individual effort to, get what we deserve. Y'all can help us.
Individually, you cannot get it.
Listen.
You
Oh, we
cannot get
can't.
it individually. You cannot
I
get
didn't
it
say
individually.
I'm not talking individually. I'm talking about Americans. I'm talking about what you call ADOS or whatever you want to call them.
Even
Okay?
as a group,
That's
even
what
as
I'm
a
talking about.
collective, even if all the ADOS come together and decide that they're going to strike out, you know what will happen? They will open up immigration to other black people and Mexican people and Latin American people to overpower the
Yeah, and then
numbers of
they'll
the
come over here
ADOS.
and try to tell us how to fucking live. Like I said.
That's why you cannot do it individually. That's why we're fail as a group because you don't
If you want to help,
understand.
Stupies, if you want to help,
No, because
listen,
you don't even no,
you
you don't
need to
even
learn the
understand.
situation. You have to learn the
But you
situation
don't
first.
know the situation. You don't know the situation.
Now I don't know the. That's just like you told me that America. Look, you said that abortion was good for America in the 80s. Did you or did you not say that?
I said, listen to me. I said that abortion and family planning, because it's happening above all over the world, has its benefits. I said this. I can
In
repeat.
America, in America, you said
all
in
over the world.
America.
All right, let me speak for let me tell you all over the world. Let me explain. There's four kind of children in the world. Four kind of children.
I don't.
There's planned for
Look,
unwanted.
See, now you want
stop
to. Now you
talking.
want to control the panel.
No. You said to me.
You got the mute button, so if you want to talk, if you want to just keep talking,
You
you
throw
don't
me
allow
under the
nobody
bus.
else to talk.
No. You can't just
You
throw me
talk
under
for
the
2
bus.
minutes, then when I come back
All right,
in, you cut me off every time I say something.
All right, talk and then I'll
Every
wait until you
time.
finish and then I'll talk.
See, it just shows that you think you know more about my situation than I do. That's just fucking retarded. I'm gonna just tell you that straight up. Thinking that you can think for me or any other man on this planet is retardation. Thinking that you could talk for somebody else, or just because I say a few words and then now all of a sudden you can finish off my sentence, you're a fool. You can't speak for me. And the only thing that you can do is get to the back of the line and serve some Kool-Aid. because we do not need you motherfuckers up in front saying shit, because the bullshit that comes out of y'all's mouth is cooning, and I'm wondering if there's a whole bunch of fucking agents in this community pushing masses narratives to get the Visa card. Now, let's just take it there, since I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm wrong and all this other shit. Get to the back of the line and serve some coconut water, nigga, because you are not nobody's fucking leader over here in America when it comes to us getting ours. The Queen gave you yours. Y'all over there fighting to get away from the Queen right now. That's what you need to be worried about. Worry about that shit. How come I don't hear you talking about that? How come I don't hear you talk about Haiti? How come I don't hear you talking about none of that shit? But you're over here trying to prophesize and tell me what the fuck I need to do.
Can I speak now? I shut up my mouth for so long. Can I speak now, please?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Although you're cool, and I like you. No disrespect. No disrespect.
I always tell you, Stupid, you ain't nothing but cool, and I love you, brother. You my brother, and that's always will be that way.
But
we gonna argue though.
Although we just compliment each other, that don't have nothing to do with my time. My time start now. My time start now. This is my time. And I'm going to go back to the abortion because I have to deal with it. I said this because if you look at the figures and if you go abortion and crime, when the right to abortion bills was passed, almost 20 years to the date, crime started immediately decreasing in America. Family planning resulted in crime decreasing in pent-up places around the world. When people have children, there's 4 kinds of children that is born in this world. There's planned for and wanted. Those are the most desirable children. Those are the children who are going to have the best outcome. When a child is planned for and a child is wanted, I mean that everything is in place to make sure that child is okay. But then there is unplanned for and wanted. That child will get the benefits of being wanted. Then there's planned for and not wanted. Those children are children that are oftentimes neglected. And then the last child that is born is not planned for and not wanted. Those children, 90% of the time, becomes a part of the system. When women have children that are not planned for and wanted, those are children that would automatically become part of the system. Abortion reduced the occurrence of that happening. If you want to disagree with me on that, I don't have no problem, but I've stated my point on abortion. Right? The other point you said, I have no problem. I have no problem going to the back of the line and drinking Kool-Aid. But what you must also take into consideration is that the most successful fights that have occurred in the United States were fights that were inclusive of other cultures. The most successful fights, but they want to be from the Harlem Renaissance, when Black people begin to
all
try
the slave trades, all the slave trades that all the slave rebellions that they had, was the Jamaicans over here helping? Hell no, that's a damn lie. When they had all those slave rebellions throughout history, there was nobody else over here helping them. And if they did, they walked past them and put their whole nose down because they was given the right. Like I said, you can talk about some of the more recent. No, hold on. Wait a minute, Stu Pease. Let me finish my point. Just 1 second, okay? Like I said, you can talk about some of after slavery, what happened, and some of the things that foreigners helped to push or helped us with. But during slavery, and all those slave rebellions and getting out of slavery and all that stuff, no, there was nobody helping us. So that's bullshit. And I'm talking about that time. I ain't talking about recently.
Can I answer that question for you? Because you don't understand the transatlantic slave trade either. Yes, you wouldn't make a comment like that. You wouldn't make a comment like that. Let me explain what was happening. During the time of slavery, the plantation owners that own prior to the American independence, the plantation owners that owned plantation in the Americas, in the Virginias, in the Louisiana, they also owned plantations in the Caribbean. You must understand that this was like a think about that. Dude, stop
American
talking.
Indians, Native Americans. No, Native. I don't need you to walk me slow. Native Americans were sent to the Caribbean. Native American slaves. Native American slaves were sent to the Caribbean.
They were sent. What? From which tribe? From the 5 civilized tribe?
Look up the. No. Hey, listen to me. Listen to me. The New England slave. The New England slave trade. Look it up, son. That's all you got to do. Quit telling me what I don't know and do your motherfucking research, because I know what I know. And my truths don't have to be validated to ignorance. Just because your dumb ass don't believe it, don't make it any less true.
Listen. The average African slave lasted 5 years in the Caribbean. Had a life expectancy of 5 years in the Caribbean. Native Americans could have lasted 2 days in the Caribbean.
Well, look it up. I don't give a shit what you think. Because you're just talking to go against my comment and trying to make it sound
because you're talking
like you know what the hell you're talking about, and you don't even know what the fuck. That's just like when I was trying to tell you about these fucking patents, and then you say, "Oh, I don't believe that you told them." And they just told y'all that he's the one. Yeah, nigga, it was me.
About who?
And I'm telling you now about the New England slave trade that happened here in America. The Native Americans were sent to the motherfucking Caribbean and other parts.
To work
they were sent to England too. They were sent to England too. Now that's all you got to do is look it up.
And black people
don't sit here and tell me I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about.
I have one question for you. Was black people here before Columbus?
Yes.
Black people was here before Columbus.
Columbus, in his own writings, I guess you don't remember, in his own writings said when he got here, the Olmecs were mixed with African sailors, had integrated into their motherfucking population, and he's seen it in his own fucking writings. Too bad you don't know about it, but maybe you need to do some more fucking research.
So black people,
why are you trying to tell me something? So you're trying to get me stuck on a point that you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. I don't get it. Y'all like to talk. That's even like the mess.
So black
you talking. You don't even know what the hell you talking about.
So black people was here before Columbus.
And you're misleading the community with the bullshit that's coming out your mouth.
You're saying that black people was here before Columbus. That the transported.
Columbus wrote it in his own writings. Did you hear me? Columbus wrote it in his own writings. Now look it up.
What did he write? That Native Americans were here first?
That the Olmecs had that there were Africans and integrated in with the Olmecs.
Wait. How would Columbus be able to distinguish an African from a Native American?
He said African sailors. Okay.
Wait. But
and he didn't say Native American. I didn't say Native American. I said the Olmecs.
No,
that's down in South America. Okay.
Wait.
There's a tribe for the Incas and the Mayas and all that.
Wait. So the Olmecs. Hey, look.
No.
You just talk a lot without ever identifying.
Y'all don't know who the fucking Olmecs are. It's sad. Y'all don't know who the Olmecs are.
That's all you stupid.
Y'all don't even know who the fucking Olmecs are. So why are you arguing with me? You don't even know who the fucking Olmecs are, man.
All right.
I guess the Olmecs didn't exist either.
All right.
Tell me that shit.
Can I say something?
No, you can't ask me nothing else because you ain't did the research to find out what Columbus said. You sitting here running your mouth, acting like you know so much about some goddamn America and history, and don't know a goddamn thing, but you're sitting up here running your mouth the whole goddamn time, nigga.
Columbus never set foot in America. Columbus never got to North America, South America.
I said, what did I say?
Columbus went to Hispaniola.
Where's the Olmecs from, Stu Pease? Why you running your mouth? making a fool
Columbus
out of
never
yourself.
saw Olmec.
Where are the
Columbus
Olmecs
never-
from, Stu
It
Pease?
doesn't matter. Columbus never saw
You are
Olmec.
making a fool out of yourself in front of the literate community, Stu Pease. Who are the Olmecs?
Did Columbus see an Olmec statue?
The Olmecs are the predecessor. They are the ancestors of the Mayas and the Incas, Stu Pease. Did you know that?
But Columbus never went
Obviously
to
not.
Mexico.
Because you wouldn't have said that stupid shit about him going to South America and all this other shit.
Did
That
Columbus?
is
then
the
how did
problem.
he-
You don't even know who the fucking Olmecs are. You don't know that they came from South America. You don't know none of this shit, but you're steadily talking. You see how you just keep the narrative, you keep on changing it and just to have something to say.
Can I ask you a question? Can I? All right, since you just started, let me make a statement, please. People in the
Y'all
panel.
fucking with the wrong one tonight. You know I know
Hold on
my
a
shit,
second.
though.
Indigenous black man, hold on. Columbus never stepped foot on the Americas. And when I'm talking about the Americas, I'm including North, South, and Central America. Columbus never set foot on none of these lands. Columbus was in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Columbus probably
Okay.
had syphilis in the Hispaniola.
Okay. You're right. You're right. No, okay, Stupid.
Columbus never saw
whatever
Olmec
you
statue.
whatever you say.
He never saw Olmec statue.
Whatever you say, Stupid. You know better than everybody else because, like I said, you haven't done the research or, brought anything in front of us to prove me wrong. But we're supposed to take your word for you.
Did Columbus
Instead of Columbus's, we're supposed to take yours.
Did Columbus go to South Beach?
I don't know.
Columbus was in Haiti, went over to South Beach. Miami, the Keys was just across, like 80 miles. Did Columbus go to the Keys?
Right. Okay, yeah.
No, he didn't.
He went to in that area. I'm not exactly.
Columbus,
I know what the man wrote. I know what he wrote, though. I do know that.
He never set foot on America.
So you want to keep on changing the argument around because you don't know what he wrote. So you want to keep on talking about Columbus trying to get me caught up in a trap. I'm not a Columbus expert, but I do tell you what he wrote. I will tell you that. Just like I could tell you, like I've done before with a couple other different people that y'all trying to big up, like with your little abortion thing, Margaret Sanger, you pro Margaret Sanger or whatever, kind of bullshit, while we still stuck at 13 to 15 fucking % of the United States population since 1973 because of all the fucking abortions we have. So you cooning, nigga. That's the fuck you doing. Period. Simple as that. You're cooning for the white man. Because, like I said, our problems here is not your problem. But you make them your problem. You come over here and still kill and destroy just to try to get into the culture and be like us. You don't want to be us, but you want to be like us, just like the rest of the fucking world, nigga. All of you motherfuckers owe us reparations if you want the truth about it. You fucking culture vultures. You got the whole fucking world trying to be black Americans, nigga. They ain't trying to be Jamaicans. What the fuck you talking about? The whole fucking world owes us reparations. Why you bullshit? Asia, Africa, England, Jamaica, all you motherfuckers owe us reparations. How about that, nigga? Simple as that. That's where I'm at with it.
How do we?
Why y'all sitting here running around here talking your bullshit, talking that coconut coon ass bullshit that you got coming out your motherfucking mouth, nigga? Fuck all that. Deal with what I said. All you niggas is culture appropriating, culture vultures, stealing shit, trying to be like us.
Come, step back a little. Just step back a little. We're having a conversation here. Right? Two grown men having a conversation. True or false? And I know that it might sometimes get a little bit emotional, but I don't have a problem with that. Because sometimes when we are passionate about a subject area, we can get emotional.
You fucking right, I'm passionate about my ancestors. When some coon ass nigga sitting here trying to tell me, talk to me about slavery and telling me it's all right and fucking abortion and all this shit.
Step outside of yourself and look at the conversation that you're having. And ask yourself this question. Am I behaving like a mature individual now? and then come back to the conversation. Right? Just step out to yourself and listen to how we're communicating, and then come back to the
All right.
conversation. And if you feel
Go
comfortable
ahead,
with
Stu.
how you're carrying on, you can continue.
Go ahead, Stu. You got it. I'll do that. Go ahead. You got the floor, brother.
All right. So we're not mad at each other because both of us want the same end. As I told the story earlier about federation, I'm telling the story as a precursor to sometime when you're in the most powerful position at this time. It might seem beneficial to go it on your own, right? But LeBron James cannot be LeBron James without four other guys who can play. We don't have to. All of them don't have to be playing as well as LeBron James, but they just know who to throw the ball to, who to help with the defense. But if you're going to act as if you alone can win this game, you cannot win it. You cannot win it. You might be LeBron James now, and I don't have a problem with that. I will accept the fact that you're LeBron James, but go out there by yourself, and you see what will happen.
Right. I feel you, stupid.
So
We do, and I said it a couple of times. We need each other. That's all I'm gonna say. We need each other. We definitely need each other. But we have our individual battles we have to fight too. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about me as. I'm talking about American.
Collectively,
we,
everybody have their individual battles they need to fight. Collectively, every country have their individual battles they need to fight with their own cultural distinction and to carry. Right? Pure black. Columbus was a liar. Columbus did the people of Hispaniola an injustice. Columbus is aware of astronomy. So he knew that there was an eclipse that was supposed to come like 3 days before. Columbus wanted to travel back to Spain, but he did not have any food. The villagers.
I think he knew that. I think he knew that gold was there after the first trip, and then he made those trips coming back. He didn't just make one trip. He made numerous voyages.
There was no gold in Hispaniola. Hispaniola don't have a good gold mine. When Columbus was on Hispaniola, they had golden trinkets what they trade with. And Columbus wanted more, but they did not have any mines. Columbus was the biggest asshole in the world. Columbus told the people that God is going to turn off the sun if he didn't get the food. And the people gave him everything, and he went back to Spain.
He's terrible. They was terrible. Yep, but that's what I said. You know, you got them telling you got them. Hold on, wait a minute, Stu. You got them telling the story too, brother. So you got to remember that. You know, we got them telling the story. You know, and to the victor goes the spoils. And
no, Columbus told that story.
Yeah, I said to the victor goes the spoils and the narrative, brother. We got to remember that. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that we always got to remember because, I mean, they just like what I was trying to say earlier about with the maps and just different things that places as people. Like right now, you know, you can't call somebody her or him, you know, if they don't want to be called that, and then you could get in trouble for it.
Hold on.
Just changing it. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm not finished. I just got started. Man. Do not cut me off.
Please, I need to cut you off.
Don't cut me off, Dupe.
I'm hosting. Let me just poetic justice. She said something on the screen. Poetic justice. You're implying that the civil rights did nothing for Black people. And that is wrong. That is wrong. We need to, Unbiased need to have a show on the benefits of the civil rights from 1960 to 2020. People need to understand that it was more than just marches. It was more than just marches and speech from Dr. Martin Luther King and others. Sorry.
They got us some rights. No, you're right, Stupid. Good cutoff. You're right because it got us out of a lot of things. You know, it changed the narrative to where we couldn't do a lot of things. So it gave us you know, the ability to do because of the Civil Rights March, and also what it gives to the people today when they come over here, like a Stu Pease or somebody like that, you know, the fights that they fought then. And so, I mean, you know, it helped all that to be able to come to pass. I mean, not just sitting in a diner, not just that, but change the rules and certain laws at that time that were going against black people. So it did have its effect. I mean, and we're dealing with men. So we know Martin Luther King had his shit with him. We know Malcolm X had his shit with him. We know Marcus Garvey had his shit with him. We talk about men, you know, but the whole process, you know, if it wasn't worth anything, sister, let me tell you something. If it wasn't worth nothing, then these motherfuckers wouldn't have hijacked it, and the white woman wouldn't be the one getting the benefiting the most off of civil rights today. You feel me? So we know it was worth something, but they always take our shit and appropriate it. And 100 years from now, a rap will be created by the white man in their history books, and Eminem will be the best rapper ever alive. But this is what they do. When you control the narrative, when you win the war, you control you control everything. So you control that narrative too, the storytelling, and how it gets passed down. So we got to remember that. You know, Stu Pease cut me off for one more. Stu Pease, hold on, because I wanted to get this point out. Just like the maps.
Yeah.
At one point in time, over in Africa, you had Upper Ethiopia and Lower Ethiopia, or Ethiopia Major, Ethiopia Minor, whatever it was. It went from one end of the continent in the middle to the other almost, you know. And then they called it Negro land. And then they called France Gaul. At one time it was named Gaul, and then they changed it to France. They changed our names from Niger to Negro to Black and to all these names. When you control the narrative, those people, that place, and those things over there can be whatever the fuck you want. You can rename them however the fuck you want. And that's what's going on right now with this new woman and man deal that they got going on too. So, but the civil rights did help us. It did help, you know, and it's still active today. And that's through the immigrants who come over here, use civil rights. They, you know, go deal through the people with civil rights to get help. And like I said, the white woman is the one who benefits the most off of civil rights today.
Okay, Poetic, we need to drop the link. You need to come on for at least 15 minutes and explain your stand. Because the Civil Rights Act that was passed in 1964 and signed into law by President Johnson was an important milestone in the movement forward of Black people. I'm not saying that it was the magic bullet that cured all ills, because there's never been a magic bullet when it comes to Black folks, right? But I can consider it a stepping stone, and to deny that would be a travesty for all the millions of people who marched, for all the hundreds of people who were killed, for all the thousands of people who were lynched. Huh? But so saying that people close their shop expecting mega changes and nothing happened, it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah.
I know Black people.
You know, like I said,
Black person say Eminem is the greatest rapper ever. Stop that. Have you ever heard a Black person playing Eminem in the car? A Black person ever say, let's listen to this. Let's
give her another example. Before you go too far with Eminem, Stu Pease, let's give her another example. Let's give her Black Lives Matter. Something more recent. You know how it was started. It was started for Black people, right? But then the LGBTQ took it over.
The LGBTQ started Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is one of the greatest hustle in the history of Black people. But the only good thing about Black Lives Matter is that the money never come from Black people. Majority of Black Lives Matter money came from guilty white people. So those gays were able to, those lesbian ladies were able to steal the money to buy $6 million houses, right? But
Yes,
most of the money came.
the feeling that it gave those two pieces to me when I heard the term for the first time, it was sort of like, what James Brown did back in the day with the Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, and he got the black people on board now. I'm not saying that their agenda was good. I'm just saying that the feeling that it gave everybody when you heard that term, Black Lives Matter, and made you want to look into it and things of that nature. And then,
Yeah, but
it reminded me of like, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, basically, You know what I mean?
it was a call to action. But the
And that was
majority of
civil
them,
rights. That was a
no
big
civil
drive
rights,
in the civil rights movement too.
civil rights and Black
Oh,
Lives
yeah,
Matter,
yeah.
different
That
thing.
song was a big drive in the black movement. James Brown,
Yes,
rest in peace,
Say It
brother.
Loud,
Thank
I'm
you
Black
for
and
your
I'm Proud.
song. Stu Pease is trying to cut me off and say no, no, no. But we all know that your song, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, was a big movement in the civil rights movement. Thank you for that, brother. Anyway, Stu Pease.
No, Poetic Empress, I needed to come on and say something. But let me go back to Eminem. No black person that I know rock Eminem in the car. I would prefer to rock Lauryn Hill before I rock Eminem. I'd prefer be singing Girls You Better Watch Out before losing it.
If I see you coming down the street with that song playing Stu Pease, I would be dead. I would puke. I would fucking puke. Stu
I
Pease
would
is
prefer
crazy.
to sing Lauryn Hill before I sing Eminem. Eminem is not the greatest. Eminem has sold a lot of records because he's white.
No,
He
I
has
just
the
said
right complexion.
they're going to be calling him the greatest in 100 years from now, is what I said, because they control the narrative. If they still control the narrative, then like I said, once you get far enough away from, a couple hundred years away, they'll start changing it to, like they have changed black people to white people and
No,
all
but
these other things
a
throughout
hundred years
history.
from now, they'll say Bob Marley was white because all the Bob Marley grandchildren are going to be white. They're going to say Bob Marley was white based on his grandchildren. 100 years from now, based on Bob Marley grandchildren, they're going to say Bob Marley is Jewish. Bob Marley's son married to a Jewish girl and have some half Jewish children. And in Judaism, it is passed on from the mother. So let's soon tell you 100 years from now, that Bob Marley was a Jew.
I don't care what the stupid say. Bob Marley was a black man.
He's half white already. 100 years from
It
now.
don't matter. Look, stupid. Let me tell you
All
something.
right. There's this.
Look at Harry. Look at Harry and his wife, and Meghan Markle. Look at Meghan Markle over there. And she don't look like a black woman. But guess what? When she got up in that motherfucking the Queen's Palace, they let her know that she's still a nigger. And look, they started playing Jay-Z song for her. Still nigger. What is it? The Story of OJ. That's the name of the song. Jay-Z called. I call it Still Nigger because that's all he says is Still Nigger in there. But yeah, they let her black ass know what they thought about her. Just like the Italians and the motherfucking all them motherfuckers around the Mediterranean, they didn't get called white people until the 1960s, Stu-Peace, because they needed more white people to come in and help because they knew they was falling off back then. So next is going to be the fucking Asians. They're going to get those billion Chinese people and say, here, you can call yourself white too. And we're going to change the narrative. Now you people are white, and have fun with that. Now we got 1.5 billion more white people in the world. See what I'm saying?
No, but
they knew the people around the Mediterranean had mixed with the Africans. They knew that they was black. They had black in them, Stu-Pease. That's why they didn't give them their motherfucking white card until the 1960s over here in America, son. You hear me? They knew them. They knew they was. They did, and they knew Meghan Markle. They knew they was niggas. They knew And just like I said, the one drop rule. So if the one drop rule works for us, and if we got one drop in us to them, if we got one drop of black in us, then we're black. Guess what? The way y'all niggas is talking, we gonna say the one drop rule to y'all too then. On the black side. If you got one drop of white in you, then you a white man. Most of you niggas on this motherfucking planet would be white then.
What Donisha look like?
Because y'all all mixed up. Just like them white people's all mixed up. And y'all all mixed up with the same bullshit. You human. Fuck all that color and colorism and all that shit don't prove nothing. A light-skinned person could have more African DNA than a charcoal black motherfucker. And you don't have to believe me. It's, the science will show you and prove it to you. Color don't mean shit. The only thing it means is that you following Johann Friedrich Blumenbach's bullshit. He created the 5 races, so you following him. He had his little ferry trip around the world, studying male anatomy to see who had the best looking men on the planet. This is the guy you get your racism from, your racial theory from, and this is what you follow. And then Malthus comes after him, and then Darwin comes after him, and then Galton comes after him, and then Sanger comes after him.
IBM, hold on a second. IBM, hold on a second.
Y'all retarded.
I need to answer Zane. Zane, Donisha Prendergast is not Bob Marley's biological granddaughter. Rita Marley had children before she married Bob Marley. That child is a result of one of Rita Marley's daughter marrying to a Pendergrass. That's not Bob Marley's biological granddaughter. I'm sad to say. You need to look at Ziggy children and Damian Marley children.
You talking about like Teddy Pendergrass?
No, different Pendergrass. Right?
Okay.
So she may look African, but she's not Bob Marley's biological granddaughter. She's right. So look it up. She's Cedella Marley's daughter, I think.
Oh, okay.
But it's not Bob Marley's granddaughter.
Yeah, I like all the Sons' music. I listen to a lot of the Sons, his son's music. They make some damn good music, especially Damon and Steven and Ziggy. They're some talented fellas.
Unbiased. Unbiased. You need to come back into the chat. We need to wrap up. You're not doing with this. Yes, true, Zane. Yeah. But if you look at Ziggy Marley, just look at Ziggy Marley children, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Right? Ziggy Marley got back some black in him because Bob Marley, Rita Marley was of Haitian descent. Rita Marley is originally from Haiti. Yeah, but he went and married to that white girl. Sister Nandi, big up. I enjoy listening to your show. Today I saw you disciplining some people. I heard that you're carrying some people to court. You have some paperwork put out. You don't like paperwork, but we understand. Enough love to you, Sister Nandi. Keep up the beautiful work on your show. I enjoy listening to you. You make the day pass easier.
That's right.
Enough.
Right, Andy. You know you got my respect. You already know that, sister. You already know. But unbiased, yeah. And tell him about Meghan Markle and what she's going through over there. Is it because her feet stink, or what is the problem that they are having with her at the moment? Could it be the color? Stu P is saying that we go by black, how we look at black, but throughout the whole diaspora, you know, you got people from all different places and people who, you know, have different cultures and all this. And a lot of them don't believe in that black because it was a title given. But we can choose what we want to call ourselves. We can be whatever we want to be, and we can revise the narrative. That I think that's what needs to change. We're allowing them to do way too much, like even with the big pharma and all these people and how they just take advantage of the human population. I mean, especially here in America, because 75% of the opioids made on the planet come to the United States, family. I mean, that narrative definitely has to change, and accountability is another thing. They have to be accountable. If you make a car and it's not worthy, or you making cigarettes and all this shit, how many people have you killed? Accountability for the people who have put us into these positions. It's not like I'm saying we're victims, but you have to have some accountability for what the fuck you did, and these motherfuckers fucked shit up. Period. And we ain't have no say, yes or no. Just like we don't have no say on who the fuck they put in front of us as president. They just throw some fucking candidates up on the screen and say, "Nigga, this is what you got to pick from." The fuck is that? We ain't got no say in what goes on. We just allow these motherfuckers to tell us who we are, where we come from, and how to live, and follow their fucking narrative, follow ABC and NBC and CNN and what these motherfuckers got coming out of their dick sucker, and they lying the whole fucking time. They're following the narrative of Master and doing what Master wants them to do, just like the movie industry and the music and every fucking body else is following their narrative. Y'all can pretend, call them Bilderbergers, whatever the hell you want. But, like I said,
You do
it's
not
an
have
agenda.
any fact on that. You do not have any fact on that. You
I
do
don't
not
have any
have
facts.
any fact on that. You're saying it again. A while ago, we had to stop you. We asked you to not go down that road, and you end up going down that road again. That Zionist conspiracy.
I'm gonna keep going down that road because you say
Not
don't
on
go
this
down.
show,
It don't mean shit to me.
Not on the show. You're going to start your own show, and you're going to go down that road. We're not
That's
going
a part of my commute. I'm just gonna add that to my commute. I'm gonna keep going down that motherfucking road. How about that?
You're not driving this bus down on that road with me. Right? You're not
Okay, all right.
Right?
My bad, Stu. My bad.
You're driving a different bus down that road, not this bus.
My bad. Yeah, I didn't get to transfer. I didn't get to transfer, Stu.
This bus not going down that road, right? This bus not going down that road. So what's in the news lately? What do you think about? Let me ask indigenous black man. Are you in support of the people of Ukraine? Do you feel sympathy with the people of Ukraine?
Hell no. See, what people don't understand about the Ukraine is Ukraine just they have one of the biggest right wing fucking neo-Nazi groups over there. They just added them to their army, man. That was like the Hitler's where the Germans or whatever you call them, the Nazis. That was stronghold number one.
That's
right there.
True. That's not true.
Oh, okay, that's not true. And I'm lying about them implementing the right wing group too, right? Into their
group. They have a big right wing group now.
And they're a part of. Look, I can give you the name, man. I'm telling you.
They fight.
I'm talking about today. They just implemented them here recently. This right wing group they implemented recently to be a part of their fucking army so they could fight against Russia, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about back in the day. I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
So if a white, America got a white wing or a white wing group, a right wing group here. They're Americans. So if America was under attack, they're not supposed to fight.
No, you don't just take the whole right wing group and add it to your army, is what I'm saying.
No.
You can go in. You can go in and sign up as an individual and do whatever you want to do, but you do not just take a whole group and sign up to your.
Mute. No. That won't happen while I'm talking. He muted his ass. This motherfucker been on fire lately. Mute this nigga. Here we go. Now, first of all, it's coming from him. I can't even believe it, right? But if it was a right-wing group there, wouldn't they be Ukrainian? They wouldn't be Russia fighting for Russia, right? Or they got some relatives there somewhere, or some type of, or you got Americans going over to volunteer. Like this what people do. African slaves fought in the Civil War, both sides. Like this, what you do when your freedom is in jeopardy, or you're trying to get freedom. You're gonna fight.
Right. You know that there's a situation now that a lot of people that is not spoken about in the news. Because I have a friend from the Ukraine, right? But her family is from Russia. Right? There's a lot of mixing in Ukraine and Russia. There's a lot of people who call themselves Ukrainian, who histories lies in Russia. You know that, right? Like almost a third of the population.
Yeah.
That's why they believe that it would have been easy to annex the place. Because there's so many historical Russian people in the Ukraine. But that's another. My thing is this, right? Listen to this. Think unbiased. Tell me if I'm unfair. We're going to use it on a micro level and a macro level. On a micro level, if the police come to your house and decide that they're going to arrest you, everybody says, "Stop resisting! Don't resist. Go with the officer. You don't make any sense to fight on the street. Go with the officer. Stop resisting. You can go to court and have your day." Why they don't tell Ukraine stop resisting? Go with Russia, and then tomorrow we can go to the International Court of Appeal.
Right.
And fight.
Yeah.
Why the fighting?
Right.
Why the fighting? Stop resisting. Zane, you have Call of Duty? Add me. My name is Stupies, Xbox. I don't play all the time, but sometimes I play. Yeah.
Do you want clarification or a reference to what I just mentioned, brother? The Azov, this the Azov AZOV battalion. All right, and it's the Special Operations Department, also known as the Azov Regiment or Azov Battalion, until September 2014, is a neo-Nazi unit of the National Guard of Ukraine, based in Mariupol, in the coastal region of the Sea of Azov. Yeah. That's the new.
Mariupol.
It sounded like I was thinking. I couldn't pronounce. Shut up. But yeah, the Mariupol. Right.
Yeah, that's true. But remember,
that's the battalion that they. Yeah.
There was a war in Yugoslavia with the Arabs and the Christians, with the Muslims and the Christians. And since then, a lot of these countries in Europe have been getting very nationalistic. Nationalism is a dangerous thing. It has its strength as long as also its weaknesses. Right? Trump was promoting nationalism, but he was using dog whistle languages, like "Make America Great Again," right? "Build a wall." The nationalistic argument is one that the populace enjoy in times when there's economic distress. It is easy to blame others for the economic situation that is happening. Right? Poor people, easy to blame other people. Right? Just add me. I'm not on it, Zane. Stupees. STEPPEAS. Xbox. Yeah, but it's easy. It's easy to find that. Listen, I can get people together with nationalistic rhetoric, right? I can say yes, yes, make America great again. When was America great? Remember post World War II when we used to watch Happy Days. We used to have a Bobby Sox and a convertible Cadillac or a convertible Chevrolet driving down the street. America was great then.
Stu Pease had his hair slicked back like Fonzie.
Right. When you ask a white person, when was America great? That's the time they think about. They think about post World War II, 19 from 1952 to 1958, before the civil rights. So the decade of the 1950s to most white Americans is when America was at its greatest. Right?
Yeah.
Is when it was at its
Yeah.
greatest. The 1950s. That's the time when the baby boomers were born. When those soldiers came home from World War II, got married and started having children. When they had access to the GI loans, which allowed them to move from the city into the suburbs. And all those houses were built in the suburbs. Black people didn't have access. ADOS didn't get access to those loans. But they don't blame the white people. They blame the Caribbean for taking away something from them. When white people did, obviously, white wealth was transferred by the billions of dollars to GI soldiers coming from World War II with the GI Bill. No. But nobody mentioned that. They just blaming Caribbean people. Why you don't mention that? Imagine if all those black soldiers that came back from serving from the 301, those soldiers who helped to get into Germany, those soldiers who flew over Normandy. Imagine if those thousands of black soldiers had access to the same GI Bill. They would have been beautiful black suburbs in Atlanta.
And they still found a way to do it, Stu Pease. Even through redlining and all that, they still found a way to do it.
They
You know.
find, but it wasn't done in the way that the white soldiers had access to it. They didn't find a way. It was struggle. So those that found a way to do it. What was denied from them. But we don't hear that is. Yvette Carnell never brought that. I've never heard you discuss that yet. That listen, all those descendants of those soldiers who served in World War II and didn't get the GI Bill should have access to the bill now. I've never heard Yvette Carnell said anything like that. If your father served in World War II and you got access to and he didn't get access to the bill, but his children got access to the bill now, wouldn't that be beneficial to the children?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, then I never hear you say that yet. I will never hear Tone talk about that yet.
That's a good point.
The hundreds of thousands of black soldiers who didn't get access to the GI Bill. Why can't their descendants get access to the GI Bill now? We know who they are. We know who serve.
Yeah. Right.
It's not like we're going back into slavery. We know who those soldiers were.
Right. That's true. That's all that is true. And, you know, that's what I said. We could change the narrative if, you know, you guys to bring out the truths, though. We have to present the truth. We can't allow them to keep on telling us what's the truth and what's not, you know.
Who fighting the wrong battle and they don't understand how to fight. And they don't want to hear from anybody else. They don't want to hear from anybody else to listen. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's deal with all of those GI bills that those soldiers didn't get. Let's ensure that the children can get it, or the grandchildren. So imagine if a black dude now, whose grandfather served in World War II, who didn't get access to the GI Bill, and he wanted to buy a house. Almost overnight, he could buy that house because the mortgage would be presented to him at such a low rate that he could use to buy the house. because his grandfather did get his opportunity.
Yeah. That, I mean, like you said, that's one thing that you can stand on, and like you say, you have evidence. You know, they took the records. They have, you know, and all that. You have, if you have your family records, and you know, showing that your family member served in, there wouldn't be no denying, you know, whether they were the people who should get or not, you know. But it things even, I mean, I'm sure that argument has been presented, but
By who?
you don't.
It's the first time you hear that argument. You have never heard that argument before.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard it.
Right.
You're right about that.
You have never heard that argument before.
Mm-mm. No, I haven't. You're right about that. Yeah. But what happened to Unbiased? He fell asleep, or he went back on mute again? I had a question for him. Oh, and one more thing. That Azov is AZOV. AZOV battalion. Okay, family. I just want to make sure y'all, if anybody was interested in that, is the AZOV battalion. That's all you have to type in. Google it, and then it'll come up and show you exactly what I just read. All right. There you go. But yeah, stupid. I was wondering.
Let me answer a question from Pure Black. Pure Black made a comment there to me. And Pure Black is being. Pure Black said something. Pure Black. How can you give up eternity for $500,000? Think about it. I promise you eternity or $500,000. Which one would you take? Eternity in heaven or $500,000?
Eternity.
Right. So see, indigenous black man will never give up Jesus for repatriation. If it was between Jesus and repatriation, indigenous black man.
See, Sufi, I like how you twisted that one up, Sufi. That was pretty. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh shit!
Ask more people to give up the comforter. Hmm?
Yeah. Spoiled
Yeah.
Americans, 2 Ps. Go ahead and say it. Y'all spoiled Americans. Go ahead and say
it. You don't want Jesus to say well done. You don't want Jesus to say when you will give the best of your service, telling the world the Savior has come. Don't be
walk
deceived.
Away from the root of all evil. I'm wondering, right? We got some Hebrew Israelites, right? And I'm not being disrespectful in any way, but they say that the Christians aren't black, right?
No, they say that the Hebrew Israelites aren't Africans. Huh? They say that they're not Africans.
They say they're not black. They say they're not black too, Stu-Piece.
No, it's not black.
Okay. I know what my question is. I know what my question is, Stu-Piece. Leave me alone. Can I finish my question, please? This is for Unbiased. All right, brother. But anyway, and then in Strong's G3526, where it shows that they call them niggers and Negro, and the term meant black and Christian. I'm wondering how they don't understand that when they read the Bible all the time, and they just easily skipped over that part.
Listen.
Have you bothered to read the commentary on that particular section?
I'm biased.
You're going in and out, brother. You low and you're going in and out.
Don't be dismayed.
Yeah, the only thing I'm trying to say is that it says, in the Bible that
Pure
they're
black.
supposed to
Pure,
read that.
pure black not
Go ahead.
giving up Jesus for 500,000. Pure black might give up Jesus for a million. Jesus will take care of your bills, poor pure black.
Yeah,
Jesus on the
yeah.
telephone, tell him what you need. Jesus on the telephone, tell him what you need. Tell him what you need. Tell him what you need.
See,
Right?
I knew Stu Peter
Jesus
was
have
going up yonder.
unlimited. Jesus
Stu
have
Peter was going up yonder
unlimited.
with us because he believes. If you know all these songs, nigga, you been in the church
Jesus,
too, Stu Peter.
Jesus have unlimited minutes. Unlimited minutes. Tell him what you need, Pure Black. Tell him what you need. Tell him what you need right now. Yeah. Just a phone call away. Just a seed offering away. Because why we're not blessed as black people? Because we don't buy our pastors a Rolls Royce Ghost. Just look at all the church where the pastors drive a Rolls Royce Ghost. How
Yeah,
how
yeah.
how prosperous the congregation is.
Prosperity gospel, Stu Peter. That's all it is. You can live like me if you believe like I do. If you believe in what I believe in, fuck you, Joel Osteen. And look, hey, that son of a bitch, he's gonna close his church up when it was flooding down there, and then all of a sudden he's apologized and he opens up the church later. But while it's flooding, he's gonna close up his church. He didn't want that riffraff in his church, but
No,
he'll
but
take that community's
listen,
money. He'll take them people's money.
no, the church is an ark. How many persons were in Noah's ark? How many
Well, he
persons were
wasn't letting. Hey, look, Joel Osteen wasn't letting nobody on his motherfucking ark. He was
yeah,
keeping his
because
ark all to
how many
himself.
persons were in the ark? Was the ark filled with Negroes?
The ark
No.
was
Well,
about 8
6
people.
people, something like that.
8 people was in the ark.
How you didn't know that?
All right.
8 people was in the ark. So you expect the man to fill his ark with all you Negroes?
He better look. He was paying for it. He had to apologize and give a public apology and all that stuff. So
Listen,
I'm sure
and
he didn't want all that.
according to the
That's
Bible, no black
that's
person
fine.
was on the ark. No black person was on the ark.
Nope.
Because it's after they went on the ark, when Noah's son went in and saw his
Right.
father's nakedness and said, "Curse unto you." That's when black people came about.
No black people on the ark.
Yeah, so there were no black people on the ark. Remember that. So Joel Osteen is not going to open up his ark to all you Negroes.
Well, it was poor people. It wasn't just
No
black
black
people. He
people.
just didn't open up to the poor people. It wasn't just black people. He didn't open it up to the whole community. He just shut his door and locked them and was like, "Y'all motherfuckers ain't getting in." That's what he did.
Yeah, because
And
no
then
black, don't want no you Negroes, no poor Negroes on the ark. Poor,
on
it
the
can be a white
prosperity ark,
Negro or a black Negro.
the ark of prosperity.
He said, "You ain't put in on it, man."
yeah. Did you tab this week, motherfucker? That's how he's letting you in. Ask if you tabbed this week. That's terrible. But Kurt Franklin ain't no different. Look at him looking like a Rainbow Bright, hopping and popping and booty popping and flip flopping on the stage with mascara and eyeliner and makeup and lipstick on.
Who that, Joel?
Yeah. And then Creflo Dollar dancing on the money, talking about he need a plane. Man, man, that's ridiculous. Yeah, he trying to take you to hell with him. That's what the hell he do. You follow that motherfucker, you gonna follow him to hell. That's what the hell you gonna follow. Follow that them retarded ass niggas and that crazy ass white boy to hell. That's what the hell you gonna do.
Nah, but his members, he trying to, remember the towers of Babylon. He's picking up from there.
Yeah.
Is it Ramadan?
Tower of Babel.
When is Ramadan?
Yeah. Well, September. I think the Nation of Islam do theirs in December,
Oh, okay. When the other Muslim do it?
like
I thought it
September.
was September. I need to find a religion that uh, people will gather. You heard about the other day I was watching something on television, and there's this young lady who married to her step grandfather. Like her
You know what?
grandfather, her grandmother was married to this guy. They have this church, and the grandmother died, and she married to her grandmother husband. It wasn't any blood relation.
Right. Crazy. That's still crazy though. How long did she? I mean, how long were they married? Was she young when they got married, or was it a more recent marriage?
No, she was like 25. The grandmother was
Oh
older than
yeah.
the husband. What's her name?
Mm-mm.
Anybody in the chat know her name? She was on something like the Real Housewife of some shit. You know, she were like
Yeah.
just pure brand name.
Shit, I
Is
don't
it
know about. I
okay?
don't know about that.
Is it okay for a pastor to drive a Rolls Royce Phantom?
No, not in my eyes. It ain't. Not especially if you're in a poor community like that one pastor was, and he just looked at the congregation and said, "You know what? I think every one of y'all should give me $1,000. And if you don't think them brothers and sisters went off on him, he was in the poorest neighborhood in Detroit and said this stuff. And man, them people went off on that dude and ran him up out the church. They was out in the parking lot arguing, hollering, screaming and stuff. But people started walking out. You gonna ask after we done took care of you and got you to where you at, and you driving around in a real expensive car and got rings on up here, and we the poorest community in Detroit, and we have raised you up and put you on this pedestal that
So,
you on,
so
and now
indigenous.
you got yeah.
What did they think? Okay, when they gave him money, right? 'Cause I'm hearing all this stuff you're saying. When they gave him the money, what promises did he say to do with the money?
Oh yeah, nothing.
Right. So why would
It,
he have to
yeah,
give anything? Why he can't drive in the Rolls Royce? Yeah, he's saying, yo, give me money. I'm preaching the
yeah,
message of God. I'm holy. God talking to me directly, one way or another. Give me your
yeah.
money. And he said, okay. And by
And
him
LeBron
driving,
keep on giving it.
well, that makes him feel good. That's part of religion.
Yeah,
So in their
that's
religion,
crazy, man.
I mean, okay, you got crazy African religion. But
Yeah,
maybe it's done by camels and shit. Well, I seen that on YouTube. So like people got crazy religion. You dig? And to me, it's all crazy. But to the eye of the person who's in there, like they think everybody's crazy but theirs.
yeah. Oh yeah, religion is like that. And most. I mean, it was all the different names that you have, like pagans. If you don't believe in my religion, you're a pagan, or you know, all the different names that I can't remember all of them, but like a pagan or
It's so crazy to
uh,
me. So I'm just saying, like,
a
I'm
Gentile,
just
like a
saying,
Gentile.
right? And I
If you
got it,
don't believe
but
my
I'm
religion,
just saying,
yeah,
it's not, yeah. I'm just saying that to those people in the congregation, like they ain't complaining. That's you complaining
right,
about where their
right,
money's going. They're happy. They believe it was invested, and God gonna reap the benefit, or they gonna reap some shit like that is gonna happen.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Because he couldn't have got there if it wasn't for their support,
Right.
the people's support. Yeah. But it's sickening to see how arrogant these guys are with it when you really know the truth and you know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, but who are you to say that the person preaching don't believe God is really with them? Or some more Emmanuel. Many people got there and try to preach. Some people
Right.
get lucky enough to get a church. Some people stuck in study halls, in their barbershop or in their home, their living room. I've been in all. I've been in all those states. I've been in a setting where people had the high school auditorium. Like I've been in different settings. So just because somebody's preaching, it's not guaranteed that that person is going to have success or even a congregation. So for the ones
Right.
that actually get some success, like they really believe that that's blessed because they look around, they see other guys who believe in the same stuff roughly, but they don't got nowhere near the amount of success. They start believing God is working miracles behind their back.
Yeah. Yeah. So to me, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'll say it, but to me, anybody that gets as big as these guys are pushing a narrative, and they're following the narrative. They are what you call illicit religion under the
So do you believe that
authorization of the Catholic Church.
do you believe all right, whatever. Do you believe before they got big, they knew they'll get big, or you believe that shit caught them by surprise? Like most of the other successful people, when they get rich, nobody knows they're rich. So you get rich, it catch you by surprise. Like do you believe that was the case with these prosperity preachers? That you believe that they were chosen to be rich for whatever weird reason?
Well, if you're talking about Joel Osteen, you could probably see his, because his dad was passing it down, he was building him up for that. But I'm not exactly sure about Kirk Franklin and them. Kirk Franklin or Creflo Dollar or T.D. Jakes. I'm not sure about whether they knew or not. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when you get to a certain level, that's when you're offered, the doors. To me, it's like, look, you did this on your own. You built this up on your own. Like
so here's
Jay-Z built, his career.
How would you know? So how would you know when the doors open up to people that's successful?
I don't know, but I was using like Jay-Z as an example. Like how he built his career up and got to a certain point, and then all of a sudden the doors open for him. That's the way I'm seeing it. Like
What
with
doors?
Kirk Franklin.
No.
The doors to business, like to owning teams and.
No. Hey, look, that's anybody who's successful. Like when you're look, Kevin Hart's on Shark Tank.
No, not in my time. It wasn't, because there were certain people who were trying to buy teams.
Look,
Michael Jordan had problem buying a team at first.
Look, dude. First of all, he's a small minority owner. He's not. He's not. You talk about Michael Jordan and other people. They are the face of the team. All right, he's a small minority owner. He real small, tiny.
5%, 2%.
Yeah. So
it's
stop
$1 billion team. So you get $20 million worth of assets.
Yeah, he's not like Michael Jordan, over 50%. He gets small percentage. Is
that what Jay-Z's doing over the Brooklyn Nets too?
That's just he's talking about.
Yeah, small percentage.
Small
the Russian
yeah,
own the
okay.
team. The Russian own the Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
The Russian who own Chelsea Football Club in England own the Brooklyn Nets. The guy who owned the Brooklyn Nets is worth about $60 billion, if not more.
All right. I wasn't sure how the contract was set up
But
over there with him.
You hear the Americans talking about seizing the Brooklyn Nets? And he's an oligarch.
Get out of here. Huh?
He's gone? IBM.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, the Russian is a multi-billionaire.
Oh, okay. The guy who owns the Nets?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I wasn't exactly sure about how Jay-Z's contract was set up over there, but it's just, it's hard enough to be a coach than to be an owner. Like I said, those things are still standing in our way, even though we got coaches out there and stuff. You don't act like that it's not still racism in those arenas. The owners with, you got Jay-Z part owners and you got Michael Jordan part owner, maybe Magic might have something to do with it, but you don't have many. And like I said, these are place puppets, people who they put in that position, like Michael Jordan and Jay-Z and Magic Johnson, and allowed them, you gave them the leeway to say yes to what they were doing. It wasn't like, we could do it. Like, that's prosperity preaching right there. Not prosperity preachers, but prosperity. Yeah, but you gonna be a Michael Jordan, unbiased?
Huh?
You couldn't get on Michael Jordan's level. Just like most of these people in the world wouldn't be able to get on Joel Osteen or Creflo Dollar's level.
Okay, all right, I got it. So now I'm gonna respond. Well, when you're famous, more, of course. If you got money, is one thing. If you're famous, got money, yes, more doors open. I mean, it's common sense. More doors are open for you. Okay, on a low level, in the hood, if you got some type of success in the hood, doors open for you. That can't open for me. All of a sudden, realtors knock on your door. Hey, you got a house over here for sale. Yeah, doors open up. I know. So on a small level, doors open up. Because I know people who, not puts me my friend's business out there, but I got some friends who's very successful in their fields, and doors open. Mayors come to their business and bless them on their grand opening. The mayor. I'm so thankful you opened up in my city. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So because it's successful and they bring impact, they bring influence.
That was the point I was making. The higher you get up, the more doors open up for you.
No, but that's common sense, though. No, that's not conspiracy. That's common sense. Like even when if you take this conscious community, everybody will, I'll say when it's really, really rocking before all the beef and everything, everybody wants to go on Sarnetta. And when everybody treated Sarnetta like with a lot of respect and, admiration, and you open doors for him. If he came somewhere, you'll vouch, don't know, you'll vouch for him. That's my guy, all that stuff. So yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. That's the point I was making. Okay, though. That's all I was saying the whole time.
That happens in your family, though. Like your grandma gonna have certain things gonna move her way. People gonna bow down.
Have favorites too.
Yeah. That's all depends who you are. That's not spooky. That's just what it is. Of course, a successful bum ain't gonna nobody doing shit for you. You haven't proven anything. You haven't proven like you could win or add value to anybody's life. Of course, you're not gonna. But I tell you one thing: if you're the Nation of Islam was don't forget when they was rocking, like it was getting high praises places, and nobody would consider them. No, nobody would consider them a part of this crazy, conspiracy theory stuff. Cause they actually go against
it. Yeah, but I was just, the more doors open, like we were saying, common sense. But
it's supposed to.
They just. Yeah, no, you're right. But what I'm saying,
the motivation.
As high as they got in their field or in their art, whatever it was they were doing,
No, because they were successful. Yeah. Michael Jordan sneakers sold more than everybody else's. That's why he is who he is. And then he's the greatest basketball player.
But you got to remember, his talent got him that. His talent got him all that.
So doesn't matter. You got your talent gets you singers, writers, painters. Yeah, that's what happens when you're great at. But you're that talented, a pianist, all these people. When you get that movie actor, actress, when you get that, Robert De Niro is gonna be treated different than Marlon Wayans.
Right. But the thing was, you asked me was, did they know they were going to be famous?
Nah, of course.
Or was it, given to them or whatever?
People who think of this shit in life, that they don't know about reaching their own goals, that can accomplish their own goals. Yes, they're gonna shoot down other people who accomplish their goals and succeeded.
Right.
I see that. I see that the conspiracy theorists, not all of them, because you got some rich ones, but largely be people who ain't make it. Like especially the white ones, the white dentists, white doctors. As minute they can't succeed and they get banned or barred, oh yeah, conspiracy theorists, the government.
Yeah, it's everybody else's fault. Yeah. No accountability.
That's what happens with a lot of people. A lot of people, again, their own. Your goal might not be to own a piece of the next, or Hornets, where it might get your own. That might not be your goal. Your goal might just be
Right.
head coach of the Pop Warner team, and like you love football, you love kids, and that
All
might be
right,
a goal.
Unbiased NBA. NBA have an Indian owner, right? This Indian dude own an NBA team, correct?
Yeah, yeah,
Does NBA have a black owner?
yeah. Michael Jordan.
NFL are talking.
Huh?
Is it black owner in an NFL team?
Oh, NFL. No, not that I'm aware of.
I said it's a very tight circle. They still harbor those ways. And
Do you
those
know any
views
black
there.
billionaires, indigenous, that was trying to buy NFL team?
No.
Which
I
team is
heard
more expensive?
Magic was trying to make a deal.
Magic was trying to get
back in
investors with him. No, Magic. Okay, so most of these guys
a
can
conglomerate,
foot
but
the bill,
still,
and they most of these right. Hey, but the NFL ain't really blocking that shit. The Nets,
right.
people got to get up with the Nets, and they got blocked. Like they don't want all these guys. Like, they want you to, from what I know from the Nets, they want you to show that you have a certain amount of money in your personal bank account, not your man's, not this and that. They want to know what's in your wallet. Capital One shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Just like any other
the bill,
place
like
you try to get a loan from or whatever. They want to know like what's going on. Like, and then you'll be denied.
With that,
Now the NFL and the NBA is a little more, it's a little more harder because the owners can vote you out.
Yeah. But yeah, that's just allowing certain ones to do certain things because they got to a certain level. The point that I was just trying to make. And once you get to a certain level, the more doors open up for you, and then
you're missing
the more opportunity you have.
Okay. Again, you keep talking in circles. You're not making. First of all, you don't have a point behind that. People in the community opened up doors for people. If Jay-Z came into a barbershop and got a haircut, they're not gonna charge him. If he ordered a soul food dinner, they're not gonna charge him. If he was 17th in line and unemployment, and he's like, yo, they're gonna put him in first. So this is what
that's you. I'm gonna charge him. Man. And stick my hand up for a tip. Shit. I mean, damn, I'm trying to eat too, nigga. You go here.
He gonna spit right in your hand too.
You already look. You bragging in fours about you got $1 billion, nigga. Shit, I'm trying to make money off this sandwich. You gonna pay me, nigga? Or you gonna get up out this motherfucker? Boo,
so, yeah, and that's why your shop. That's why your business wouldn't grow. There's a reason why you don't charge a celebrity money because he is the advertisement. Just like LL Cool J wore the hat for Damon John. The celebrity is the advertisement. Like he's priceless. So if he comes to your business, that's why people give him the work. They just say, "Yo, tweet my business," or Instagram, TikTok, all that shit. Like they want you to do that. Don't pay me shit. Just show the world where you're at. We got a haircut at, or we ate a pumpkin pie, whatever it is. To show the world, it's priceless. What to get this shit, get you to do this for me, that's priceless. And to give you free meals and free hat, free cell phone, free all this shit, that's nothing. I'll trade it.
Yeah, well, I know my grandmother. My grandmother charged.
Everybody's in business. Well, I'm not sure if she grew, but everybody in business to be seen. Even if they don't be successful afterwards, you don't care. Your goal is for everybody to see you, and then they can make a decision. And then if they don't buy, then you're like, okay, shit. Then wherever I'm at in life, that's what I deserve to be. Let's do something different. But that's the main goal in life, is to be seen. You want your business to be seen, so people know you're there. So if you fell then,
they spend so much on advertisement.
Yeah, but now if your business don't do well after that, at least like this is the epitome. This is the best it can do. This is the max.
Yeah.
And you might be thinking about something else. All right, let me go back and do something else because this ain't
Yeah.
working for me.
See what's working in the community with the seller, and maybe you can get involved in making some money off of that. You know, there's different ways of going at it, but you know, real estate or whatever, however you want to look at it. But
Yeah, they're
you got the options.
yeah. If you YouTube some people, you'll see people be successful, make crazy money off the simplest shit. It's not. It don't even gotta be real estate, stocks, like sports and like stuff. People just be good at what they do, and again, they know how to get seen,
Yeah,
and that's how. Because it's one being good is one thing, but who knows you're good? When
right.
people know you're good, that's when you start to be successful, and doors open because people respect success. People respect winners.
Right.
And that's when your door gonna open. People don't respect losers.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you can use any civilization. The winners get high praises.
And
The
then
losers get
you got to
disregarded.
remember if they have the backing too of the community or just of private individuals can make a difference too. You know, because I've seen like some of the kids here who, you know, were being backed by certain people here, get scholarships and all
Those are
these
white
things.
kids.
But then, well, I mean, not all of them. Not all of them. I'm just saying.
90%.
Yeah, it's a way wider percentage because there's way more of them than it is us. But you know, I've seen it play out in just schools because I was offered the middle school job up here to coach, but I didn't take it because personal reasons. But I wanted to stay in dealing with kids because I could have worked my way up into that, but I just turned away from that because so all the shit that started going on. But there's options out here, but it takes money to make money, and not a lot of people can afford to take those routes that some others can. The fewer of others can afford. Like dealing in real estate or even owning property and being able to keep up with the taxes when they're going paycheck to paycheck. So, and that's where they're. I think that's where everything's going now. It's like they've already taken out the middle class. So, you have to. We all have to come together at a certain point and change the narrative.
Wait,
Huh?
The middle class makes how much?
I'm not exactly sure on the numbers.
What they pay
the middle class.
50,000.
Okay, so if you're paying for a deck to get built in your home, that deck cost $30,000. Are you middle class, rich, or poor? Which one?
If you can pay $30,000 to fix your deck, then I think that you're above middle class. Yeah.
No.
30,000.
Huh?
If you go,
Wait, I didn't hear two piece.
Repeat the question.
Okay, if you can afford to build a deck at your house, right? That's $30,000. Are you middle class? Are you rich? Or are you poor?
The working class. Working class.
Yeah. I didn't hear the question fully. Yeah.
Because the mortgage deck over the next 10 years, you're going to pay $150 a month for that deck.
Right. So what's the difference between working class and middle class?
The difference between working class and middle class.
Huh?
The difference between working class and middle class is that middle class have a bigger house than working class. Middle class can afford 2 cars easily. Middle class just don't have the amount of expendable capital a rich person have. But they have the house rich, the car rich, the children go to good school, and they can go on vacation, and they can buy 1 and 2 brand names. But they don't have a ton of disposable income. Working class, every decision is a choice, meaning that it has to be planned for. Means the middle class person can decide, say, we're going to fix the deck, and money can find to fix the deck. But working class will plan to fix the deck next year. And then poor, I don't have a fucking deck to fix.
Well, it could be all three too. It could be all three of the groups. I mean, the people that you name, the middle class or the rich or the working class. It could be any of those people who's putting that $30,000 deck on this house, because when you're dealing with, flipping houses,
Yeah.
that's something that you might do on your second house when you're, after you got the first one, you lived there for a while, the price went up, so you sell it. And then you take your money and go to the next one. You put a deck on, maybe put a fence around the property, and your price goes up $50,000 to $75,000 right there. You make that money off of that, and then you resell it a couple of years later. You see what I'm saying? So you could be putting that deck there on $30,000. The working class could be using it as
that's
waiting for the. Yeah, right.
I'm just talking about people
But
living
any
in their
of the three could be doing it though. Any three of them types of people could be doing it when you ask that question, right?
Well, now you gave a situation about flipping houses like that. The average, how many people actually flip houses?
Right, right.
Like a handful.
Right.
Matter of fact, it's probably more people building decks on their house than people flipping houses.
Yeah. It is, but there's, the working class is still, could be have already flipped one and then going to the next one, and then adding on to where the last one he had to sit and wait for a little bit for it to go up in price or for the market to come back up. And then he sold it, and then he took that money, put it on to the next one, and, doesn't plan on being there but a couple of years. So he puts on a deck and puts a fence on the backyard, stays there for 2-3 years, and then sells it and gets, a decent profit off of that. And maybe on the third one, you can say, how much you want for this house? $250,000? Pow! Slap it on the table and say, I don't want to hear nothing. Don't say nothing else to me, but give me a thank you note. And that's how you do that shit right there, quick and fast.
So, back to the question I gave you before about you reaching 1,000 people, some Moses shit. Dude just made himself Moses. You reached 1,000 people. Okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
He reached many people. The crime rate was adjusted. Go ahead, this is black man. My man couldn't name. He got none with him right now.
None what?
Right now, all the supporters. He reached the like what you do with him? Like you just motivated him. Like, yeah, you could do it. You a king. And then what?
Oh no, I mean,
like he probably said, yeah, I'm a king. He went outside and killed somebody.
No, man, I was dealing with them at the adolescent stage, helping build up their confidence and their communication.
What about a skill or trade?
Out in the public.
What about skill or trade? Did you provide that?
No, they were still adolescents, like I said.
And what I'm saying is that that's no different than a prosperity teacher or even a religious person, because how many religious people, say, hey, my pastor saved my life. I will still be doing robbing, stealing, shooting. I'll be selling drugs, smoking drugs. Like, how many had that story? Or I'll be still, thugging, robbing. How many people had that story, but then this religion changed their life? Like, that's a common story.
Yeah. That's Christianity, though.
No, it's like that same story. And not just that, Orthodox Islam. Like, yeah, really. So Malcolm X don't have that story.
Well, maybe I didn't hear the story again. Tell me the story one more time.
With Malcolm X?
No, you said the story that we're talking about here.
Right. I'm saying that I was doing bad, but this religion saved my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's all you was. You're the prosperity teacher. You're talking to. I'm saying, like, you don't really empower somebody until you provide them with.
That's not prosperity preaching. Prosperity preaching is when you say you can have what I got
Nah,
if
but it's
you
the same
believed as
result
much as
though.
I did.
But it's the same result though because they leave with nothing, just feeling good about themselves. That's why I said
Well,
it's prosperity.
knowledge is wealth. Knowledge is wealth. I mean, you can
Right
impart
now,
knowledge
you
on
see why I
someone.
say prosperity teacher. Like you telling him he got all his wealth because his knowledge you gave him, and the next day he looking
Yeah.
like I'm hungry. What can I do with the shit you gave me? This knowledge, nothing. He looking like I'm gonna throw shit in the trash, or I'm gonna go back to what I was doing the other day.
I was coaching kids, man. They went home. They went home and went with their family.
And now,
Or I would give
yeah,
them a
but
ride. I'd
conditions.
give them a ride if they didn't
Right.
have one and stuff like that.
I got you. But because you didn't provide them with a skill or tool, those snares and traps you was talking about, if they
Mhm.
exist, it's still out there depriving them from equal education, sufficient education, and employment.
Oh yeah, but they can't say that they weren't told about them. You know,
Yeah, nah, I'm saying,
dealing with
yeah,
me.
nah, but that's what I mean by people who actually arm you with a skill or trade. When they do
Yeah.
that, you actually go out there and do something. So anyway, that was a small point. So now those kids that you talk to, and the words bounced off their brain, went to the gutter. Like I'm gonna be a thug. I'm a kid. I mean, like, yeah, a lot of them just don't want to listen.
Right.
Okay, so now, but now you're educating, helping other kids out. So the problem is you be playing tug of war with those kids. You helping out because the bad kids trying to bring them back to the bad ways, tell them why they should be over here.
Yeah.
So you playing tug of war there with the bad kids.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
mean, you know, that's
so now and then while you trying to your message trying to reach you trying to get enough people because 3 people ain't enough for the city. So you want like at least 150. So or it's a high number, just a high number. So people look at and maybe draw their attention. But while you're teaching and the message might resonate sometime in the future, what should be done with them in between that time? Because they're still criminals, still harming, selling drugs, harassing, terrorizing the neighborhood. So what? So meanwhile, taking this shit together, hear your message. What should they do in meanwhile? Like how should like what should be done to them?
I mean, I can't control what you do on your off time. The only thing I can do is control the time that I have with you and what I try to
Okay.
impart in you and hope that follows. But I can't speak for the man who walks out the door, what he's going to
Okay.
do.
So you know what happens at that point? That's when
But
law enforcement say, "Hey, you guys ain't gonna do that."
He's dancing, you know that, right? He's just dance around that question. Ask him the question again, I'm biased. What
Okay.
what does the community do with
Right.
kids who don't want to conform with the rules of the community?
Yeah.
What should the community do? Indigenous.
I think, well, I mean, if you know that this person is doing this in the community and he's causing all this havoc, you could deal with it
Persons.
in home. Or if you can't control it in home, then you have to get involved in law enforcement. But, I would try to deal with it in home, try to set him down. But if not, if that ain't going to work, if he ain't going to conform or even come around to hear what you got to say and keep going with the craziness, then, I mean, there's only one other resort that you have.
What's the other
I don't
resort?
like it, but
What?
involved in law enforcement.
So what you're saying to me, indigenous black man, knowing the history of how unfairly black people are treated by law enforcement, you would still
Right.
involve law enforcement.
Get him.
Listen, stop it, man. Stop it. I'm mad.
Listen,
I'm mad. Why you let
that's
him
what
drop
I said. That's the last and final resort. That's what I said. There's two people. But yeah, I feel you. You're exactly right.
you,
They are,
no,
but
but
that's the
then
last resort. But I mean, if he's there killing people and selling drugs to kids and all this other shit, and you can't, he don't want to listen, or threats or beating him down or whatever, and the community don't work, whatever you got to do, that don't work, then I mean that's the final thing. Because if you out here doing stuff like that now, I mean you just robbing or not robbing, but like stealing, or some petty stuff that's different. But
Stick
You're
up
right,
in
Robin.
I'm talking.
indigenous brother.
Yeah.
Stick up in. Let me ask you the next question now. So why do you have a problem with the 1994 crime bill? Because what you have just explained to me
because
is
of
the
all the
1994
people of color that through that bill, all the people of color went to jail more than the majority of the other races. We got caught up
but the bill had
in
tackled,
percentages.
yeah, but the bill tackled like 15 different things. So which ones in particular that black folks was falling victim to that they was being criminalized and put in a prison system?
Wasn't that the whole part of the creation of the plan?
Okay. Do you know the actual term of the law of the bill?
No, I've already said I didn't. I don't know the
No.
wording of
I'm not asking you what's
or the
inside
framework
bill.
of it.
No, dude. Listen to the question correctly. It's not called a 94 crime bill, by the way. That's a nickname. Do you actually, when you Wikipedia, do you know the actual name you'll be looking at?
What is it, brother?
It's called the Violent Crime Act, something like that. So this bill was to address violence. Violence. Okay.
Right.
So you had abused women in there. You had the magazine Extra Clips in California, and so a lot of violence was happening in the country, and a bill was put together to address violence, and it was successful. Those areas of violence dropped. And when Bill Clinton was on a microphone, he said, "Hey, but this is your leaders asked for." He wasn't lying, by the way. A lot of, like you said, like you just said it, law enforcement, you got about law enforcement. Well, this is what black folks were saying in California. Because there was a lot of drive-bys with these high powerful rifles, and innocent people dying too.
And that's what they were saying in New York too. And that's what they were saying in Chicago too.
Yep. And look, and we all know you're doing Chicago right now. But this is what I'm saying. Like, so my point to you that Stu Pease knew was that if the community failed to handle their own, law enforcement say, "Move out the way, we got it," and it's only going to be always harsh laws. So now
and the community is going to welcome law enforcement too.
Yes, they were given a red carpet. Now you say people of color. Well, yeah, depending upon the act of the crime, right? It didn't like drive-bys. That's people of color. So yeah, and then we talk about guns off the streets. Yes, that's gonna be people of color. If it's because we're talking about New York City, like they know the cities that's high in crime and projects, the certain areas like in Newark, like everybody know what's the bad areas in Newark. There's no surprise there. Like everybody know what buildings, what blocks. So the cops would be frequenting those areas more often. Those people get locked up. They're not going to be downtown Newark stopping frisky for guns.
They're not going to be in Times Square or Manhattan frisking people for guns.
Right. They're not going to do that. They're going to do it in the areas where it's justified, where the crimes are high. And like CP said, this is the community like Chicago, like my community. Like we have somebody killed a damn Amazon driver, bro.
Yeah.
So these are senseless crimes that you think I feel comfortable walking in my car? No, lock these niggas up.
Yeah. How do you justify killing an Amazon driver? What is stealing? What the fuck him have on him? The dude work what? $18 an hour if him lucky?
Right.
How much money him having in pocket? How much money him having in pocket? The Amazon driver could have $50 in his pocket if him have that much. You going in the truck to get the packages? What you stealing? Overnight food, bread,
right?
Some panties, some drawers. How much?
What about Did you guys hear about the Uber driver, the mother of four white woman Uber driver in Pennsylvania? This was, you want to talk about senseless? Oh my God, stupid. This is the epitome in just black man, senseless murder. Everything's recorded. She had like a camera in her car. A black dude, 22 years old, hopped in her car, face mask up. You know, she's driving. She's trying to give casual conversation. It's Pennsylvania, Commonwealth state. So she's trying to give casual conversation. He's just quiet, stone faced. You can tell she's getting uncomfortable because his whole face is like you can't see shit but his eyes. So then finally he adjusted himself a little bit, then grabbed her ponytail and pulled out some big ass fucking handgun and put it to her neck. Like she think he playing, like, come on, stop it. Like my man, like, yo. You know, so she like, I'm a mother of four, I got kids. She said, me too. I got a family too.
So how much money did for that?
So he had her electronically wire some money to his accounts.
So
Then
he's that dumb? He's that dumb?
Yep.
Paper trail.
Then he
Paper
drives
trail.
her. Then he has her drive an hour away from the destination and shoot her in the head.
No, he's that dumb. So wouldn't they know her last ride?
Right, exactly. Like, yo, you ordered a ride, you dumb idiot.
And wouldn't that transaction removing money from her account to another account be a paper trail also?
Yeah, of course. That's just
But the other question, how much money she have on her phone? How much money she have on her phone? She don't have $10,000.
What? Nah, it had to be something. She's an Uber driver. You know, she's a mother of four Uber driver. What mother of four rather be driving and be home taking care of their kids?
Yeah. I can bet you. She didn't have $10,000 in their account. We can
Hell.
bet. We can bet. So he killed this woman for $1,000. If she had that much.
And you're not even getting that much from a smart bank account. What happens is that security alert gonna hit you. That bank fraud alert gonna hit your ass. You're not getting that much. You probably got $2,500 from them, if that.
Yeah, that's it. You can only spend so much in a day. In most banking, you can only spend so much in a day without hitting that alert, like you said.
You ain't done that.
Just so you know.
But people are getting desperate. People are getting desperate out here, man. That's crazy.
In my opinion, my man was on a lot of drugs. And he wanted to get high. That's my opinion. That's the only way I could see some dude or something like that. But what happens is, it's just black man, a 22-year-old black man. It's not a good look. Killing a white mother of four senselessly, and it's
getting the death penalty.
Huh?
He's getting the death penalty.
Yeah, it's recorded. So but look what laws they're gonna start enforcing as a result in that area, that state. Because the whole state is mourning, like, yo, what the hell, you know? And they see this black face with locks.
No, a white girl just got 25 years for pushing down a white lady. 78-year-old white man killing her.
Wow.
The rich white girl in New York.
Really?
But this white dude is going to get the death penalty. He's never seen back. But there's no money. The Uber driver don't have any money on her.
Nah. I'm an Uber driver, right? They got no, like, it's not even, it's like you pay like $1,000.
And she don't even have any money in her bank account either. Because if she could save $5,000, she wouldn't be driving fucking Uber.
And this is why I like what the Nation of Islam did. It did. Like, the Nation of Islam, what they did, again, this is my opinion. I could be wrong, misguided, misled. But I like the fact how they separate themselves from the rest of black society. And it was like accepted by the country. Like if you ain't have a bow tie and you commit a crime, the Nation of Islam would not be tagged to that foolishness. Now they'd be asked to speak on it and explain it, but you are not going to tag a Nation of Islam member with those type of people. But us on this phone will be tagged like we're no different than that guy. But the Nation of Islam was clever enough to separate themselves. Go ahead, Stu.
There was a plan by the Nation of Islam. They understood that, so they separated themselves.
Yeah.
Listen, we are a model, and we do not involve ourselves in any kind of foolishness. So if this foolishness happens, but it's not coming to us because they know that we don't do those foolishness.
Right. Right.
It was also to protect themselves. It was a long-term strategic plan to protect yourself,
Right.
meaning that the authorities cannot say you cause a problem
Right.
because there's no history of people dressing like us, looking like us causing
Right.
problems.
Right. Yeah, that's true. True. Yeah, they ain't gonna stop at first. They walking on the street like you gonna walk right past them.
Mhm.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
I'm sure in certain communities, other like even like the Moors, depending how they represent themselves in the city or community, the police officers might even like, nah, that's more. That's possible.
My wife saw your car the other day and love it. You live in Solana, right?
Yeah, so where? Solana?
Yeah, it's like in Solana. I said,
Like,
it's a love it. She love the rap. I told she said, how did it? I told her it's a rap.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
So
Yeah, man.
So-
Trust me.
so
You
now,
need to-
okay, has to.
Go ahead.
No. I gotta finish with that because the nation they say I don't always hate.
But the problem is that I can't take the nation doctrine. That's my problem with it. The doctrine is crazy. The doctrine is crazy.
It's all over the place.
The doctrine is crazy. And that's a problem with it.
So many
That's a problem.
contradictions.
Yeah.
Abraham is Jacob's elder, right? His elder ancestor, right?
Yeah, Abraham is supposed to be,
Ibrahim.
his grandfather. That's his grandfather.
Yeah.
Isaac is his father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
everything,
I've seen that story.
because Abraham
everything
gave
else-
birth to Ishmael from Hagar, and he gave birth to Isaac from Sarah, and then Isaac gave birth to
Jacob.
Israel, who was known as Jacob.
listen,
And Jacob gave birth to 12 tribes of Israel.
the way there. That mean hold on. If Abraham is Jacob grandson, that mean the nation of Israel is Jewish also?
Well, that's what I said. We are the true Jews in this final call.
They get a lot of their stuff out of the New Testament too, Stupid. So, I mean, a lot of stories seem eerily familiar, if not from the book itself. So it's all tied in together.
So this dude just made up a lot of shit. That's the problem I have with it. You just can't get up in the morning and just decide that I'm going to make up all the shit I can make up. And you either
Who
go
are you
like
talking about? Me?
No, man. The nation of Israel. We had days on the sky wheel here. You know. We spoke about the sky wheel for days. You know. I know.
Yeah, I might gotta invite some back on.
Yeah. We need to invite some NOI people on. Yeah. But you need to invite Nandi on, even for anything. I like Nandi. Nandi have a good show.
Yeah, you missed the interview we had with Cincinnati. We had one a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time. You need to put on Nandi, you know. Discuss some community topics. Nandi have her ear on the ground. She's a realist. in the community. She doing her thing.
Yeah, have you been watching what's the dude, what's the Morris guy named Taharka Bay?
No,
Man,
I watched him a couple of times, but then the problem with Tarka is that Tarka going out there kind of in the beginning. It's like he's trying to stir up the pot, but it kind of too divisive. It's kind of too divisive. And the way you look at it, because in truth and in fact, Sarnetta let a lot of people through these doors. Sarnetta is one of the fundamental reasons for a lot of disinformation in the community. Because dudes run with it. You saw Three God, right? Nature Boy, aka Three God. Mm-hmm.
When that guy he played the song from Disney and said, you know, the song says,
You got a friend in me?
just the imagination. It's it's born with your imagination, things will rise. He started singing that song. I died. I was done dealing. And I don't even get what them dudes is doing. That shit is just crazy.
If that dude, you know which dude you need to get on, but I don't know if you can ever get it. Sinful the P. That dude is hilarious. Sinful the P.
Have you talked to Lex, Unbiased?
Zion Lex?
No, Lex Vortex.
yeah, like the Lex used to come by sometimes. He used to come by in the chat. I met him in real life at the debate, the vaccine debate. Met him there.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you got people like that, and you know, other people in the community that, yeah, they bring a little crowd with them, you know, and stuff like that. You could bring people like that on, even though me and him don't agree much on that.
See, the thing is, like people got there, like people treat this like a game. So the reason I won't have Lex on here because he's not gonna be treated fair. The chat gonna, you know, somebody gonna get on him, the panel gonna get on him, and you kind of see it with Chief X. I invite Chief X on, everybody get him. I invite Wu Jia on, everybody get at him. So like my guest is always attacked. So I'm like,
I do.
Well, they should be used to that, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just the community. That's just the community. When you go, you know, you're going to get your name out there. You doing it, going by other shows, and y'all helping each other out. You know, you promote them, they promote you, and you come to their show, they come to your show, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you paying attention to what the chat got to say, you know what I'm saying? Like you say, the chat is going to be biased to it, you know, to the person who's running it. And their opinions, you know, so you got to come in with that attitude, knowing that. And if you go, I mean, you still can present or whatever, you know, just knowing that the chat might be biased. So don't read it or, you know, don't take it to heart if you do.
yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
but like you know, Lex and Chief X, they're like fiery. You know, so you come at them like they ain't gonna have like the divine prospect attitude, like nah, and laugh it off. They're gonna be what? They're gonna be going off.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I seen Sister Nandy doing it, you know, there for a little bit. She was getting different ones of these guys on, you know, like Judah and Rob Rack and them when they was going through all that crazy stuff. But you know, that's, you know, you got different people in the community that put out different stuff, you know, that has their own followings, you know. But you got, to me, it seems like there's the division too, where you say it's like a gang. I understand, because it seems like if one group is mad and you supposed to be mad and you ain't supposed to be, they've tried that shit with me. Oh, why you over there watching? Man, I go wherever the hell I want. I'm a grown ass man, 52 years old, and I ain't subject to your bullshit, and I ain't on your time.
Yeah,
I go where the hell I want.
I had people try to tell me who I could have on my panel, but they can have whoever they want, no matter if I like
Yeah.
them or not. That's some weird stuff to me. Like,
Uh-huh.
wow.
When Judah and them, I mean, you know, they be over there. They crack me up. Those are my boys. I like them, but I be fucking with them too. But you know, Judah and Rob and them, they talking blackity black shit. You can only be black and the black, and you got to be this and do that. And then they got the white moderators, and they hitting on the white girls in the in the chat. And I'm sitting there laughing. I'm just laughing at them, fucking with them, you know. But you know, what I'm saying, you hypocrites. It's like, you know. It's only good when you say it's okay. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. You know, you would tell me it ain't no good for me, but when it's good, when it comes to you, you can say yay or nay because it's you. You know what I'm saying? You have a better understanding of what's good for you than I do. I mean, you know, I have a better understanding than you do of what's good for you, type shit. And I'm just like, man, y'all niggas, this is some middle school click bullshit, and I ain't gonna be a part of it. Period. I do what the hell I want to do, go where I want to go, you know. But that seems like as a community, you know, they'll go as far as to follow them down the rabbit hole to their demise. Like I said, person can be dead wrong, but you still follow them, and you believe in them so much that you follow them all the way down the rabbit hole to their demise. It wasn't meant for you; it was their demise, but you followed them to it. You see what I'm saying? Hello?
Listen, this YouTube is big enough for everybody. But the thing about it is that the bullshit is too much sometimes.
What you say? Is what?
The bullshit,
Yeah.
YouTube allow too much bullshit sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
It serves purpose, I guess. You know, they out here taking information from us on these, you know, Facebook and all that type of stuff, and YouTube helps to promote that, to put out more information on yourself and stuff. Like they're building up databases on all of us or some shit. Conspiracy theorists.
But you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a conspiracy theorist. You are a conspiracy theorist. Let's not go down that rabbit.
Yes, I am. Stupid. You're right.
If I ask, you probably tell me that aliens exist.
Well, hey, look, the only thing I can tell you is the ancient Egyptians said they did. A couple people who were abducted. The Dogon said they did. I mean, look, don't shoot the messenger. Like I said, I can only tell you what they said. You know, because I didn't see none of that shit, and I wasn't there.
The Dogons could not see Sirius B.
They could
Aliens
what?
came to the Dogons. Aliens. You said aliens came to the Dogons. And they didn't leave their technology. They never left them out to generate electricity.
Oh, they had, look, hold on, stupid. Hold on. The Dogon said that they came from Sirius B, right?
And they don't know how to produce electricity.
Let me explain to you their story real quick, so I can give you just real quick. It ain't gonna take long. They said they come from Sirius B. They practice every year. They have a ceremony over there where they live. They practice. I mean, they have a ceremony on the day that the star is closest to the Earth and most visible to the Earth. And the scientists didn't find out this till 1976. And the Dogons had their own calendar way before. They had their own way of telling time way before. So this wasn't some goat herders out here talking crazy.
Okay.
These people had their own calendar. Hold on. They had their own calendar and their own way of keeping time. They had all of that. They had their own civilization. So it wasn't just some goat herders out here making up noises and sounds. Okay?
What about
very intelligent people?
Metallurgy? Did they have metallurgy? Did they know the science of metals? Were they producing steel?
Well, I mean, they knew the science of metallurgy way back in Egypt, the way they made those costumes and things of that nature. So that wasn't nothing new. That wasn't a new technology.
But what were they doing with the technology? Could they produce electricity? What
What
about
they
running
using brass
water?
at that?
What about running
I'm
water?
Okay. All right. They had aqueducts. They had different things of that nature. But no, hold on.
All right. All right, let me get very basic then. What about stoves? Because they use mostly 3 stones and wood to burn for cooking purposes.
Uh-huh.
Why didn't they have even a coal stove, a 1 burner coal stove, a propane stove, an electric stove?
Well, probably because a rock stove that you make pizza in from back in
No, no, no.
back in the
No,
day
no,
was probably good
using
enough.
rock stone. No, for cooking purposes, they have 3 stones that they put the pot on and a big wood fire underneath it. It is the most inefficient way for cooking. Why didn't they have a gas stove, a 1 burner coal stove? Why they don't?
I see.
No, if they were so
Maybe
scientifically
the
advanced,
technology wasn't. No, the technology at the time was not available. Obviously.
what do you mean
It's
by the
always
technology was not? These people came from the stars.
That's what they say, Joseph.
yeah, they supposed to bring nuclear fusion over here, man.
Yeah, but about nuclear, what energy production you have? You come from the stars, nearly
Yeah,
50 million light years away. How do you not know how to build a 3 burner gas stove, a propane fridge? Or you don't know how to build a refrigerator, a wind turbine?
Jesus Christ.
No.
Build a damn refrigerator. I don't think refrigerators were built until 1900s?
That's the point.
No.
That's the point. If they came to the stars, they should have something to show for it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they had their own calendar. They had their own way of keeping time and all that. Own civilization, their own
You came
religious
from
practices.
the stars. You came from the stars. You came on a spaceship. Do you understand the technology required? All right, let's go back.
Yeah, they're original. Hold on, Stupies. The original people came from the stars, not these people.
They're not the descendants of the original.
Not the ones that yeah, they're. I don't know about what they consider. I can't. Don't get me on their religion because I'm not going to lie. But I just know that they do. They baffle scientists by practicing the star and its orbit. I mean, and it's being closest to Earth and all that on that particular day. They have their own. They have their own.
That doesn't baffle scientists. Wait.
No, but they have their own civilization and calendar, though. Way before
this guy said a
colonization and any of that.
White people over here building rocket shit. He's my goddamn calendar. Yeah.
Unbiased. When the Apollo mission, let me say something here, unbiased. The Apollo mission, to put a man on the moon, when they placed a man on the moon for the Apollo mission, do you know how many technologies are around?
Every time.
Was that me or him? Indigenous.
That was Stoofies.
Okay.
Yeah. They call him it every time.
Control part. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. In order to send a man on the moon, the amount of technologies that were developed, and that is just the moon. Food safety technology, communication technology, right? Radiation protection technology. Hundreds of technology, thousands of technologies were developed to send a man to just to the moon. No, to traverse the stars. To traverse the stars. Hydroponics, food production, water reclamation, air purification, shipbuilding, ship repair, faster than light technology. And these people now come, and the only thing they remember from all of that technology is a fucking calendar.
I don't know, Sufi. You gotta go ask. You gotta go ask them. That's crazy.
Be honest. A lifetime of knowledge, and the only thing you remember is your name. Imagine you went to elementary school. You learned the alphabet. You learned 1, 2, 3. You went to elementary school. You learned to count. You learned to add. You went to high school. You learned calculus. You went to college. You learned theoretical mathematics. You did your masters. You did your string theory. You did your doctorate in string science. And after all of that, the only fucking thing you can remember now is your name.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me.
The only thing you can remember is that you came from Sirius B and which day it's in orbit lined up with closest to the Earth and all that shit. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
No, you understand. It's like, all right, the other day I had a conversation. Somebody was telling me that Master P sold 300,000 records from his car trunk. And I said, how long it took? Over a year. I said, all right, a year period. He said 300,000 records. I said, you know that's a lie, right? Do you understand that in order for him to sell 300,000 records in a year, he'll have to be selling 1,000 records a day? Do you understand what it takes to sell 1,000 records a day? You'll have to be selling 2 records a minute for 10 hours straight. If you have a McDonald's and you get 1,000 customers for the day, your McDonald's making you more money than you can count. If you're a crack dealer and you're selling 2 pieces of crack per minute, 1,000 pieces of crack for the day, even if you're selling for $5 a piece.
Oh yeah.
You're doing wonderful business. You telling me that he still a told? Yes. And I said, let's look at the maths. Let's think about it logically. Are you saying to me he was selling 2 albums out of his back of his car every minute? Every minute for 10 hours straight. Yes. You're looking at it wrong. Somebody might come and buy 10 and somebody might come and buy 50. That is the same argument people having with me with the Dogon. You mean to tell me that these people traverse the stars with the most technological spaceship that ever existed, the most unique of materials?
The mother plane.
The motherfucking plane. And you can't run a farm? How the nation of Islam build the mother plane and them can't run a peanut farm?
Hold up, we had some Americans who had their own, they had the mothership.
Yeah. And they can't run a farm.
The P-Funk All-Stars, George Clinton might have went and got them. You never know, Nick. You know what I'm saying? George Clinton and the P-Funk Parliament and P-Funk All-Stars, they
yeah, see the mothership coming. Raise up, sweet family.
Paint the White House black.
Tell me the truth. Please do. Nation of Islam build a mother plane. And they couldn't build a tractor for the farm. You can build a mother plane. They couldn't build the Honorable Elijah Muhammad supervised the building of a mother plane. And he never supervised the building of 6 tractors. He never leaves 6 tractors. He never leaves 10 tractors for the farming. Imagine if you could build a mother plane. Imagine the technologically advanced tractor you could build. You could build a self-driving tractor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This was a little bit of technology from the ship that you came over here.
Hey, where's the tractor the Dogon?
Maybe they went to a black hole, Supi. Maybe
That's
they got
even
sucked up in
worse.
a black hole.
No, you understand the technology required to survive a black hole? When you reach event horizon and
I
the
knew,
gasification
I knew
techniques.
it. I knew it. I knew it.
And this is black man.
What?
And this is why would the government be worried about us? And we believe shit like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you what they said, man. Like I said, don't shoot the messenger. I ain't make up that damn story. I'm just telling you what these people said.
No, but the people tell you that story. And you don't ask a simple question. Say, okay, where is the Dogon tractor? You could build a plane, a ship to traverse the stars. And you couldn't
The
build a
Dogon
tractor.
cotton.
No, no,
The Dogon cotton gin.
the Dogon cotton candy. Let's start. Where's the Dogon? Where's the Dogon jawbreaker? Where's the jawbreaker? Where's the Dogon bread wolf? Where's the Dogon? They couldn't build a George Foreman grill.
The Dogon would kick your ass if they heard you talk about him like it's sushi.
Where's the
Two
Dogon George
pieces
Foreman
order.
grill?
He
I
is
want
order.
no. Where's the George Foreman?
That's terrible, you see.
Where's the Dogon bacon maker? Yeah? You know black people love pork. Where's the bacon maker?
He said the Dogon Baconator.
Yeah,
That's it, Wendy. The Baconator, you mean?
What one to them fried chicken grill? Because them supposed to advance and them can grill fried chicken. Imagine grilled fried chicken. Like you ever eat Korean double fried chicken, the Korean have a chicken with a double fried. The dip it in sauce and the fried and then the double fried. Where's the Dogon double fried chicken?
Extra crispy.
Extra crispy. Crackling. You're telling me about the Dogon. You're telling me about the Dogon. People who traverse the stars and couldn't put up a chicken shack.
They don't have chickens in Africa at the time. They had jungle fowl. So it would be a jungle fowl shack, brother.
Hold on. Where's the Dogon watermelon juice now? Where's the watermelon juice? You know black people love fried chicken and watermelon. Where's the watermelon juice?
The juice bar, the watermelon juice bar. That's ignorant. That is ignorant.
No, because no, you're telling me they didn't have that.
Yeah, that I don't see too much technology over there.
But yet still they build a ship. They forget everything except the name. You went to school for 30 years, and when you graduated, the only thing you remember was your name. The first thing you learn. My name is Toby.
That's what I was getting ready to say. That's what I was getting ready to say. Maybe the colonizers went over there and did them like they did Kunta Kinte and made them forget their heritage and their name and everything. That's ignorant. See, stupid. I ain't going to hell with you. I'm stopping right now. I ain't going to hell with you.
Of course, because I realize the next time when people tell you that to you, I just tell you about alien visit. Alien visit Egypt. Yet still, Egypt had access to aliens. According to young Pharaoh, he sees pictures of airplane and helicopter on the pyramid walls. And you're going to tell me that Egypt had access to helicopters and airplanes and dudes on horses and carriages overran Egypt. Egypt had Black Hawks and F-15 fighter jets and a dude on a camel with a knife overran you. You understand it?
Yeah.
If you go
I've
back
seen
in
the
time,
hieroglyphics.
yeah, no,
I've
but
seen
if you
those
go,
hieroglyphics.
but if you go back in time with a helicopter, if one helicopter, if you and I went back in time with, what was that helicopter show on TV? Like Knight Rider. What was it called again? Something the Hawk. With a
Black
helicopter.
Hawk Down.
No,
Black
man,
Hawk Down.
no. There was a show that this helicopter show on TV, man. The guy who MacGyver starred it. What was the name of that show? Huh? If you go back in time with a helicopter like that, you would rule the world.
Yeah.
It would be like if you have a dragon. It would be
Yeah.
like if you have a dragon. Men with Stone Age tools. You'd be 100, you'd be 1,000 foot up in the air. What they shooting you down with? Bow and arrow?
Yeah.
Bow and arrow can reach 1,000 feet up in the air? You'd be like, God.
Oh yeah. Just
You'd
imagine
piss
if
on
you
them
went
and they
back
think
in
it's
time.
raining. You'd piss on them and they
If you
think
went
it's
back in time,
raining. Right? So
take
so
a television. Take a television with you and tell them all that shit on the television is true. This
take
is
an
what the
iPad.
future looks like.
Take an iPad.
Yeah.
Television too big. But imagine, so you're telling me that. So young Pharaoh said that Egypt had helicopters.
The show called Airwolf.
Airwolf, right.
Yeah.
Airwolf.
Yep. All right.
Imagine you went back in time with Airwolf. You'd be God. No, Egypt had helicopters, according to young Pharaoh. And dudes and camels and horses overran Egypt.
Now the hieroglyphic did look like a helicopter, and the one beside it looked like a yacht, like a couple $1 million yacht beside it. The one, but I don't, I'm not saying that it was a helicopter, but it looked like a.
Back when I was younger, there was a show named PT 109 with a gunboat. So you're telling me that Egypt had PTs 109s? They had gunboats. They had helicopters, and they had F-16 fighters, according to young Pharaoh. And dudes and camels. The Taliban overtook Egypt. That's the only thing. The Taliban, like how the Taliban ran America to Afghanistan with F-16 fighters and helicopters. The Taliban ran Egypt out. That's what you said.
Yeah. They hide them under the pyramid. Is that the garage?
There were garage on. No. You understand the technology required to build a helicopter. The level of metallurgy. Where they get the metal from? They have that high level of strength, that purification for that blade. They had carbon fiber helicopter blades. Egypt was developing carbon fiber. Dude.
Well, just the mining experience alone, to get to that metal in the ground, if it was there, that takes a lot of technology to be able to mine all that ore out of the ground.
There's no ore in Egypt. They had to import it. The little ore that's in
No,
Egypt.
I said if it was. No, I said if it was. I said if it was. Yeah.
So you understand the technology they were required. So when somebody's showing you pictures of hieroglyphs, they say, okay, they look like it, but could they really build it?
Yeah.
Could they really build it?
Yeah.
Right? But that's it. But young Pharaoh tell us that an ancient, remember the show Ancient Aliens?
Yeah.
With that kooky hair white guy? They just pure shit to tell you all kind of shit. I said, oh, the aliens visit us. Why is it that the aliens leave New York City and go to Kansas in a broken down farmhouse with a dude having sex with his cousin to expose themselves to that dude? Why they don't land in Times Square? Why the aliens don't go to Times Square?
Yeah. It's always in the remote place on some old road where ain't nobody else around and don't see the shit happen. The motherfucker gets abducted.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all should have Judah Natsur on here. He said he got abducted, or no, he said he seen aliens. He had them come and hover over top of him and shit.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in people who astral project.
Yeah, the Jew says they come and stopped over top of him, and him and his grandma and all them was crying and shit. I was like, oh man,
No, that's
just taking it too far.
They're soon telling you that the mind is separate from the brain. That's what they're telling people, oh, your mind is separate from your brain. Your body and your mind is two complete different entities. You can astral project. You can leave the body behind.
And see yourself, yeah.
So when you're in outer space, what you think? If your brain is on Earth and you're traveling without your brain to outer space, what you thinking with? What you used to think when you're in outer space without your body? You can't think without your brain? That's what you're telling people? That you don't need a brain to think?
And if you're taking them up there to study them, I think the brain is one of the most important organs to be studied. So why would they leave it behind?
The astral projecting without a brain. The in space without a brain. When people start talking and they start using logic, so you say you were outside of your body without your brain, right? So what you were thinking when you was in space and you saw all of this, how did you know how to perceive what you are seeing? Because according to Descartes say, don't believe your senses. The senses can be fooled. Not because you see something with your eyes. You interpret what you see with your eyes, with your mind, which exists in your brain. That Descartes says. So if you're outside in space and you have no brain to discern what is true and what is false, how do you know what is true from what is false? Because your eyes can be fooled by optical illusion. All of us see optical. How many times have you been driving on the highway and the highway from a distance appears to be wet? It appears that water is on the highway. You're seeing a mirage. But there's no water on the highway, especially on a hot day. That's your eyes being fooled. But your mind tell you that, listen, that's not real. Your brain tell you that.
Yeah. A mirage. But you're talking about like an out of body experience, like where you're like somebody having surgery who's over top of, who said they could, they're over top of themselves and they could see everything that was going on in the room and everything that was happening, stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that is astral projection.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I got you.
That's astral projection when you leave your body behind. Right?
Right.
Okay, Rob, what's happening? Oh, you came back out? Yeah.
Who?
No, somebody asked me to let you know what I let them in, but they weren't saying anything. Yeah.
Somebody must have went to sleep again.
No.
Why you say that?
No, not bad on people. Unbiased just astral projecting. He left his body. He's gone to.
He Afro projected over to his lady's house. That's how it was. They had afros, Stupid. They Afro projected from the Dog Star to America.
Yeah.
I mean to Africa.
Right.
That's how they did it.
That's how they did it.
Yeah. That's it. Afro projection. But Unbiased never answered my question, though. He never answered the question that I posed to him earlier. That's why I was trying to get an answer to that.
What was it?
About the Strong's Concordance and the Latin term, and them calling those Hebrew.
I did answer it, but you said I was low.
Oh, yeah. Could you answer for me again? I didn't catch it.
I said, do you read the
This is
commentary on that?
the commentary.
Yeah, you read the commentary on that?
Uh,
Yeah, it's important.
do I read the commentary on that? On the Hebrew Israelites that were called black over
Nah,
in the
nah.
created Christianity?
No, I'm saying on that particular verse.
Oh, no, well, what's up? Fill me in. Let me know what you're talking about.
Okay. It's, the Quran got footnotes. The Bible got commentary. You buy like a study
Okay.
Bible. Right. So when you read something like that, where Niger, they call Niger, like your interpretation is calling them black. What is the scholars, people who wrote the Bible, what is their interpretation on what was going on?
Well, I gave you the Strong's three
Okay.
G3526. I gave you what they thought.
I got it. Right. No. That's not what they thought. That's just that's just the transliteration of the meaning of the word. The thought is in the commentary. They don't insert their thinking when they give you verses in the Bible. Their thinking comes in the commentary.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out then.
Yeah, because otherwise everybody's creating their own little interpretation of what's being said.
Yeah. I was just going by what the scripture said, and we're talking about people who. Well, we're talking about people. When I said the Hebrew Israelites, remember, I said we're talking about people who are, their information is supposed to be coming out of the Bibles, the Old Testament, New Testament, or whatever, Septuagint, or Apocrypha, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's why you go by the word. That's why I was asking the question. If you are a Bible believer and a Bible thumper, or somebody who promotes the Bible, then why don't you know these verses? If you're so, well taught and knowledgeable on the scriptures. Or is it because it doesn't fit your narrative? Because like I said, if these people say that they're black, right? And you say these people were black, and then these people that were there, they ran down into Egypt. They were ran down into Egypt by the Romans. And they were all, the first Christian church was in Antioch, which is in Turkey. So from Turkey to Nazareth, where Jesus was born, is right down below Turkey, and Antioch and all that. And then you come down a little further, and then you get Jerusalem and all that. And all those people were in cahoots, and they ran into Egypt for safety against the Romans. So these people started off black, ran to Egypt and got even blacker, and and then I guess went back or whatever they did. You know what I'm saying? But the whole time it was mixing and mingling all around through that area of the Mediterranean, and those Jews were called black, and they were also called Christian. So that's where I was asking. They said that these people weren't black. They weren't black, but it says in your own scriptures what these people were called. And then when you look up the Strong's G3526, all you have to do is Google that. That's all you can Google is G3526, and the whole thing will come up for you. It'll tell you the definition. It'll tell you the pronunciation of the word, which was Niger, not Niger. It was Niger, and all those things. So, and then Niger went from Niger to Negro because it's from Latin. Both terms are from Latin. And you started off Niger, and then it moved to Negro. So it tells you right there in your own scriptures that these people were black.
So you believe, what's his name, Simon Paul? You believe that was calling him black?
Well, Simeon, Barnabas, the ones who are in that scripture, Acts 13:1, the names that were presented there. And I think Paul was Saul at that time. The name Saul is, I think, is at the end of the names that it was given with the people who were there with Simeon and Barnabas. And Simeon was the one who held Jesus in Antioch. After he was born, he blessed him at Antioch in that church. So that was, in Christians, the term Christian started in Antioch in Turkey. The word Christian was started there. And then man made it into a religion, Christianity, just by adding the T to it. Just like they took the word apostle and made the apostolic church. They took John's job, which was a baptizer, and made a Baptist church when all God said was be holy and righteous, not Muslim, Christian, Hebrew,
hold on.
or none of that bullshit that man created.
All right. So when it says Simeon, who was called Niger, what does that mean to you?
Simeon the nigger.
It's calling the Niger. Like the pronunciation of the word was Niger. We say Niger. The pronunciation was Niger. And it went from Niger in Latin, because Niger started in Latin. This Niger started. It was a Latin word, and then it evolved from Niger to Negro.
So what nigger in Latin mean?
The same thing Negroes basically means, except for it means Christian too. Niger, the one Niger, it means Christian. It means dark in color or black, and the pronunciation is Niger, not Niger. So type in. That's all you have to do is Google G3526. And then, look on a couple of those, places where the options they give you to check, and you'll see the full Strong's account. Some of them just tell you, they don't tell you the pronunciation. They don't tell you certain things. There's a couple of them that tell you all of it. So just go through them and look. G3526.
Pronunciation.
See what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about. So they're telling you right there. That's why I asked the question on how you could say that these people were black when your scriptures tell you that they were. And you're supposed to be teaching from the scripture, right? You're supposed to know the scripture. You're supposed to be this captain and or whatever title you gave yourself. Whatever title you gave yourself, and you don't know these scriptures.
Niger, like Niger. Niger, like the country.
Neeg, with the little hyphen or whatever up top over the G and then the ER. That's what it says. I know what it says. Nigger. And then it went from Niger to Negro. Do you see how easy that is? They just took off the and added the row, man. That easy. Niger to Negro. Latin. And they changed the word, and they create new words every year. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they create new words every year. So I think there was like 356 words created this year alone, or last year, I'm sorry, in 2021 alone in the Merriam-Webster and other dictionaries. So yeah, but that's the evolution of the word nigger. Started off right there, nigger to Negro, and then the name of the place over there, is that Niger or is that Niger? Because that was a part of Negro land. Like I said, on the map, when they had slavery going on, it was called Negro land. Before that, they had Southern Ethiopia Major and Ethiopia Minor was that whole area where they called Negro land at one time. Just how they changed the maps, the names of places, and the narrative. I mean, you know that, like I said, Gaul was France at one time. Is Carthage still over there? Is there a place still over there called Carthage? Or Hannibal in Turkey, but today called modern day Turkey? Is there still a Carthage there, or is it named something else? Because that's what the whole thing. You know, they can change the narrative any given time. Change the people, change the color of the people, change whatever they want to fit with how they want you to see it. Oh, it's like I said, the transformation of that word, that's where it comes from when you're talking about these Christians over here who are Hebrew Israelites starting up the starting up the first Christian church in Antioch, all the way up in Turkey, and to have the Council of Jerusalem in 40 A.D., where all these people were coming converting. They were not.
Hold on. The first Christian church was formed in Antioch in what year?
What?
Before Christ died, what year? What year was Christ crucified?
Let's do peace.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it had. They said, well, you know, on the timeline in the history, it says 4 A.D. was when he was born. I don't know how that works, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? I don't know how they're working that timeline, so I'd say anywhere around in the 30s, 38, maybe a couple years earlier, around 38. I guess you'd say.
With that question. The first question I should have asked you: do you think that the Christ, not Jesus Christ, has existed in the biblical term, or do you think that a man that walked in Jerusalem between 4 A.D. and 37 A.D. was Jesus?
What do I think? Was he? Are you asking? Are you asking me? Was he just a man?
No. Or do you think that Jesus existed?
Do I think he? Yes. Yes, I do.
As the Christ?
Either. Hold on. Let me ask you this question since you asked me that question.
Yeah.
Is Pontius Pilate crazy? What's the other one? Herod? Is Herod crazy? Were they just insane rulers who just had the same person in their mouth all the goddamn time? Let me ask you, was Constantine crazy? He converted his whole fucking empire to Christianity. Was he crazy? Let me ask you another question. Was King James crazy for adding his fucking raggedy ass name to the good book?
The reason why I asked the question, how do you justify
answer that question? Because you're asking me did he exist? Don't ask me, ask Herod. Ask the writings from Herod. Ask the writings from ask the writings from Pontius Pilate. Ask the writings from Constantine. Well, Constantine can't attest because he was 400 years later. But we could talk about Herod and the ones who was there at the time and who they was dealing with and what their writings state and the councils that they had. The first council of its kind in Jerusalem is all the councils afterwards followed their suit.
IBM, how do you justify?
Yeah.
How do you justify? How do you reconcile Jesus Christ and aliens?
Jesus Christ and aliens?
Yes.
I don't.
So can both exist? Can both Jesus Christ exist and aliens exist?
And aliens? Yeah. Yes, it's a part of the story, Two-Piece. It's a part of the story. I mean, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Bible, but it is a part of the story.
That Jacob ladder was
aliens. And guess who the aliens was? Hold on. Guess who the aliens was, Two-Piece?
Oh, the angels or the fallen angels?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go, Two-Piece. There goes your alien story right there, brother. And that's what I think they're regurgitating that from way back then. When them they keep on seeing, because that's what I say. If you think you're gonna see an alien, Yeah, it's gonna be a demon. That's what it's gonna be. It ain't gonna be no damn, ET shite type shit. It's gonna be a motherfucking demon coming to bite your motherfucking ass off. So if you see that, then you better run. Don't sit there and try to pet that motherfucker. I'll tell you that. That's what I got to say about that. But yeah, that is a story in the Bible too, Stoopies. The angels,
Jesus Christ have a
the fallen
spaceship?
angels. Huh?
Jesus Christ have a spaceship?
No. Why would he have to have a spaceship?
I'm asking.
No, I'm just saying, why would he have to? You mean to get into Mary's belly? From heaven?
No, to traverse the heavens and the earth.
Jesus still traversing the heavens and the stars and the earth. Why are you
The
traversing
heavens and
the
the earth.
heavens?
How did Jesus traverse the heavens and the earth? Did Jesus have a spaceship?
No, he's the Word of God, man. The Word of God. He could do whatever he wants. You know, like the devil. He was traversing. He was going back when God asked the devil. He's like, "Where have you been?" Oh, on the earth, moving to and fro. You know, I mean, shit happens. But if you know the, hold on, wait a minute. I got something for you. I want you to understand this, Stupies. And if you're going by the scripture, Luke 2:21. All right, Luke 2, chapter 2, verse 21. And when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. Now, what does that mean? He was an angel before he was a son of man. Okay? God said he was the Word. He was created the Word of God. And he's also... Okay, there you go. So there's your scripture right there.
Okay. No, I asked the alien question originally because or you bring them together, or you reconcile them together. Because according to the Bible, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Right? So my question is, so in the beginning there was nothing, there was a great emptiness. There was nothing. So there were nowhere for aliens to live. Right? Until God created the heavens and the earth. So he created man in his likeness, and he went off into the heavens and he created aliens. Because if you follow the Bible, he must have created aliens also, because there was nothing.
Not unless they were the fallen angels. The aliens are the fallen angels. A bunch of devils were flying around in spaceship.
But if the aliens were fallen angels, and Lucifer was able to traverse in and out the earth, did Lucifer have a spaceship, or do aliens need spaceship? Because Lucifer is also a fallen angel, and he was able to traverse in and out the earth. When God asked him, "Where have you been?" and he said, "I have been traversing in and out the earth." Did he have a spaceship? Did Lucifer have a spaceship?
Listen. Hold on, Susie. When you're with God, wait a minute. When you're with God, right? When you're with God, did God create the heavens and the earth, right?
Right.
In outer space.
Right.
Are black holes created naturally? And if God could create a black hole, then he can transport your black ass from heaven to earth through one of them. How about that? Without the need for the special suit and all that.
Listen. There is no black hole. Do you understand what a black hole is? A black hole is a result of a collapsed star. The gravitational well, the mass, that there's no black hole in our solar system, or we'll be able to detect the gravity of the black hole. Right?
So we don't have any black hole in our solar system. Black hole exists outside of our solar system. But my question to you is, when did God create the aliens? According to the Bible, there was nothing until God created the heavens. And we know that aliens come from the heavens. And the earth, we know that we live on the earth. He created Adam and Eve on the earth. Did he go up to Sirius B and create the Dogons? When did God create the Dogons?
Don't get me the line. Don't give me a line about what God did. I don't know. See, that's one thing. That's a sin to say God said and he did. So I have no idea, but that is crazy. Like you said, I know. It's weird. Like you said, there's a whole bunch of weird stories from creation.
But you
Creation
believe
stories,
them.
hey?
You believe
Yeah.
them. You believe them.
No, you asked me. You asked me, do I believe if there was an alien story? And I said the alien story. If we're sticking to the scripture, which I've been sticking to tonight, there is an alien story in the Bible, right?
So, all right. One last question. Does the Dogons share genetic material with the children of Adam and Eve?
No,
Huh?
they're totally different. They're a totally different human being. They share DNA with Will Robinson. Danger, Will Robinson.
Just because we're lost in space.
I'm gonna tell the Dogon you said that shit too, stupid. That's ignorant, man. That is ignorant. But yeah, man.
So all right, like the artificial intelligence, because to pilot a ship like that from that many distance, you must have AI, artificial intelligence. So if we dig up,
Shit.
if we dig up Dogon land, we may be able to find AI, not Alan Iverson, artificial intelligence. They may
I
have
don't know.
some.
That's a more modern form of technology. Maybe they had some shit that I don't know. I don't know what the hell they said they had. I just know
You
that they
must,
said they come from out there, from that Sirius B or the Dog Star.
you
That's
watch
what they said.
you ever watch Space Odyssey 2001?
I've heard of it.
Right, that book where they went to Saturn. Just have a book and a movie. Space Odyssey
Yeah.
2001. We had this robot that went berserk, or this artificial intelligence that went berserk. The HAL, HAL 3000. Are you saying that? Are you saying that the Dogon had AI? I think that they had AI to help them traverse those vastness of space. Are you
That's
telling me
what
that
I'm
if we
saying.
dig, that means that we need to go to the Dogon's land and dig up to find that AI? Imagine the repository of wisdom that AI must possess
Yeah. Yeah.
from
Yeah.
traversing the
Like,
stars.
it's weird, but that's the the beginning of most religions. They have their own little alien story, and it's some of the oldest religions too. So I mean, you know how they say some fairy tales are true. You can't say that everything in a fairy tale is false. You know what I'm saying? But
Stephanie, you're honest. I need to go sleep for real because I'm thinking about the Dogons. The Dogons, the people that traverse the stars and couldn't build a microwave, couldn't build a deep fryer for some fried chicken. The
yeah, you
Dogon
said a
didn't
George
have a
Foreman.
deep fryer.
When you
You
said the
know how
George
big
Foreman
an
grill, that
ostrich
took
egg
it.
is? You know how big an ostrich egg is?
Yeah,
An
yeah.
ostrich egg, if you fry that, you make an omelet out of ostrich egg. You need a serious pot.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
didn't have a pot to fry an ostrich egg.
Maybe they pounded out a metal disc and fried it on there. You don't know.
But where is it now?
See, I ain't gonna keep on sitting here talking. You got me laughing at the Dogon people, and it ain't funny. That's terrible. And I'm not going to help with you, Pete. The Dogon people gonna come attack you while you're asleep.
I heard it on Good Sirs IBM that your nature boy are besties. That nature boy, she and nature boy are good friends. Is it true?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Hell no. Man, come on, man. That nigga's delusional. When he started singing that song, Pure Imagination, we'll arise with the stars and the flow of pure imagination. When he started singing that Disney song, nigga, I thought I was going to puke. I almost puked. I did. I gagged a little bit because that was disgusting. He was just sitting there telling you what he's doing. This is pure imagination. Pure fucking imagination. And you got the flunkies rubbing feet and shit, man. Come on, man. And I wouldn't even hang with a nigga. If I knew you rubbed another nigga's feet on command, nigga, I wouldn't hang with you. You wouldn't be my friend. And you wouldn't be in my motherfucking circle. I'll be goddamn. No, sir.
So, all right.
Take that shit on over.
All right. You wouldn't be friends with a feet rubber. But what about the feet rubby? If somebody is that powerful that he can command men, not one man, 4 men, to massage his feet.
No, I can't roll with that. I can't roll with that.
Which one do you think is more difficult to achieve? What act you think is more difficult to achieve? Having a woman rub your feet or having 4 men rub your feet?
4 men. Yeah, most definitely.
Isn't that an achievement? Is that somebody who is supposed to take lightly? Can you now take Nature Boy lightly when he has proven to you that he has the ability to get not one, not una, not dos, not tres, but cuatro, 4, not boys, not girls, but men.
And yeah, that's dangerous. It is dangerous. You're right. I agree with you there. That's cult. That's very cult material, without a doubt. And if you could be that person that has that much power, if you're not promoting righteousness and truth, and you just promote your bullshit, it could be very, very dangerous, especially to the people who are taking part in this bullshit with you.
No, but be honest. No, but Pure Black, even if he's gay, let me agree with you. Nature Boy is gay. But even if you could get 1 gay man to rub your foot, but you get 4 gay men to rub your foot, plus you have 4 women now keeping you cool with feather fans or with fans, not with electric fans.
Picking your boogers and shit.
Right.
They was picking his boogers.
How can you take that man lightly?
Yeah, I wouldn't. And I'd fight tooth and nail if one of my family members was involved in that too, trying to get them out, even though, they might not want to come out or whatever. I mean, at least I can say I tried to get you up out the shit, because that shit was crazy.
Miss Tiffany,
you on national television.
You can call him gay, whatever. He has no shame in his game. And his game is excellent. Because according to statistics, 30% of black men between the ages of 16 to 30 are virgins. Yet still this dude has 8 people tending to his need. When 30% of men have to tend to them
That's
need by themselves.
But hold on, we ain't talking about the black community now. Are we? You talking about 16 to 30 years old is a virgin?
Yeah,
Oh well, 16. Yeah, I guess that's a
16
big.
to
That's
30.
a wide.
30% of
That's
black
a
men.
wide gap.
But all right, let's bring it.
That's
Let's pull it up then. 25 to 30. 30% of black men between the age group of 25 to 30. If you want to use that age group, are virgins.
our virgin. Our virgin.
50% of black men will not have children.
Yeah, but I kind of find it hard that 50% of black men ain't fucking now. Children is one thing, but having sex is another.
Yeah,
And
no,
hey,
the ones who
at 25 and 30 years old, I would say that that's for our community. I mean, I don't
in
agree
our
with those
community,
statistics.
in our community, is the same men having sex with the women.
I must have been one of them then, because I never had that problem. I'll be damned.
Right, but unfortunately, a lot have that problem.
Yeah, thank God.
Right.
I got
Oh,
hygiene issues now
just
from all the.
heard me. He has 10 men and 5 women.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? He just got
He's
a
got a
new one,
harem.
right?
He
So
got a unisex harem.
he has 10 men and 5 women. There is no shame to his game. He's living his best life according to Pure Black.
Well, I seen a video where he was walking down the street. Looked like he was twitching and did a handstand and was doing his little dance with the guys behind him.
As soon as that dude generate enough people in his organization, I can guarantee to you that his feet will never touch the ground. That he'll be carried on a chair.
Yeah, yeah.
That this dude will be sitting on a chair and dude will be raising him up high and carrying him around on a chair.
He has his own community there, and he runs it like like a dictator. I mean, that one show where he got the girl beat up, that sick that one girl or sick the girl on the other girl. I was like, man, what the hell? These people, I mean, it's like
No, this is
it looks to me.
The statistics say, I might be wrong with the 50% not having children, but 30% between that is are virgin. Yeah. You're not getting off the porch. And especially now with internet, where people not going out, not not meeting in person. Young men
That's
getting
China, man. You getting these stats from the Chinese people. They over there, they the ones who scared to mate and talk to the women and all that stuff. Them Asians. That's why their birth rate is so low. Our birth rate is low because of all the abortions.
It's the same stat in the black community. When you look at it, most of our black men now are playing video games. I play video. I'm online. I have friends online what I talk to, and it amazes me because I don't drink. I will smoke a cigarette or a black and mild every now and then. I don't drink.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, but when you go online, there's so many people my age online now. At one point, I said, "No, this is something's wrong with this picture. What's happening? There's no socialization. There's hardly any socialization in person." And then the image that is portrayed, if you don't dress like Little Wayne and have a chain on like Jay-Z, you're not happening.
Yeah. Right.
And half of these young dudes don't have the resources to have that shit.
Right. But just remember, Stupies, where did we first encounter this type of activity? I've already said it once earlier in the chat, which I call it, and which I've called it to numerous people here. This is middle school clique bullshit. We are acting like fucking kids. Look, let me tell you something. You 40 fucking years old with the pants hanging off your fucking ass, wearing Gucci and all this other shit, nigga. You the one that's lost. I don't give a shit what nobody says. I can wear Wranglers and get more attention than most motherfuckers who have to dress up either because they ugly or they ain't got no fucking game. I probably could go out in a potato sack and still get more pussy than most. But I'm telling you, when you sitting around here taking their brands, taking them around the world, promoting their brands, because that's all you're doing. You're buying their shit, and then you're putting it on your body, and you're walking around as a human billboard. And they already said they don't like your ass. They don't like you. They don't want you to buy their shit. They put nooses on their shit. They put blackface on their shit, and you're still trying to wear the shit because you think it makes you look cool and expensive. It makes you look retarded, like you don't know what the fuck's going on the planet, and you've been up under a rock for the last fucking 2 or 3 years, maybe 5.
Miss Tiffany, that's not true. That is not true. Is that because the circles that you're going into, you're meeting comfortable, confident men who are able to approach you and have a conversation. But dudes who are not comfortable and confident, you find that they stay at home. If you're a person who goes out regularly and go to parties and go to clubs, here in Florida, like every now and then they have like Caribbean parties all over the place. When you start going to these parties, what you're realizing is that the crowd that you see at one venue, when you go to another venue, it's the same crowd.
Yeah.
It's the same crowd. It's the same tsunami of people that move from place to place to place. As soon as a place gets stale, they move to the other place.
The weekend warriors.
Yes, it's the same crowd. So you're always interacting with the same confident people. But outside of that crowd, you have an underground crowd now where dudes steal and masturbate all day. They're not getting anything. Why do you think that OnlyFans is one of the biggest thing now, where girls on OnlyFans? If dudes were having regular interactions with females, they wouldn't be on OnlyFans. Why would they need to be on OnlyFans when you have the real thing?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's the hypersexuality too. You got to they promoting that narrative too. You got people on there I mean, they be doing terrible stuff to themselves. The girls. I don't watch the guys, so I don't know what they be doing. But I've watched the porn, and
it has to be shocking.
I've checked them out, and some of them chatterbait and stuff like that. Man, they be on there doing some crazy. They be fisting themselves and all kinds of crazy shit for some tokens, man. And it's just like, ain't nobody making you do this. It ain't like you. I can understand if you was a sex slave being forced to do it, like maybe a Chinese girl or something on there or something, or even a white kid or a black kid who's being forced to do it is different. But if you just on there to make tokens and make money because man, this is disgusting. I don't care what nobody fucking says. The shit is disgusting. And most of the time, when I was coming up, look, most of the guys, like I said, you go to the club and you got the guys who go in there and they all look for the same girl, the best looking girl in the club, and they all looking at her. Instead of watching all the rest of the women, you picked her, right? Everybody in the club picked her because she's supposed to be so bad. But what about all the women around that's checking you out? You done missed 3 opportunities right there because you more worried about that one motherfucker that everybody else is chasing than these 3 motherfuckers back here chasing after you. So I don't know why pussy is so hard for these motherfuckers out here, and I don't believe that my brothers and sisters wait until 25 and 30 years old to have sex. The way hypersexuality is out here right now, the way that they fucking and the shit that they doing.
Hold on, indigenous, not the sisters. Not the sisters. This is happening to the brothers. The sisters know, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it might be the sisters were the one who were at home and the brothers were running the streets. No, the sisters have more access to the street because the sisters get dressed.
Social media and all that shit. They get social media and all that.
The brothers know. Nobody don't want. Listen, dudes in 8th grade now, if they're not wearing the latest Jordan 1 cutaway, they feel embarrassed to go to school. Nobody not going to school with Ziploc. What you call those sneakers with the thing that go squish squish? Nobody not going to
Yeah.
school in those, right? The dress,
But it's
the
still middle
shorts.
school shit, stupid. You're a grown man. Why are you worried about what somebody else thinks about what the hell you got on? Man,
No,
fuck
no,
you
no.
and your thoughts.
But
That's where I'm at with it.
that is what.
Look, he don't. My family tells me all the time that I don't know how to dress. They have told me ever since I was a kid. When I was in middle school, I would buy my own fucking corduroys. I'd wear the motherfuckers all year long. And when summertime rolled around, I'd cut them into shorts. And when motherfuckers said something to me about them, you know what I told them? I paid for these motherfuckers. I helped my mother in the summer youth program. I paid for these, and I'm happy with what I got. Could give two fucks less about what you think. You ain't wearing them. I am. Mind your fucking business. Simple as
Yeah,
that. I
let me
don't.
answer
The
Poetic.
labels and all that
Hold on.
shit don't impress me.
Hold
It
on, let
don't
me talk.
impress me. You spending money. You spending money on shit that's going to depreciate as soon as you take it out the store. Try to sell that $400 shirt when you get up out this motherfucking store and see if you can get the money and the tax that you pay for that motherfucker. It ain't gonna happen. So you an ignorant motherfucker. You don't know how to handle money. You spend your money on a bunch of stupid shit, and you're letting the world dictate how you should dress, how you should live, how you should look, how you should talk, and all this other shit. So that makes you even more fucking retarded. And I don't want to be around you no more. Bye-bye.
Okay, hold on. Poetic, that's true. People have lost the art of connections. Look at it this way. A young man, when was the last time a young man tried approaching any of you ladies? And what was his opening conversation? What did he say? What did he know to talk about? Right? What a young man will talk about now with a young lady?
Right.
Are they
Right.
talking about
Yeah.
books? Are they talking about movies? The latest trend? What are they talking about? What is there to discuss? If it's not,
Netflix and chill.
the attraction has to be highly visual. If it's not extremely visual, meaning that she has to see a young man that she's visually attracted to. Because
Yeah.
when they open their mouth, when they listen to young people talk, they don't have any kind of stimulating conversation to titillate a young lady. So it's based no attraction is based purely on visual. That's why they go to the mall. That's why they're buying all the shit they're buying.
Yeah. All this technology. Like, read Zane's comment right there, Stu P. That's a pretty good one right there.
Yeah, folks living by a snapshot of a tweet. Yeah,
Yeah.
and internet spreading. Yes, it's visual. That's why the makeup is important for young ladies. The kind of clothes
The
because
filters. Don't forget all the
it's
filters and
based
stuff.
on the look. It's attraction. Back in the day when Tiffany met a dude, that dude looked good. But if the dude stepped toward him sound like him not intelligent, she walking away. No, he doesn't have to sound intelligent. Because they speak the males and female now speak two separate language. It's about how they look. It's about shoulder candy. It's about when my son called me and said, Dad, I need some clothes, I need some this, I need some that, and it's like you understand because now he lives in a world where it's about the visual.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it takes,
you're
like
not
you said,
using
it
those
takes money.
filters. Because as I say,
It
it's
takes money
visual.
it takes money to keep up that facade too, though.
Right?
So
Kevin
and
Samuels. The first thing, all right, if you listen, there's this dude online named Kevin Samuels that everybody talks about. And he tells the men it's about form, fit, and fashion. You need to get a suit, suited and booted. So you need to have at least 3-4 suits in your closet. You need to have X amount of this kind of shoes. You need to have this kind of eyewear. You need to have this kind of watch. You need to cut your hair a particular way. So it's not about a conversation now. It's about somebody standing up and looking at you and saying, here I am, accept me for what I am. What you see is what you get, a fine dressed person who makes some
but
money.
the motherfucker that's telling you this shit is dressed like little Lord Fauntleroy from over in England. He's dressed up like a little fruitcake, telling you all this shit that you need. Man, you better take your little
No, but
looking ass on.
that is the look. No, The older men dressing
I
up
wish
like
a
them.
nigga would come in there and tell me, oh, well, you need this. Motherfucker, you
are
working for me?
crocodile.
You
You're
spending my money for
outdated.
me now too, nigga? You better take your
Indigenous
black ass
Babylon.
on over there somewhere,
Indigenous
spending
Babylon.
my
You're
money for me now,
crocodile.
telling me
You're
what I need.
crocodile.
Huh?
Yeah, kitten meals, yes, and it's kitten poor. It's right. Indigenous, you're a crocodile, like me. Both of us are alligators. We have been around too long. We
That's
have been
right.
around from
That's right.
prehistoric time and not changed our form. We're crocodiles. We can't do the better. Right?
Yeah. We try to
Right.
learn something new every day, but we ain't with the new
Look,
trends and the bullshit that comes along with this
what we have
new
done,
generations.
what we have done, we have always survived on what we have done. So it's hard for us to change. But no, what they're telling the young men to do is to get some jersey boots and some Louis Vuittons. So now the dudes going into Louis Vuitton to buy Louis Vuittons, they're tending to dress like pimp lights. They might not have the same colors as the pimps have on, and it might be more fitted than the pimp suit, but that's what he's telling you to do. Look like a pimp. Just a pimp
Yeah.
light, yeah, Bud and Bud Light. Right? See,
Or
pure black, everyone.
or a metrosexual. Or a metrosexual. And that's another thing. He's trying to turn you into a metrosexual like him, man. Look, take your little fruity cake ass on somewhere and do what you want to do, nigga. I'm gonna buy these pair of Wranglers right here for $12, and I'm gonna sport these Jones like they motherfucking Gucci or Louis Vuitton. Don't give a fuck what none of y'all think. Mind your business, nigga. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
Listen, IBM.
Telling me how to spend my goddamn money. I work for this shit, and then all of a sudden, because society deems this is what I should have on, you gonna tell you the one who thinks you should come and tell me, take your ass that away. Fuck you and society. How about that?
That's
where
pure
I'm at
black,
with that.
pure black. That's a lie. Will Smith could
knew
get
y'all was
any girl
reptilian.
you wanted.
They
Could get any girl you wanted. It wasn't about the money, but Will Smith wanted Jada. Will Smith wanted Jada.
Right.
And let's talk about
He's right.
metrosexual. Let me talk about metrosexual. Prince was the most metrosexual looking dude in the world. But if we should go down the list of the young ladies that Prince pulled, Prince had some of the hottest young ladies ever. And that dude wore ice skating outfit like it was nobody business.
Right. But Prince had stardom. Prince had fame. Prince had talent. Prince was master at his art. So he was like Leonardo da Vinci. You could be a little weird, but let a nigga like me, let a nigga like me be walking down the street like Too Sweet from the Dr. Pepper commercial, huh? Niggas gonna joke me out of town. They gonna joke me out of town. They are gonna joke me out of town.
Hold on, let me answer
Too
this.
sweet, not the banister.
Hold on. IBM. Hold on. Exactly, Miss Tiffany. Kevin Samuels, as I said earlier, men have lost the art of communication. It's very few men possess the ability to talk girls out of them underwear. They can't. So what they do is they negotiate without actually saying, I will buy some sex from you. What they're saying to them is, listen, Kevin Samuels pure black. I possess a nice car. I live in a nice house. I dress well. I may not be able to speak and titillate your mind, but your pocketbooks will never be empty. I can carry on vacation, and I will try my best to please you. And then they also say, there's 1,000 women knocking at my door. But why women are knocking on these dudes' door is because these women, half the time, have already been battle hardened. Let me explain what I mean by battle hardened. A lot of the women on Kevin Samuel's show are women who have already been in previous relationships. And because come from these relationships with battle scars. And they said, if I'm going to put up with bullshit from a guy, I might as well put up with bullshit from a guy who has some financial benefit. But when these girls, before they had all these scars, a girl at 23, 24, not looking at a dude's pocket, she's looking at a dude's mind. But when she reached 35, 36, she stopped looking at these dudes' mind and start looking at these dudes' pocket. Am I wrong, Indigenous Black man?
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah. I would agree
No,
with not just the mind. When they're younger, they're not just looking for the mind, though. It's not just the mind. Mind don't hurt.
no, when
You know,
they're young,
absence
they're
doesn't
looking at
hurt, but
somebody who they're looking at somebody who they communicate with, who they have fun with, they want to get to know the person.
yeah,
Right?
yeah. And have sex with, and have sex
and have sex and
with
have
them.
fun. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I won't blame professional athletes and rappers because the lanes that professional athletes and rappers are in, the IG models, these are battle hardened girls. These are hustlers.
Oh yeah. Oh
These
yeah.
are hustlers.
They might as well call them. You might as well call them hoes,
Right?
continental
These are
hoes.
hustlers. Right? Because you need to understand. A woman after she reached certain age already, she been through wars and battle with the first guy. And you know, her heart is a little bit more harder. Her fences are resolved. She have more resolve around her. It's hard to break down her resistance.
She knows the game. She knows the game.
Yeah.
She knows the game too. She knows the game. And she can slick a motherfucker that don't.
Right?
She's seen the game played. She might even have a sugar daddy and shit, you know. So
But
she's
pure
seen
black,
the
if
game
you're in
played.
college, when you're in college, that's the time you should be going to spring break. When you go to spring break, I live in Florida. When you go to spring break, I see those old asses that left college 10 years ago. Those girls don't need to go on spring break. What is spring breaking for? Spring break is for students on spring break. That's the term. A spring break from school. There's no such thing as a spring break from work. We don't get spring break from work. Huh? So when you see those old asses down there in the bath suit and they have to wear the cover up to hide the stretch mark from all the children, what is spring breaking from? So if you're your age still, if you're pure black, if you're over 25 and still going on spring break, you have a problem. That's an issue. Spring
Middle
break is for
school.
25 and under.
That's high school shit, you know. That's still childlike. Like I said, we acting like fucking kids out here, stupid.
Right.
We acting like kids. We trying to tell each other, oh well, if you're friends with let's just give a name. Let's say if you're friends with the SVDL, or if you're friends with Judah Nasser and you in their chat typing, why you over there with them typing and talking? When they making fun, man, I'm sitting there listening. That's what I'm doing. Minding my fucking business and listening. And I'm not going to have you telling me where I can and can't fucking go, man. That's that middle school clique bullshit. Just the same with the dressing and all this shit out here. You got fucking grannies out here trying to act like fucking little hoochies. And then you got the granddaddies out here with their ass hanging out their pants and acting like they 25. And you're still
some old ass
fucking walking with
to South Beach.
Walking with your ass hanging out and glitter on your fucking back.
Walking with the ass hanging out, but on spring break. What you on spring break from? At that age, you're supposed to carry a girl on.
Still trying to relive their childhood, stupid. You too old for that shit. They still trying to relive their childhood.
No, over 25, they carry a girl on vacation. You're going to Cancun.
Tell me, grandma. When we was young, grandmas taught us they was at home. They, did what they was doing as the head of the household, taking care of the house and the family and shit like that. Now my grandma's out there whapping it up with the granddaughter, fighting over men and shit. Jay fighting over the same goddamn man. He just slept with both of them because both of them's out there in the same goddamn club, whapping it up and tightening it up and trying to be Miss Delicious and shit, and with the fake shit all up in them. And then the dudes out here with their ass hanging out their fucking pants, wondering why the gay guys over here hitting on him, smiling at him and shit, with glitter on their fucking back, softer than motherfucking medical cotton, and ain't got no fight or game in them. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting turn of events. This shit is disgusting. And I have hygiene issues today, right now. I would tell my own nephews and son, they are 20s, in their 20s and stuff, and they talk a lot of shit. And I'll tell them, don't ask me for a taste of my drink, you raggedy mouth niggas. I'll save you some. And then if the motherfucker's too bad, then I'll tell them when they come over to eat dinner, I'll say, you know what? That spoon and knife and fork that you used right there and that cup are complimentary parting gifts, you raggedy mouth motherfucking rascal. Because I don't ever want to use them again after your disgusting ass.
Zane. When you look at it, you look at some people who have OnlyFans, and you're saying to yourself, honestly, really, you're too old for that.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Look at Rihanna. Let me know. I'm going to speak my mind on Rihanna now. Rihanna walking around with this belly, as if the whole world needs to see a pregnant belly. Where is the modesty? You cannot be wearing G-string and pregnant. You cannot be wearing the same outfit. To me, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. What, motherhood don't mean shit now? There's not a sense of elevation when you reach motherhood, right? You're still cutting it out with your belly.
Well, she ain't the first one to take pictures with her stomach out, being a star like that.
No. But everywhere she go now, she's still wearing the same outfit. She might be wearing a bra now because her nipple probably get big. Yeah. So her breast might not be that sexy as it was before. But she's still wearing the underwear, see-through bullshit.
Right. Promoting hypersexuality.
To me, why are women not calling out that bullshit? Yeah. Poetic. Is that not bullshit how Rihanna is dressing with the pregnancy? Or you don't have a problem with that?
She's still trying to be the sex symbol with the baby in her damn stomach. Right. Trying to dress like a hoochie and shit.
Stephanie, is that not bullshit? When you see Rihanna dressed like that, what comes to mind?
She's promoting Master's fucking agenda. Because that ain't no different than Jay-Z singing all the single ladies and this bitch is married. I mean, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Them, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Beyonce, fucking Nicki Minaj, and let's not even talk about Cardi B's retarded ass, you know? Oh, proving to the girls you can be a fucking stone cold hooker selling your pussy and still make it superstardom. It doesn't matter. Take my route. Go from selling pussy to being a stripper to being a high-class stripper to being on television to being the best rapper in the world. You know, you can do it too. That's prosperity preaching right there too, see? They're showing you what you could have if you live like them and you did the things that they did. And they're examples for our kids. These are the examples that they're sitting out here for our kids, and they're following suit. That's why you got the kids out here shooting each other. And the girls out here just fucking out of both draw legs and sticking shit and sticking it. Man, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's terrible. I can't. I'm glad I didn't grow up in this motherfucker. I would be a virgin too right now. I'd be damned. Because the way these motherfuckers are out here, man, it ain't even safe to drink after your own family members, let alone some damn stranger.
But Stephanie, I agree with you. It's that it's not feminine. We might call it a different kind of femininity, but it's not feminine in the sense of femininity as when we were growing up. You still have those G-Unit tank top from 1980, from 1998. Go short is your birthday time top for Pure Black. You
He
got
said to
age
the
and
board
talk
meeting.
about going that spring break.
Pure Black's crazy.
Pure Black dressing like skinny 50 Cent.
25 cents.
Like, listen,
But yeah, I'm gonna get off here, Stupid. It's been fun, man.
uh,
It's always been fun. That's hanging out with y'all guys, kicking, getting to talk a little bit, get this shit off your chest. I appreciate you, brother. And Bias, he needs to do this more. We need. Yeah, I think like here we get to talk. So because like we were talking about earlier, just some places just don't allow shit. And I mean, we can talk about anything, here,
of course.
but
We have a diversity of topics. Anything that come to mind, we can discuss. And we have a beautiful panel of people.
yeah,
Yes, poetic, it's true. A hint of pregnancy can be classy. But honestly, short having all your belly out there, looking like Lizzo. There's nothing classy about that. Looking like
it's nothing. It's
yeah, there's
nothing
nothing
classy
classy
about
about that.
anything showing any of your private areas being put on, the camel toes and the niggas with tight pants with the cock and balls print and shit and all this, and then you got the nipples and titties hanging out, and and the guys dressing all flamboyant, getting different colored hair, walking around switching, and I mean, this is like the '70s. You remember Stu Pease when the rock and roll era, when it was cool to pretend like you were gay back in the day? Those rock and rollers, those white rock and rollers on the stage with all that fucking makeup and the fucking androgynous wear, and that's where where a lot of this started with the music, and then now you look at our youth, and we were laughing at them because we had grandmothers who would smack us in the back of the head, and people that would be like, "Man, take that shit off," you know what I'm saying? But now we don't have that no more. And now we're like the '70s rockers. We're out here dressing all flamboyant and androgynous and wearing, they putting us in dresses and all these other things, and this just fits the narrative of the day. I mean, the big music companies are having these people do these things. They're not, I'm sure that given without the money, but backing it to coerce the people to do it, I'm saying, they wouldn't do it, like put these dresses on and stuff. But when you got money back and everybody's chasing the bag, which is the root of all evil according to the Bible, everybody's chasing the bag, you'll do whatever the fuck it takes to get on top now. And that's how they got these kids out here thinking, I got to do whatever it takes, whether it's, rub a nigga's feet or, get down even worse. You know what I'm saying? I got to do what I got to do to get mine. It's like, man, I don't want it if I got to do all that.
Pure Black, you need a timeout for this. You need a timeout for that. You need a timeout for that. EJ, I have no problem with a man being gay. I have no problem with somebody expressing their sexuality. But EJ has taken that thing to a different level. Explain to me. EJ is Magic Johnson's son.
Son, yeah, okay.
Right? The problem is that if you are gay and you dress like a woman, and the next gay man is attracted to a man that dressed like a woman, isn't that what the word I'm looking for? I soon tell the word I'm looking for. How is it that you are gay and gay people attracted to same-sex people, but a gay woman is attracted to a woman that dresses like a man, that looks like a man? Is it that you're gay? If a gay man is attracted to a man that dresses like a woman, that looks like a woman. Isn't that some contradiction? How do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile that a gay man who's supposed to be attracted to another man, yet still his male partner acts and looks like a female?
Yeah.
That's a contradiction. And Terry Crews, Terry Crews, that's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. Remember, Terry Crews, if you look back on Terry Crews' career, he had everybody hate Chris. He was also, he wasn't a regular on any shows. So, Godfrey the comedian made a joke once that many of these dudes go into the meeting and the executive would say, all you have to do is just let me teabag you 2 times and you'll get that movie role.
Yeah. Hello?
You're not ready. Nobody in the chat not ready to leave yet. Everybody enjoy themselves. It's all you, God. You're not nice, Steve.
And the people that's there, and the people are there are used to seeing it. That's the sick part about it. They know what's coming. You don't know what's going to happen when you get there, but as soon as you get there, everybody there knows what's about to happen except for you. When they grabbed his balls, remember when he grabbed his ball? One guy grabbed his balls at the party, and he went off and tried to get into the Me Too movement and all that shit.
No, that's after never get the part, and probably never get the part in the new Hulk. He was supposed to be Bruce Banner.
No, I'm talking about Terry Crews. When Terry Crews, that guy, movie executive.
When the movie executive grabbed his balls, he enjoyed it because he said, "Yes, for that balls grab, I'm going to be the next Iron Man. I'm going to be the next. I'm going to be the next Marvel movie. I'm going to be the next Spider-Man with my big ass self." Terry Crews is like 6'4", 6'6", 300 pounds of pure muscle, and a dude can walk up to you looking like a monster of a black man, and have the audacity to massage your balls, to jiggle them like Jenga, to roll them in the palm of his hands.
You getting fucked up, nigga. Hey, look, you gonna catch one. I'm telling you.
This dude.
As soon as your hand.
This dude has to look.
As soon as your hand touch. No, but as soon as your hand touch one of my balls. I mean, just graze it, nigga. You already stole on. I mean, I'm not gonna look for my wife. Look, he said his wife calmed him down. He said his wife calmed him down. Stupid. He said my wife kept me from going off.
His wife calmed him down. When that dude stepped up to you and looked up in your eyes, had to bend his neck back to look up into Terry Crews' eyes and jiggled his balls in the palm of his hands and rolled them like he had 2 oranges in his hand and rolled.
Remember the two Chinese the Chinese massage balls that you roll in your
yes, rolling like 2 Chinese massage balls in his hand.
Oh man, that's just terrible. Man. I would have punched that motherfucker. Me and that motherfucker probably.
Terry had no problem with it. Oh, look.
Yeah.
Many of us have. How many persons in the chat has watched some movies and seen these girls get these parts and say, how did this ugly, no talent, no acting bitch get this part in a movie?
Yeah.
How did this girl get this part? How come she's the next Captain Janeway from the Starship Enterprise? Will Smith would have not knocked him out. Will Smith was probably sitting on Quincy Jones' lap when Quincy Jones got him the part of Fresh Prince in Bel-Air. Remember, Fresh Prince in Bel-Air was Quincy Jones' show.
Yeah.
Quincy Jones
don't forget after the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Hold on, stupid. After the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith did that gay movie with that dude.
8 Degrees of Separation.
See,
That's
so
an
that's CCP. So when I was talking about them doors that you have to walk through, that's what I'm talking about. You understand? I ain't talking about a literal door. I'm talking about the doors, the steps that you have to take to get that high in the game. You know, the things to appease your masters to keep you moving up the ladder, like Will Smith has, like 50 Cent has, like Puff Daddy has. You know, and we all
Listen,
heard about Puff Daddy. There's
there's
a video of
thing.
hold on. There's a video of Puff Daddy where Kevin Hart, right? He's the one filming. He comes into the fucking bedroom. Puff Daddy is sitting on the bed. There's a dildo right beside him on the bed at one of his parties, and he's like, "Oh no, hey man, you know, no homo or nothing, but don't touch the bed."
Yeah.
Kevin Hart
Thank
said,
you
"You know
for
what?" And then,
Thank you
no,
for
hold on. And then here comes Usher running in, putting his arms all around Puff Daddy and talking and you know, and then Kevin Hart, when he said no homo or nothing, but don't touch the bed. He was like, you know what? I don't even want to be next to the bed. He said, let me pan the camera over this way so we don't even have to see the bed. What he was saying was, I don't want to see the fucking dildo sitting beside you, Puff Daddy, at your fucking party while everybody else is partying around. Why the fuck are you sitting in the room by yourself with a dildo? And then here comes Usher running in. And he tells him a story. We used to wrestle when he was younger. Now, mind you, Puff Daddy's 10 years older than Usher. Or older than Usher. Oh, yeah, we used to wrestle for the cornflakes. What, nigga? That's exactly what he said. Oh, yeah, remember we used to wrestle for the cornflakes? I was like, here we go.
All right, we're not going to disrespect Jada that she looked like a Ugandan gun runner. She didn't look like a Lord of War. She did
Jada
not look
like
but
Jada looked like the mother
right.
of the last Airbender. Yang, the last Airbender. Y'all remember that cartoon? That's who she looked like. The last Airbender's mother sitting there all retarded.
Listen, Jada is a beautiful woman. As she got older, we will use the term, she's now become a handsome woman. You ever heard a term that describes some woman as being handsome? She has this grace about her. She's now this handsome woman. She have access to $320 million that she can do whatever the fuck she wants to do with. Will.
So,
all right. The problem with Will, I'm going to tell you this. Any men in the show, any men in the chat now, you can get older, but never get old. Let me explain to you what I mean by never get old. You can move from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60. That's getting older. But never get old in your relationship with your partner, meaning that never get predictable. Never get to the fact where you leave work at 5 and she's know that every night at 5 to 6, that car will be driving in. You'll be coming off, you'll be taking off your shoes and your jacket at the door. You'll be walking upstairs, you'll wash your hands, you'll kiss her on the cheek, and you'll go and have a shower, and then you come down and you ask the same question, how was your day? That's getting old. Never get old. Sometimes when you don't have shit to do, go to the gas station and watch a movie in your car. Let her know that you have to stop by some friends, have a drink, or meet some people after work. Never get old. Never get routine. Right? Never get routine as a man. Because becoming routine is when women know stop seeing the sexy in you. Will got old to Jada. It's the same thing he was doing. It's almost like he fell in a rut. And he was always trying to impress her. To the rest of the world, he's Will Smith. To Jada, he's the dude who can't fuck. Because there's no way that Will could fuck and she would be fucking at 25 years old. Dude.
The dude has been chasing her ever since she was on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You know, ever since he found out about her, he's been after her.
But let's move on from Jada and Will, because the last Airbender's mother is a piece of work.
That's terrible. I won't tell you said this, C3.
But the problem that I have with her, the problem that I've had with her is that, is it that she's a trendsetter? And I'm hearing a lot of people in the beginning say, yes, he was defending his wife. That's, you shouldn't expect anything less. If somebody says something bad about you, girl, you have all right to go up there and smack that dude in the face, kick him in the throat.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But
But,
as men,
but you got it.
what you saying?
No, I was saying you got to remember too that I know that alopecia, could be troublesome, but I don't think it's anything that
Alopecia
it's
cannot
not like
kill you.
yeah, that's right. It's not
Alopecia
cancer or
can't kill
nothing like that. And like we've already commented, you commented that Jada is beautiful. Most
Of
people
course,
couldn't pull that off. She can pull that off, So I understand, her being a little sensitive on the subject when it's something that she's being, the alopecia is bothering her. But at the same time, I mean, there's women way worse with alopecia that's got way worse problems than what you have than just, some,
indigenous.
keeping you from growing your hair back when you got all this fucking money and all this prosperity that you have in your life and everything else, and you're just so down about your alopecia. I don't think it was really that serious. That shit wasn't that serious. The alopecia thing, I think it was Chris
He's
Rock.
afraid of her. He's afraid of Jada. It might look, he's afraid of Jada. When, after you're in a relationship for many years, and your wife figure you out, she know how to pull your strings. It's not about altercation that require physical altercation. Jada out mentally him. Jada lives in Will Head rent free.
Yeah.
He's afraid of her. She lives in his head. He's at the state now where she knows how to push his buttons. He's afraid of her.
I think she got some morning. Some people were saying that the reason. Yeah, some people were saying the reason why Some people were saying the reason why Chris Rock keeps harping on Jada is because him and Will was fucking.
No.
Yeah,
No.
Jada. No, I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just telling you what I heard. But at the same time, like I said, to me it seems like she got something on Will, because I'm not gonna let somebody just run roughshod over me like the way she does with him, and you know what I'm saying, and then sits up and talks about shit at the red table and all that shit. Man, I ain't gonna put up with that bullshit. I don't care who you are. I could be in love with you, all that shit. But look, if this is how you want to roll, you want to see a nigga go off and show you what I really can be with being Will Smith, instead of being up under your stinking ass and having you fucking this little my brother's friend and shit like that, to have you disrespecting me out here, and then all of a sudden I'm supposed to feel bad. You gonna see the real me. I'm gonna go out here and fuck your sister or your cousin and show you, bitch, you fucking with the wrong one. Because I'll be damned.
That's not the real him, indigenous man. The reason why it wasn't real him, after he slapped Chris and he realized what he did, and he went back and he started sitting down and contemplating what he did. He cried like a baby. The dude is an emotional wreck.
Yeah, because he knew that them people was gonna kick him out the Oscars. That's why he cried. He was crying because he messed up his Oscar thing. He wasn't crying.
He messed up a lot of shit. And the thing about it is that he's always a control.
Probably a couple movies and everything else. He lost.
And a couple movies for him is $50 million. That's a couple of movies for him. 25 million a movie. That's $50 million. Yeah. He messed up the bag and he knew it, but he lost. He's afraid of her. I've seen big dudes afraid of the little wives, and it's always the little wives. It's not the big wives. It's not the 6 foot wife. It's always some 5'2" wife that gets into the dude's head. Look around your community and look at those little wives. Dangerous
Hold on,
women,
pure.
those little wives. Those little
Hold
wives.
on, Pure Black. Wait a minute. Let me mention. Pure Black said, I'm giving off domestic violence vibes. No, I just know what the fuck I'm not gonna put up with. If you want to go out and do something, you can go do whatever the hell you want. Your private go with you when you walk out the door. So I can't take it and say, hey, let me take that and put it in the freezer because I've been having some thoughts. No, you can't do that. So there's no need. There's no need in arguing about what you're gonna do with yours or what I'm gonna do with mine. But if something that you do with yours goes against the way I feel and what you should have did, I'll take myself out the whole motherfucking situation and give you all the freedom you motherfucking want. Because I don't know what's wrong with I don't know what's wrong with these guys, but I ain't never had a problem with pussy, and pussy ain't never had a problem with me. So it wouldn't be that hard to find a new friend.
Miss Tiffany, look around the community. Trust me. Look around the community and look at all of those little wives. I'm talking the wives are between 5'2" and 4'11". Those wives are most manipulatively dangerous, and they always have very tall men who are afraid of them. Those wives will kill you in your sleep, and they know it too.
Don't go to sleep, motherfucker.
When she said to me, don't go to sleep tonight. You're not planning on. She go up to whispering to Will here. You're not planning to sleep tonight, are you?
Yeah.
Will pick himself.
That's kind of like my mom when she was dating this Jamaican. He did something I can't remember what the hell he did, but he pissed her off pretty good, right? So she took the iron. She took the iron off the ironing board, wrapped the cord around her motherfucking wrist, and had the handle. It had the handle of the iron in her hand. And when that nigga was asleep, she hit that mother. Bow! He said.
Yeah. How tall was your mother? How tall was she? About 5'2", right?
Probably about 5'6", about 5'6", yeah.
I'm not hating on tall people, but it's true, Mr. Funny. And when you look around and see, you'll have a good laugh. You'll say Stu wasn't lying. Those little 5'2" girls, dangerous. That power, that they don't have the physical power, but they have the mental power.
Like a firecracker, like an M80. You might not be that big, but you can blow some shit up. You can tear some shit up.
Stephanie, you're 5'2". Stephanie, you're 5'2".
Miss Tiffany's a Tasmanian devil. She'll tear some shit up. She's short and can tear some shit, create havoc.
She know I'm not lying. She's 5'2". She know I'm not lying. She just has to whisper in the boyfriend ear, don't fuck. I'm telling you, you're a terrorist. Tell the boyfriends like, I don't want to get on our wrong side. Because they can't physically fight, they learn to play the mental gymnastic games. So they learn to get into the heads of the partners and they know exactly which button to push.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if you're around with somebody as long as I've been, you know exactly which buttons work.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not tall enough to physically fight from the younger, but they figured out, listen, I don't have to fight you. I can destroy, I can break your will. I will make your life miserable. Yeah, trust me. I've had a couple. So no, baby girl. I'm afraid of you. You're not sending me to the loony bin. So we'll have to go to the loony bin. Mental breakdown.
Drive you crazy.
You can't call it that, Mr. Tiffany. You can call it confidence. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm getting off here this time, stupid. I get off here, man.
All right. So okay, later. Let me just finish two of these before I come off. Mr. See, you're agreeing with me. People think that when you're small, you're a kid and can be run over. That is what you have always encountered. And that is Jada. She's 5'1", 5'2". Right? She's always
That's the
been
learn.
tiny. And people have always thought that they could run over her. But what she have figured out, what I cannot do physically, I can do mentally.
They've had to learn their whole life how to deal with that size difference. So they come up with some little tactics that, you know, like you said, mentally, or, you know, I mean, you could talk about them, they just as much as they could talk about you, because they grew up that way, so they know what it is to be that short or be that person that's being made fun of.
To pick away at insecurities, because they had to deal with their own insecurities and overcome it. So they realize what insecurities are. And when they find out the partner insecurities, they tend to pick at it.
Yeah.
They tend to pick at the insecurities. Oh, you are like, look at the video what she said to Will, say, oh, when she was videotaping Will, and Will said, please don't videotape me. I said, oh, I can't deal with this foolishness. I can't deal with this foolishness. It's like she looking at me and say, you're acting the fool again. See, I told you to stop acting the fool. The trigger words.
Yeah, showing her disapproval of his actions when she's the one who's overstepping the fucking boundaries by turning on the camera and putting it up in his face. Turns the story around and making it like he's the victim. Yeah, turning around making like he's
living in somebody's head. She's living in his head rent free.
Yeah.
She's fucking up his mind.
That's right.
Kind of anything he's afraid of her.
Love's a motherfucker, though. Love is that motherfucker.
Right. Who is it that your daughter? Yeah, later.
I'm getting off here.
Folks, I enjoy your company.
All right, brother. You too, man. And hopefully we can do this again soon. I appreciate people who stayed, everybody listening. I appreciate all y'all. Love y'all. And y'all keep your head. What do you say? Keep your head up. Keep your head up and your grass cut. Motherfucking snakes.